if you let me, I will prove you should be mine. Come with me, move through the night. Let me learn what you like, you're on my mind. And if we keep up the vibe, moving in motion, eye to eye, perfect time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel the heat all over my body. Come on, talk to me, I want you on my body all the time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel the heat all over my body. Come
now. They did what was required. There's no way GK have done it! Again and again and again. House keep doing it.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
The impossible achieved.
We have a good old-fashioned gentleman's duel on the front line, folks. That is that, folks. Alcancia closed the book.
Falcons break the ties and bind to become your mid-season champions.
Oh, buddy, it doesn't get any better than this.
Welcome to our coverage of the 2025 Overwatch Champions Series World Finals. We are live here in Stockholm, Sweden, bringing you some of the best teams in the entire world. Great to see them clash on this global stage, and this is just day 2 of our competition. My name is Nekra, and I'm going to be starting off as your host today, and joining me on the desk, we've got Jake and Matt to take us through this first series. How you two doing?
I mean, good. That's a sunny day in Stockholm, that footage.
It doesn't get much better than that.
It doesn't get much better than that.
I think it's snowing today, actually, as well. So
I wouldn't know. I'm not going to be outside. I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm dialed in on the Overwatch to be played. That's what I'm all about today.
Absolutely. It's going to be an intense day of action, especially when we get a chance to actually look at what happened yesterday. There were a lot of incredible matches that took place in our upper round number 1. We have a couple of teams that are waiting in the wings there in upper bracket round number 2, and those are all of our first seeds. But as you can see from the action yesterday, I think there were a couple of surprises in terms of those results.
Well, so I think maybe surprises in terms of scores, right?
Yeah.
2-1. I know for the Team CC versus T1, right? That one goes down to the wire. Peps, I thought they could make a little bit of an interesting run there against SSG. That goes down to a Game 3, and that is not an error. That is Falcons in a Game 3 decider against Varel, our kind of Japanese super team coming on through.
If you missed that match, even knowing the results, you should go back and watch it again because that one went down to the wire. Not only did Varel take a map, but they make that decisive map 3 very close. They had the lead at moments on push. I mean, it was very close to a Varel victory, which would have been out of control shocking.
I mean, Twitter at that point, Rose, was like freaking
What
out.
in the world? I know.
Yeah. And it was like, okay, so if Varel wins, like, what do we do? Do we just keep continuing the tournament? Like, do we stop down and all, like, take like a,
Did,
like a
something
breather
happen?
here? Yeah, like what
Gotta make
goes
sure
on?
that the universe isn't on fire.
But Top Dragon was sick. Top Dragon was sick in this
So
series. They definitely didn't play scared. I think it's one thing that you see with some teams that go up against Crazy Raccoon and Falcons is like they just play really scared. They don't like risk anything. They just kind of play super safe, and they'd eventually just get kind of ran over. Where Top Dragon and crew took it to them.
I mean, Top Dragon wasn't afraid to go after the supports in the backline. Also wasn't afraid to take 1v1s versus Proper. It was just an absolute masterclass from the DPS, and I think the backline as well was a real standout for me.
And this Shambali is something that I think anybody else who goes up against Varel has got to be prepared for, right? To come in and play against these double flex core backlines that Varel loves to match up with. If Falcons struggled here, I think just about anyone else in the tournament will. Still, Falcons get the win, and they get the wake-up call here on match 1 of the tournament. If you look at the stats, it shows, I mean, this is a competitive game. Look at those KD ratios really tell the story that this one did go down to the wire. It was closely matched.
Yeah, I mean, both teams had like obviously I think Varel kind of stepped up to the occasion, right? But Falcons obviously clutching up in the end, right? They're down like 40 plus meters on push there towards the end, about halfway through the game, and they're able to clutch up, bounce back, and it also got kind of dicey towards the end, right? Varel had an opportunity, one fight to probably end up taking the series, and Falcons clutch up and they move on.
And today they're going to move on to face Team Liquid. And so we first get a chance to look at how our first seeds across each of the regions in OWCS are going to perform today. But Team Liquid in particular, I think there are a lot of high hopes on a roster like this. They come in, they have continued to scale throughout each stage of the OWCS, finally getting a stage win, heading into the World Finals. Things are looking up for this squad.
They're peaking at the right time, Rose, here at the end of the year, but I think there's incredible pressure on Team Liquid. They're the standard bearers for North America. There's not really any question about it, given that GK lost their opener, SSG and Peps went relatively close. if there's going to be an NA team winning the tournament, Team Liquid are really the best hope.
I mean, also, with how good we think the EMEA teams are, right? Team CC putting up a good effort against T1. Like, North America, like, you got to show something, right? I mean...
Exactly. For a while, it was North America really second to Korea and looking like the competitive region. Now, EMEA, I think, has surged ahead. I think it's pretty obvious to say. Team Liquid are the team who could spoil that. But they've been up or down sometimes in these bright light moments. Like, they haven't had their best performances, and that's exactly what they need to show here in Stockholm.
And I think as we saw the meta start to develop yesterday, this is where I do have a couple of question marks on how Team Liquid are going to take shape in this tournament. And especially when you do look at the Titan that is waiting and the other part of the bracket, Twisted Minds, this is the team to beat from EMEA. Although I think there's a pretty big argument here, Matt. Like Twisted Minds, OWCS, I think they both have their own strengths that they're bringing to this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I was chatting with some of the players from both of those teams the other day, and they said they have matched up like about 20 times in officials between OWCS and Saudi E-League. And like, you know, in the bigger matches, like historically it's been like OWCS, but lately TM is starting to surge, right? They end up obviously taking EMEA in stage 3 of OWCS. They win in the most recent Saudi E-League. So looking at TM, they look like they potentially could be the third best team at this tournament, right?
Behind Crazy. That's what we've heard from a lot of other squads too. It's not just like the EMEA, inter-region boosterism. A lot of other teams have said, all right, if there's a team that upsets this tournament and makes a deep run, it could be Twisted Minds. And I think TM have been, maybe not the most successful international lands, but they have been growing and accelerating. And you look at the roster, I mean, there's a lot of hitters.
Just like gamers.
Exactly, but they don't seem to need one. And I mean, a lot of people, myself included, were kind of skeptical of that. Okay, how are they going to deal with adversity? Are they going to really be able to overcome a team like OWCS with the coaching pedigree that Junkbug brings? Yeah. But they were able to, right, in that most recent stage, and they've been able to put up performance after performance. This guy, Quartz, man, he's honestly, for me, he might be, like, he's in conversation for best hit skater of the world.
Oh, without a doubt.
100%.
You look at other players on top teams, and yes, there's a ton of heavy hitters in that role. But, man, for my money, Quartz in a high-pressure scenario, I take him against just about anybody.
He's so consistent. And it is when that high pressure, he turns into that diamond. And I think that really is going to be something that will make or break a team, especially being able to get something like an upset or winning in the big matches at the end of this bracket.
Yeah, and I think the thing about Quartz as well is we see hit scan players who take over games, and they do it in region. Like, he can do it against, like, the top teams. Yeah. Like, he can do it against the Falcons or a Crazy Raccoon. Like,
I mean, that's the thing. You got, like, a Hanbin and a proper breathing down your neck, and there's a lot of hit scan players who can look pretty good. But in that kind of a scenario, very, very few can stand tall, and he's been one of them. So, coming to Stockholm here, I think this is maybe Twisted Mind's moment to make a deep run. I preded them over Crazy Raccoon in Esports World Cup, and I think they could do something spectacular like that again. Everyone's watching this one seed for me.
One interesting thing as well is, like, with Tracer kind of falling out a little bit, like, they have Psycho who can play some Echo and also can play the Sim, but then also if they just want to play Sim, they have Yubi, right? And Yubi is, like, tremendous on the Sim. So, like, the Tracer kind of falling out, because that was a little bit of the thing during Stage 3, is where, like, the Tracer started to fall out. They still had kind of Psycho. They were starting to figure out what was going on. But this could be actually a pretty good meta now for TM.
Yeah, and I think what makes me most excited is we're not just going to see these players take to the big stage here at the Overwatch World Finals. You can also see them at the Overwatch World Cup. If you haven't heard, BlizzCon is back, and we will be returning to the Overwatch World Cup come September 2026. And so you're not going to want to miss out on the action there, and you could win a chance to see the Overwatch World Cup live. All week long during the World Finals, look out for the quote-unquote secret code that we will be showing on broadcast. It could be on a graphic, a sign, directly on the stage. If you missed it yesterday, Danny helped you all out with it being on the actual microphone that he was holding. So you could be anywhere. And so hopefully you will keep an eye out for that. Find the word, enter the code at the web link that is on your screen, and 5 lucky winners will win a pair of tickets to see the Overwatch World Cup live. And how could you not forget the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia winning the last World Cup? It was just such a
Crazy
cool
upset.
performance. Yeah.
Huge performances we saw. I mean, Finland made a breakout show. I mean, I think it's a really exciting moment, to have like national teams in esports. I think it brings out that special level of passion. And for me personally, it's close to my heart. I mean, that's kind of where I got my big start in esports is playing in the World Cup. And
Our Captain America.
So, yeah.
Yeah, truly.
That time has passed, but I'm really excited to see this next generation of players. I think for them to get that moment of representing their country is really meaningful and an amazing opportunity to be back at BlizzCon.
You also just want to be at BlizzCon in general. I mean,
Yeah.
all the awesome
So
announcements, just kind of the scenery. Like, I'm a huge WoW player, so I love that type of stuff. Whenever we're not at Overwatch and World Cup, I'm over there trying to see what's going on. cut a line, trying to convince them, let me get forward. So it's a great time, BlizzCon.
There's also playtests. So, especially if you are an Overwatch fan, I remember trying out new heroes at previous BlizzCons and things like that. So, you're definitely not going to want to miss out on the action. And there's awesome dev panels that you can also experience either online or hopefully with us in person. Now, this is just a teaser for what is to come for the rest of the day, though, as we set up for our next couple of matches. Here's what's on the menu. We're going to kick things off with Crazy Raccoon versus Space Station, but we still have Weibo Gaming, the first seed of China, as well as Twisted Minds and Team Liquid, the first seeds from EMEA and NA, respectively, taking on the winners from yesterday.
And today's games are all first to three. Yesterday we did a lot of first to twos. Today's obviously in this upper round are all first
We're getting
to
serious.
Three. So
We're
yeah,
getting serious.
Look, when you get this roster of teams on the graphic, we can't be doing.
Look, we don't put these people in versus twos. But however, you might be facing that if you take an L right now, right? And these are the teams that are all, I think our top contenders to win the tournament, they're pretty much all here. And so I think being able to take a win in this first round is critical, for our one seed from each region. And for that Team Liquid Falcons game, I mean, yes, Team Liquid are theoretically the higher seed there, but that's a match that could really be the point on which the tournament turns. If Team Liquid can get that win, it just blows the field wide open and it really sets their prospect higher. However, if they drop now, it's going to be immense pressure on them not to make a single other mistake in the tournament.
Yeah, if you would have asked me yesterday before the games, okay, what's this winners matchup you're looking most forward to? I would have said Alcatia, Weibo. I just got a feeling Alcatia, they're gonna.
They look good.
They
look very
really
good.
And could be some
and
good
Weibo always
Overwatch.
has question marks. What are Weibo going to play? Are they going to play these Winston comps? I don't think I've seen a second of Winston. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think anyone has played Winston that I've seen.
The last match becomes way more interesting after obviously the Barrel game yesterday. So that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm with you. I think that was a very great match to set us up for what's going to come today. But hopefully what I'm hearing both of you say is that we've got some pretty good action, maybe some lengthy matches, so that our viewers can enjoy all of the drops and viewership rewards. Make sure you connect your account so that you can also receive these drops through Twitch. Unfortunately, if you didn't catch the action yesterday, then you missed out on the drops that we featured on November 26th. We've got a fresh slate of drops every single day for all of you to enjoy. And so as you look at the 27th, that's what we've got today.
Yeah, it looks like the City Hall there and the player icon. No, that literally is. I think it is.
Is it the
You might be
Torb skins
right.
today?
Torb skins.
I need me the OWCS Torb skin.
I mean, you gotta be a demon out there, the OWC Torb skin.
I am a demon on the Torb. I got
All the
nice
hammer
with
kills.
The hammer. Nice with the hammer.
That I don't want to see coming after me in a ranked game, that is for sure. But as we look to our very first match getting started in just a couple of minutes, let's go ahead and set the stage. We've got Crazy Raccoon going up against Space Station. And Crazy Raccoon, this is a roster that is looking for redemption. After the mid-season championships, this was I was going to say a disappointment, but Shu looks to be in good spirits.
Oh, come on. I mean, this is a team that, I would say they underperformed at the Esports World Cup, but this is a team where anything less than a first place is an underperformance. And so, yes, they take not the best tournament, but they come back with incredible strength. They're the #1 seed out of Asia, winning that qualifier. And so, the death of the Crazy Raccoons, it's been greatly overstated, right? These guys, they're never far from the top. They're never far from that trophy lift, and it's always on their mind. So here, their first showing in Stockholm, I think all eyes on the Raccoon, and what can they deliver for us?
I do feel like, though, between, I don't want to say the gap is closing. I don't think the gap, there's a gap between Korea
wait and see.
But I do think, though, the Crazy Raccoon and Falcons probably feel the most pressure at this event than some of the other events that we've had internationally, because I think they do believe, actually, that the EMEA playstyle is probably harder to play against and then also pretty good. And those teams are really well drilled on it. For Crazy Raccoon, though, they don't have to worry about that, right? Because they're going up against SSG here in this first game. So somehow I think they've almost become a little bit underrated, Crazy Raccoon, in the fact that everybody's talking about, like, we're talking
now
about
they're
all these things.
washed.
One bad tournament, right? One lackluster tournament, and we're starting to talk about, maybe Crazy Raccoons, where they lost a step, but we'll see.
Let's not forget that this is basically the same roster that got second at the World Finals just last year. And so if there is anything that you can take away, it's that they have so much experience on LAN. They are the type of team that's going to grind, make sure they can get back to the top. And so I'm expecting kind of nothing less than perfection today out of the Crazy Raccoon roster. Whether or not Space Station are going to be able to give them a tough fight, that's what remains to be seen. After their match yesterday, I do think that Space Station came out of the gate swinging a little bit, but I think it was a little bit shaky versus Team Peps in some places.
It was, and I think if you listen to Hawk's interview after the game, I think they know how tough this match is going to be. But what I will say is, Hawk is always a real, kind of big time player on LANs, right?
Yeah.
Like in the past, he's a player who steps his game up in these types of environments. And I thought Sugar Free looked a lot like Sugar Free we know and love yesterday, right?
Absolutely.
I know that 37-0 game, although it is against Peps, right? So you're not going to be able to replicate that most likely against Crazy Raccoon. But they're a team that they're
If you
playing
go
with house
deathless
money.
against CR, we just gave you the trophy. We just gave you the trophy.
Yeah, we just call the game.
We just call the tournament.
Compops runs in, just closes the server down.
Everybody go home.
That's it.
It's
No
over.
arena days. Yeah. But I mean, when you take a look at this roster, and especially just how far Space Station have come, especially after their own disappointment, not making it to the mid-season championships in Stage 2. They have come a long way, and I think a lot has to be said about Christopher and the coaching staff, just really shaping this roster to have not just the strategic game plans of picking maps and also getting the right hero bands, but also making sure that this is going to be a well-oiled machine.
And also, you take a guy like Chronic, right, on the hit scan role. We haven't talked about it much, but man, turned a lot of heads in Esports World Cup. Came in, that Nightmare Squad. I mean, just had everything against them, right? And in an almost impossible match, he just shows up on Widow and just starts deleting the enemy team. I mean, so there's this spark that SSG could maybe catch fire with. Yeah. But of course, the weight of expectation against them.
Yeah, I mean, look, if they get good games from Chronic in the backline, there's always a chance, right? I think Sugar Free and Hawk can obviously play at that level, but it's obviously an extremely tough opponent they're getting here in this first winners round.
Yeah, so I think looking at our predictions, we're all on the same page, right? I think it is Crazy Raccoon that is going to end up taking this one, but...
Yeah, I mean, look, I picked Peps to beat SSG yesterday, so there ain't no way I can pick SSG.
You'd be on one to flip the script now.
Yeah, they'd get ESIC in here on me. Where I think this makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Crazy Raccoon is such a great team. SSG's kind of coming in very loose. That I don't think they really even have super I don't think this team expects to be in the grand final, right? I think they kind of want to make a deep run and then see what happens. So for me, I think for SSG, this is a great test to kind of see where you're at currently.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there's a lot of significance on this game, not just in the win or the loss, which you'd love to get the win, you'd love to make that upset happen. But if you get blown out 3-0, it's a dark sign for the tournament. But if you can take maps, if you make this competitive, you build a bit of momentum and a bit of confidence saying that, hey, if we can go to 5 with CR, we can beat almost any other team in this tournament. And maybe we will make that deep run that you're talking about they're hoping for. So I think a lot rides on building the confidence and the expectation in this match, Rose.
So it's very possible that this is the expected result to see Crazy Raccoon win, but maybe Space Station can give us a couple maps here or there. For this, I'm going to throw it over to you two to take us through this first match. So I'm excited to watch.
As the curtains close here, it's going to be CR and Space Station to open the day. And I wonder, let's take a look at the faces here, the SSG players. Are they loose? Are they playing with no expectations? Or are they starting to feel the fear of a Crazy Raccoon breathing down the neck?
Well, I think they are pretty loose. I would also say, I mean, you've been in situations probably like this as well.
Hawk's having a good time.
You come in loose, playing for house money, and then all of a sudden, after that, you're just kind of uh-oh, wait, hold on. Maybe we got in a little bit too deep.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the question. And Crazy Raccoon, they're not going to pull any punches. We're opening it up on a little Helios. I think it's a map Crazy Raccoon to play once or twice.
This is not a surprising map pick here for Crazy Raccoon.
There's some comps that I honestly don't think I've seen anyone else in the world play that CR pulls out on Helios and makes it look like the meta. They play Heesang on Pharah, Lip on Tracer, on Junmin Ball, and they're just absolutely in there. Fight after fight after fight, and the Cassidy ban as the opener kind of signals they want to go that direction to me, Matt.
Yeah, that definitely seems like they want to kind of pull that out. And they also see a Wu Young ban here come in for SSG, so they want to get that off the table straight away. We'll see what CR has planned. And I think, like, with some of the other teams, Jake, in the tournament, I don't know, like, Crazy Raccoon will kind of play their own style.
Yeah.
I'm curious, though, when they go up against some of these teams that are playing a lot of this, like, venture type of style, or maybe a sim, what they have to kind of adjust out of their style, or if they believe that, hey, we can just play this different type of play style that can reign supreme over that.
I mean, I think your hope for SSG, and one thing I think is going to be a positive for them is, as good as Junbin has been, this tournament has been leaning pretty heavily in the off-tank direction.
Yes.
And so if Hawk can bring the Zarya, if it turns out that maybe the Zarya is the stronger pick and Crazy Raccoon are fighting a losing battle trying to make those main tanks work, that could play into SSG's favor and to, maybe extend this series a little bit deeper, giving some of those potent map counter picks as we go down this stretch to maybe go that distance. And then it just takes kind of that one map where you upset the CR comp on their own style here on Ilios.
Yeah, so it looks like here, off the start, potentially a Winston-based
This might be our first
composition.
Winston of the tournament.
Yeah.
I believe it is.
No,
I don't
it
think
is.
we saw it a second yesterday, which is pretty wild, but who would be bringing it out if it wasn't John?
With Tracer Sombra. So this is a
my God.
much different look.
They just
than
do
what
their own
we've
thing.
seen. Yeah.
They're in their own lane now. But honestly, this is a challenging matchup. I mean, Chronic on the Freya, this has looked like the counter to Winston. I think really the reason we haven't seen much of it is because Freya can just kind of tear this game apart. Lip already taking the space here in the cage.
And the D.Va is also very good against Winston, right? I know in Overwatch too, in this kind of new world that we're in.
A lot of damage.
So it's very difficult to take out. As looks like we do have a pause here. We'll get a sense of what that is in a moment, but really fascinating to see Crazy Raccoon come out. We've talked about like how Tracer at this event hasn't really looked that great. We're seeing a lot of like whether it be the Venture or Echo come into play and really look strong in terms of that spot, and Tracer maybe not as much kill potential, but now combining the Tracer with a Sombra in the Winston, they are really committed to that dive.
Very all in, and that's a comp where I think that Tracer nerf might bite maybe especially hard because it's a strategy that really relies on Tracer to finish kills. Sombra's going to be setting things up, making them possible, but Tracer kind of needs to drop the hammer and finish kills with a quick one clip, and might be a little bit harder with especially a player like Hawk on D.Va.
I feel like if you're SSG, obviously you're never like thrilled seeing Crazy Raccoon on the other side, but you want to play.
This is a good matchup.
Seeing them play that comp is probably you feel a little bit better than you probably would.
I mean, honestly, like if I'm the coach here, I'm thinking this is the best chance we're gonna get. For Space Station.
Yeah.
If I'm Christopher, I'm like, Christopher did his job. I think this is a winning composition for Space Station.
Yeah.
However, it's an extremely high skill matchup, and it's something where Crazy Raccoon, as good as they are, if you waste a Suzu and Shu just connects with a skill, you're done. The fight's over. And it can just go like that when EMPs start dropping. That's when we're gonna see the real test. But I want to see what Chronic can do. We've been talking so much about Sugar Free and Hawk, and I have no problems predicting them to have a very strong series here. They can hang at this level, but can Chronic show us that kind of dominant performance? Can he start to pick apart these CR players?
For me, it's Chronic in the backline because there's going to be a ton of pressure on the SSG backline.
Absolutely. Lucio and Kiri, you're going to be public enemy number one.
Especially with this comp that we're seeing from CR. So, like, if they can hold up, if Hawk obviously can do a nice job kind of peeling with the defense matrix, kind of helping out, knocking the maybe Winston offline, and also by helping kind of deal with some of the Sombra stuff. And if the backline can just hold for SSG, I mean, dude, stealing map number one is not out of the question here.
Absolutely. I will say, Chorong on the Brig, he's kind of set up for success.
I mean,
a lot of the other characters in this comp, Winston can struggle. Tracer Sombra can feel it's a little awkward to find kills. But Brig, you are a dominant force on the map. Where Brig goes, D.Va does not really want to be in the neighborhood.
I was going to say, we've seen throughout this year, right, Brig be a great answer to some of these D.Va comps, right? Being able to just kind of keep that Inspire basically up the entire time. An easy whip shot target, right? Even trigger another Inspire. And just kind of keep the heals rolling as the D.Va is kind of like in your team. So the Brig is a great shout. And then look, anytime you can get Shu on Ana, I mean, that is a phenomenal look.
And for now, let's take a look back as we, get these tech issues ironed out, get our game ready to rock, and check out how SSG performed yesterday in a quick series recap.
we take a look at the series with Peps yesterday. Goes all the way down to the wire. We saw a lot of Sugar-Free on Echo throughout the series. That's kind of where he looked his best, really kind of making his money. And then SSG, they get a map completion there on Route 66, and then get a nice second point hold against Peps to close it out.
I mean, I think New Junk City, though, is where the issues are going to maybe start to show. Like, I think that's where SSG, they wanted to clean this series up 2-0, and they wanted to make it look, really comfortable for them. But on map 2, playing around the May, Team Peps got that map win and got a little bit of wind in their sails, showing at least, hey, they can compete here in Stockholm.
Yeah, we saw some May yesterday, especially against Zarya, right? Yeah. Where Zarya doesn't have great mobility. Yeah. Obviously there's another perk that can kind of like launch yourself up, right? But still, the May wall kind of is like just a little bit too out of reach to kind of just knock yourself over.
Yeah.
And we saw a lot where teams are going to that May, using the May to split off that Zarya and trying to just burn the bubbles down right away and, get that kill on the tank. And that is how Peps really succeeded throughout that second map.
Yeah, we saw a lot of big moments from CJ in particular. I want to see him kind of take it to Crazy Raccoon today, right? I think Kiriko is often that hero that can feast or famine, right? You might just find yourself forced into a defensive posture, trying to save people 24/7, and frankly, against Ana, Tracer, Sombra, that's maybe the right play, but you need to make that difference in these special moments, right? Find those kills. Here's Chronic also on the Freya, and a hero that I think he's looked especially comfortable on. So if Crazy Raccoon keep running the Winston, that's going to be a bit of a thorn in their side and a challenge for them to have to overcome, especially on Ilios, a map where, Freya, for me, looks very dominant. I'm quite actually surprised to see no hit scan for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, that is kind of wild, right, to think about that, because we talked about yesterday a lot how good the hit scan looked. A lot of like Sojourn a little bit earlier in the day yesterday, and then it started to move more in the direction of the Freyas towards some of the later games.
And with Cassidy banned, Sojourn's kind of top dog. Like, what are you really going to, go Ash to shoot her out of the sky? It's a bit slow, especially for a team like Crazy Raccoon that likes to bring pace. Maybe wouldn't be shocked to see Ash come out on a map like Ruins, though.
Yeah, and maybe they go with the Cassidy ban because they want to play this, like Sombra, Tracer, just highly aggressive, push the pace. So to get that Cassidy out where Chronic could kind of fall back on it and maybe make some changes there, or for the CR side. But I feel like the Freya is a great option, especially against the Winston-based comp.
Yeah, to be honest, the challenge for SSG is I don't think they have any swaps here. I think they're pretty much playing what they need to play. This first fight, though, is going to be so critical for the momentum because Tracer Sombra, on defense, when the enemy's attacking into you and Shu is set up where he wants to be on the Ana, they create these kill zones and just crossing them. You can have the DP Matrix, you can have the Suzu. They are going to find ways through that.
Well, especially if they can win, though, this first fight and then take first point for Crazy Raccoon, you can then start to kind of set up around some of these chokes, moving on to the point. And then that's where you can start to just kind of, okay, we're going to collapse on these players in 3, 2, 1. And then there's nothing really that SSG can do because they're all just trying to move up towards that objective. So the first fight is quite massive here, I think, for SSG. If you're able to win that, maybe you're able to hold on for that second fight. And then all of a sudden now Crazy Raccoon may be thinking about some changes.
Yeah, often I think Ilios is a map where that first control is so critical. As we take a look at some of the ways to support us here at the OWCS to give more to these prize pool for these wonderful players, and also to get some of the dopest skins I think we've ever had for Overwatch Esports.
No, the Scarlet Flare bundle is pretty sick. It has.
I'm trying to play some Mercy, Matt. I don't know. I'm trying to play some Mercy.
I won't go. I'm going to buy the bundle, but I'm not going to play some Mercy.
You're more of a Freya player?
Yeah. All right, it's more my style. So you can get that bundle in the shop. It's like 3 skins, right? The Juno as well. So in there, support your favorite teams, right? Support
I think the emotes
Esports.
kind of go crazy. Having the trophy emote, having the OWCS World Finals trophy.
True.
In-game and emote. I'm trying to hit that.
Everybody can feel like a winner, right? It's the new thing now, right? Everybody gets a trophy, right?
Everybody's
participation,
a winner.
yeah, participation, right? Everybody gets a trophy. So, hey, if you participate in supporting the Overwatch World Finals here at the prize pool by buying the bundle, you too can claim you're an OWCS champion by in-game hoisting that trophy.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, we're working through some tech issues, about to get into really the first fight on Ilios. And we kind of pause at a moment where this pause is going to go, and it's going to just be...
Yeah, you're going to see, 4 players die.
It's kind of crazy because, yeah, exactly. I think things are going to... the point is open, and so both teams are all right, ready to throw down. but it seems like our tech is just going to take a stack. We're going to have to dig a little bit deeper to get this one resolved. So we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to get into this series, Crazy Raccoon versus Space Station Gaming, to start the day here. All right, we are back out of the pause and hopefully right into the fire, man.
And then we are going to get right into the fire as soon as this game kicks back off. To remind you guys, map 1 here, CR, Crazy Raccoon versus SSG. We are on Ilios, and right now, when we get back in the game, we're like hovering right over the point. CR playing this aggressive style with a Winston, Tracer, Sombra. Things are going to kick off right away.
This is one of those things you got to deal with on land. You just get iced out by a tech pause right at the start. You thought you were, coming in hot. We got in the map. Let's go.
Did you ever ice teams out on purpose?
No, bro. That ain't right. That ain't right.
We used to do that.
You used to do that?
Yeah.
You're not supposed to say that.
That's fine. It's like a decade ago.
They're going to overturn your championship. As we see, all right, some point contest from Crazy Raccoon, holding it on with the Winston. Hawk trying to make a bit of space and see what Chronic can get done. Move up the map from Lep. Okay, Lip sends him home. 1 letter difference, but a hell of a gap on this opening fight.
I mean, that is huge, but it is CR getting control of the point, so SSG not able to stay there. Kind of hold purchase. The CJ's going to have to get up to the high ground as he does a nice job of keeping Sugar Free alive and then Chronic, but at the cost of Hawk as they end up losing him and his mech.
Okay, well, somehow they get the opening kill, and yet they just get crushed, no control, and they're out of there. So on the retake now for SSG, and we talked about this map, we set the stage. This is not where you want to find yourself. Shu on the Ana is an absolute demon on defense, man. Retaking into this guy, he's in prime position, and the rest of the team's going to make so much space for him. Lip scouting, pulling attention. I mean, chasing this guy, you're just running the clock down.
Yeah, and they're going to play aggressive in this choke is Crazy Raccoon, and they're going to play around these biotic grenades. You can have Choron get in there, with Junbin and co. As Junbin's sitting up on the high ground, gets attacked. Yep, they're just trying to set up this dive.
Yeah, and I mean, Hawk doing what he can to kind of open things up. They're getting chased around now by Junbin, out of armor, hacked, cut down. Shu finds a kill on the Chronic, takes this duel out of the sky, and things are looking pretty rough right now for Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, you're going to have Hawk jump off the side, get a reset, so SSG will get another shot. We're already up to 60% here, and Crazy Raccoon hasn't had to even use anything, right? You're going to have this nano here you can use onto Junbin. You're going to have a rally. You're also going to most likely end up with a primal as a great set of ultimates that potentially, we're like 1, maybe, 2 fights left here on this map.
This map's over, man. I'm just going to clue you in on that in case you didn't realize yet. The ults CR have are... they don't need EMP. They're going to absolutely wipe.
They may never
right
get
it. I mean, Lep's not going to get a beat in this map. From the first kill, it's kind of been the only one, I think, for SSG. Let's see if they can get something done, but with 90% counting up yet higher. Here's the nano onto Junbin, straight into the back line. CJ instantly nuked. Okay, the melee cancel combo from Junbin. He's just holding it down to the choke, making sure no one can get value off this rush. A pulse pump from Sugar Free does take down the back line in Shu, but I mean, against Prolong's rally, you just don't even really need the second healer.
No.
And I mean, CR putting this one away. Yeah, okay, a little celebratory primal from Junbin, chasing some people down, grabbing some extra kills, but at no point was this in serious contest.
No, not at all, as we jumped right into game, and we got done with the game basically instantly.
Sorry for the spoiler, man. Sorry for the spoiler.
Well, so when you said that, and the next fight kicked off where I was like, okay, they're going to nano Junbin. And then as soon as CJ dies, Lip actually, hacks Lep there on the Lucio. He dies instantly, comes back at no time, he gets hacked again, and it's like, okay, well, yeah, this one's a wrap. So
Crazy Raccoon make their own meta, man. They make it like you just watch this game. This was the first game of the tournament. We'd be saying, okay, it's a Winston meta. Like, I'm excited to see who's the best Winston.
Yeah.
This is just CR, putting their will out on the server, and they're undeniable. They do what they please, and it looks so clean.
But you strike this up to, CR can play this against other teams where maybe it's just okay, they know there's so much, steps ahead of SSG. They can play something a little bit different. So SSG will change things up. Chorong actually played the Lucio here for Crazy Raccoon. And SSG, they will actually bring in Chronic on the Ashe, which, we were talking a little bit in that break, potentially an option. And then Sugar Free's going to ditch that Tracer, going to go over to Echo.
There is so much poke damage on the field. Can't overstate how difficult this is for Shu to keep people alive, to keep people healthy, for Junbin to avoid just getting crushed by the damage. But CR is just so individually clean. They're not giving up any poke. And SSG already forced back off the point. Look, he's pulling a lot of attention to himself, taking some of this focus fire off of the front line. CR almost grabbed the first half. Hawk alone tried to make that contest, but he's suited.
Yeah, he loses his mech, and you see when we're on with Shu as well. Shu being a little bit more offensive, right? Putting some shots into Sugar Free into Chronic as well, right? The Ana damage actually pretty good. I know from a distance, this is brutal because you're going to get like 30% here basically when Hawk is going to have to go back to spawn, get a new mech back, right? So you're going to lose some ultimate charge there. And yes, Sugar Free, he ditches that, the Echo right away because he's just getting shot out of the sky by Shu, right? It's just free ultimate charge for him.
Yeah, the Tracer Sombra are just dominating the map. Hawk's not really able to walk up. Neither can Chronic. I feel like this Ashe has to be kind of the hope for this comp. This comp makes a lot of space in theory, but we're not feeling it. Look, he's constantly poking from the backline, pulling that attention. They're trying to step up, and for the first time, SSG actually making a strong move as a team, bullying Junbin back. Shu doesn't feel that he can step up to put those heals down, and Hawk does find that kill. So finally, SSG pull things together and actually take a great spot on the point. Still, 4 players left for CR, and they aren't backing down easy. They're continuing this fight. Shu stays alive quite long, but eventually, SSG just overwhelmed too many players on the cap.
Yeah, and they did a nice job that time actually getting Junbin and then also forcing Shu into a position where he didn't feel confident, like you talked about, stepping up and being able to get that line of sight and able to heal him. He tried to actually get a shot on him as he jumped over towards the Mega, and I actually don't even think it connected through
honestly,
the pillars.
If he does walk up, he does die there. So I like the move from SSG. Let's see if they can stay aggressive, but immediately CR take the initiative here. It's going to be a nano Winston straight to the backline. Primal online for Junbin. Expect to see the continuance here. SSG are going to take that beat into the backline, maybe trying to avoid this Winston pressure. Junbin, for now, backing off, just taking some trades with Sugar Free, but no Mega here, and could be forced to Primal in an awkward spot. SSG pushed away the backline very nicely. Pulse ball from Heasting goes wide, so there's still more fight to play, but Shu with the headshot drops 2 bodies. Okay, so wrong, drops the beat. He's like, sorry, Shu, I didn't realize you had hands like that, bro.
That is just filthy stuff. That what? Really only Shu is doing that across the globe. As
I think he like levels that perk and instant gets a 2K.
I mean, it's like another DPS out there. And SSG, right? Junbin goes in, just has the nano. They beat so early. They beat and use the Bob at that time. And then Junbin just basically hangs out by the Mega and just waits. They're just kind of waiting for that sound barrier to wear off. They're waiting for the Bob to go away. And they just come back. And I mean, look, they had some ultimate use there, but Shu, just the benefits of having him on the roster, double headshots, takes out 2.
Now it's Sugar Free's turn to pull a bit of attention to the backline, but Lip stepping up with that EMP is revealed for now. Lip has to be careful. Lip waiting for his time here. Everyone's so scared of the EMP threat, and Shu just opens up under Sugar Free. Another headshot kill from the Hana. Who's the backline sniper now? Oh my, this is so brutal.
I mean, this is just silly. That Shu is able to just dominate the server as Ana. That is a 2-0 there.
I need to see these stats. I need to see Shu's stats on this one. I feel like he might be like top. He might be close to top damage. I'm gonna just keep it a buck with you. He's doing work.
He was like, it felt like half the kills in the feed there in the second round were just Shu, just at range, and not like just like on a headshots. Just slamming that perk and then just like, all right, I'm a DPS now.
All right, I'll kill your DPS.
Yeah.
Oh, your DPS are dead. How'd that happen? That's crazy. That's so crazy. I mean, Shu, they took away the double nano perk.
Yeah.
And Shu's like, oh, I guess they got to level the headshot perk.
It
now.
is
okay.
It has to be so deflating as a DPS to just be getting just drilled at range with headshots from Shu.
Right.
And then
in theory, it's just broken. Like, if you don't miss any headshots, it is like an insane perk. The problem is it's just incredibly hard to do that. No one else in the world is doing that on Ana.
No.
He's different. He's different.
I mean, and like they're trying to play Echo, right? And Sugar Free's just getting domed out of the sky.
Yeah, get me out of this.
He's just getting domed out of the sky by the on the other side. And then guess what? Even if you like Shu doesn't finish him off, right? The headshot and then the damage, they go down to the ground, and then what? Lip and Heasting are there on Tracer Sombra, just finishing off these kills of players that are really weak from the Ana. So I mean, look, that is one where if you're SSG, I mean, you just tip your hat. You're like, well, there's nothing. I mean, nothing we can do about that.
CR is just on a level with this comp that, if one player steps out of line, this doesn't look like the same team. When we're on board there with Heasting or with Junbin, they're behind the enemy team. I'm thinking like, oh, I guess they're going to be a really aggro pull, go for an aggressive kill. They're very patient and they're picking you apart. They're not in any kind of a rush. They have total confidence in each other to stay alive, going deep into these fights.
Yes, we take a look at some of the stats where Shu, not exactly top damage. He's saying in Junbin, playing quite well, but Shu just kind of lighten up the feed with some of those headshots with the limbs.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, full court press across the team. Junbin crushing on the Winston, right? Making it look like the meta. No one else has played Winston yet this tournament. I got to remind you guys, only Junbin.
But in like the T1 Team CC match that we saw yesterday, right? Team CC tried to play some Ana, and T1 was able to just kind of like split them off, deal with it straight away.
Yeah,
it
run
feels
down the
like
Ana.
it feels like if you were going to play like this kind of on the back foot / defensive from SSG, and you allow and then to just play the Ana and do this, like this will be a fast series. Like it feels like that. You would need to play a little bit faster. Like maybe it's like a sim and close the gap, something along those lines to be able to kind of get in Shu's face. And really, because he was under no pressure or scrutiny, it felt like the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about this SSG team, though, is they are a little bit predictable, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, they're pretty much a Lucio carry team. Like, I'm gonna be real, I don't think I've seen just about anything else from them.
Yeah.
And, the Hawk is going to be playing off tanks, which further puts you into a little bit of a slower bracket in terms of your style. And then you want to put.
They don't really play the
You want to
sim.
put Sugar Free on sim?
No,
Just
they don't.
You're not. I don't think that's the team. I feel like SSG are doing what they can. As Max is in fact coming in for. Wait.
Yeah, it's probably Max coming.
Max
in
coming in for Junbin.
For Junbin, yeah. So
CR loves to spread the reps around, and I mean now that this is SSG's map pick, I wouldn't be surprised if they're taking us somewhere that is extremely off-tank favored, right?
So like what? Are you thinking New Junk City maybe, or are we thinking Shambali?
Could be. I mean, it's interesting because a player like Junbin, he's going to be so nice on things like the Ramatra. Like he could tango on those rush maps as well. And I mean, the fact that CR came in here and played Winston, like all bets are off. We have
SSG, that'll be their map selection. We'll see what they decide to go with in terms of a ban. First off, where if you're SSG, I mean, you don't ban Ana, right? It's like insane.
I mean, do it. Like literally just ban Ana.
You
Like literally
might-
just ban Ana.
It's insane to say.
Like
But you might have to just like do it.
Like high-key don't let him play Ana anymore. Like you need a map.
Yeah, if you're them, I'd be like, all right. So
the mercy ban.
That is a like we don't care.
That's like
we're good.
I want every hero in the roster in.
Yeah.
They're more flexible than you. You can play whatever you want.
right.
You can play whatever you want.
Or like
Have your pick.
The more dominant thing would be if CR just refused to ban anything, just forfeited it. Like we
Forfeit
just
the
had
ban.
one in the middle, but
Just the coach just stands there and just stares you
Yeah,
down,
yeah.
lets the timer tick to 0.
It's like, no,
I didn't get a ban. Oh no.
Yep. Oh no, so
that's
sad. So they banned the Ram here. So what? We're looking at a lot of
you want to play Zarya?
Zarya play here from Hawk.
I think that's. I mean, Ram for me is a Zarya counter, and by banning it, you put Hawk in the driver's seat. You arguably force a Zarya mirror. I mean, given this is Crazy Raccoon, I mean, all bets are off. Like they could come out here on the Winston, but since Max is coming in,
Probably not.
a Zarya mirror.
Yeah. That feels like a path where SSG might be able to.
They like these
make
rush
some
mirrors
noise.
with Zarya mirror.
Yeah,
Like that's the place where they're going to feel confident, where the Lucio Kiri is going to look strong.
I'm curious what we see from the DPS line of Crazy Raccoon, because like Tracer
He's going
Sombra.
to be exciting in this tournament because
Yeah.
he's saying, in particular, he's a good Tracer, but I feel like he's actually at his best when he's flexing.
Yeah.
Like on the Venture, I think he's saying maybe one of the best Ventures in the world, if not the best.
And then, like, do we see Lip kind of start to pick up more of, like, the hit scan, right? And, like, do we see maybe some Freya? We've seen some Ashe from a few teams here already at this event, so maybe
For me, there's nothing better than a Lip Sojourn.
Yeah.
Just Lip getting mobile, getting active on the Journ. You don't want to be on the other side of that. Let's take a quick look at his sugar-free spotlight. See what he can do maybe to turn the series around.
Yeah, so, I mean, Sugar Free, right? He had, obviously, a pretty good game yesterday against Peps. They are going to need him to put up
Plus 50.
these types of numbers for them to see success against Crazy Raccoon. And look, I think you saw him try there, right? Like, okay, like the Echo looked awesome against Peps yesterday. They go to it. Shu's just kind of drilling him out of the sky. And for me, that's a little bit of a worry because like you don't even have Lip on like a hit scan there putting any pressure on him. That is just an Ana that's able to kind of do that, force him off, where we saw him go to the Tracer. And I know he was able to get some picks, but not really anything impactful there.
I mean, to be honest, this is just there's a level difference between the teams on Ilios. And
Yeah.
that's Crazy Raccoon's pick. They come in prepared. They come in playing a style that, frankly, I doubt SSG has played against like all year long. I mean, this is a completely different look than anyone else plays. And the way Crazy Raccoon piloted it, like I was talking about that, it's those subtle details. It's Junbin being willing to be behind you in the back line and just slow playing it, not forcing the primal, like letting you run out of resources, letting you chase people around, knowing that, he's still in control of the game.
Yeah, and as we remind you guys, it was a Ramatra ban and a Mercy ban here for this next map. We can take a look at kind of like where we stand in terms of like the bans overall throughout the World Finals thus far. So Ramatra kind of leads the way where, yeah, a lot of teams are trying to play that Zarya, and getting the Ramatra out is obviously beneficial. I think from some of the sim teams, we're going to see the venture bans start to pop up. I mean, only 2 thus far. It feels like we're kind of early.
Yeah, I think we could see more venture bans. I think the Ramatra ban makes a ton of sense because a lot of teams are saying, like, look, if you have a main tank player, Ramatra is exactly what you want to go to deal with our off-tank style. And by banning out Ramatra, you more or less take that option off the table. It's not unwinnable to play a main tank hero in Zarya, but Ram is the one you want with a bullet right now.
Ram is just such a great, like, all-arounder, right?
Yeah.
Like, able to put down, has shielding capabilities, able to put down some damage at range, also has a slow, right? A block with, like, more of, like, a melee type of form that can start to be, like, really difficult to kind of chunk down. So Ram feels
He's
like
immortal, man. He's immortal.
He feels like a solid option in just about, like, anything where... and then obviously Annihilation, right? You can just kind of get into the Nemesis form, just block, and just put down consistent ticking damage on everybody around. It's just a nasty thing to deal with. So getting him out definitely makes the game a little bit easier for some of these teams, specifically that want to play Zarya, right? Because like the Ram can just kind of play at a distance, right? Just kind of poke the Zarya down, and then when the Zarya gets close to brawl out, guess what? Then it's Nemesis form, and you're just getting ran down.
When you grab a Ram, he laughs.
Yeah.
He laughs. He's like, you grabbed me? I didn't want to move, bro. I'm in my corner.
No, I'm
this
good.
Is my home.
Yeah, it's a nice spot for a Ram to be. Mercy gets banned, so obviously not able to see that awesome new skin. I know, and they Scarlet.
The Mercy bans are going to really stack up this tournament.
Yeah.
If CR keeps playing too many NA squads, if I
Mercy,
really start to pile up.
I see Mercy fly up in terms of the bans. But these are awesome skins. Like Jake has talked about, you get this trophy post with the bundle, so make sure you go get that. Support the OWCS World Finals prize pool. Get that bad boy to the ceiling and see how high we can get it.
Juno kind of clean as well. We haven't been talking enough about this Juno skin.
We saw some Juno yesterday too. I was a little bit surprised.
Hey, the Brig Juno is a reasonable option. People were talking about it coming to this tournament like that would be maybe the decisive support comp. That hasn't come to fruition.
Yeah.
I mean, the Lucio has looked still the more solid option at this level of play.
I mean,
but Brig Juno is a solid backup that I think teams are going to have to start thinking about when it comes to ban phases and the strategy they want to bring.
The Lucio is immortal. Regardless of what happens with like nerfs or buffs or anything.
Look, going fast at this level of play, it's very potent. It's very potent to move fast when you have some of the best players in the world coordinated. It's incredibly strong.
Turns out aura boosted speed in AoE could be very impactful in a game that is very fast-paced and team-oriented. Lucio, obviously.
And Lucio's got hands. We saw Harya Khan in that game. Putting in some work on that backline. So you know what?
Lucio is the shoe of Lucio's.
I mean, Chorong, for me, Chorong is like one of the better deathmatching Lucios around, and also one of the more consistent, stable main supports across the board. So I'm always excited to see Chorong on the Lucio, able to get maybe a little bit more active than he is on the Brig, where he's just an unstoppable wall on the Brig, but it's almost a little sad to watch. It's like no one's having fun playing against a Chorong Brig.
Right. And Crazy Raccoon, they're on defense here, Jake, and so they'll play this Zarya like we were kind of alluding to kind of mirror what we imagine Space Station Gaming will decide to do. Interesting that Lip, in the terms of the hit scan, he decides to pick up Cassidy. So I feel like we didn't see any Cassidy. This has been popular in Korea.
This has been quite popular in Korea. The Cassidy in the Zarya matchup actually very strong because it's very hard to you don't really feed enemy Zarya energy compared to Sojourn, Freya, even Hanzo. You're going to give energy to Zarya, and it's very hard to avoid it. I think we should stay on board with Lip as much as possible because, like, you think Zarya is tanky? Let's see from the Lip POV how that looks.
So the Cassidy was pretty strong towards the later moments of EMEA as well. But just with this tournament thus far, we have not seen much of it. So looked like SSG just wanted to spot check, see what everybody was playing for Crazy Raccoon. And now it'll be Hawk picking up that Zarya in terms of like, a tank in support mirror. But ditching the Tracer here for SSG, gonna go with the Echo and then obviously the Freya.
Lip is just gonna be like the hero of this comp. He's gonna get a ton of resources. The team knows the kind of Cassidy they have on their roster. Hawk's trying to step up, do what he can, putting a lot of pressure on Lip right now. Public enemy number 1 for SSG and Left, Trigger Free both dropping low. Hawk maybe struggling to stay alive, and Heesang starting to bite now, cleaning up that back line. Finds the first kill onto Chronic. Chorong, look at him, getting in deep here, pulling a bit of attention. The team's behind him. Here's Hawk, and I mean, we talked about this. This is the difference on the Lucio, and he's smiling. He's having a good time already.
So, I mean, they get Lip extremely low, right? Pushing up there, Hawk putting down some damage, same with Sugar Free. You gotta be able to try and secure that kill, because once they actually get Lip topped up, Max has a ton of energy, they just chase you back to spawn.
They got Lip low, but we're talking about Shu here. You think Shu's gonna miss the cleanse? You think he's gonna miss that cleanse? I don't think so, Matt. I wouldn't bet on that. I wouldn't take that parlay.
Happens once a tournament, maybe. Not gonna happen in this one. Is some sticky bombs gets thrown in there from Sugar Free as he's trying to take control of the sky, maybe get like a high ground vantage point. Is they are so worried about Heesang coming in and finish off some of these kills.
You really have to be. You have to be worried about that. But look at this immediate clapback, instant counter push, so aggressive from CR. Shu just rips in this Kitsune rush. Lip standing and delivering. Hawk caught off, cannot escape to his teammates. Lip cleaning up the DPS. Hawk trying to take one with him, but the clean bubble way too sharp for Max. And SSG, they get the rush out, but they traded team wipe for it. So, I mean, as far as the defense goes, CR, it's just clinical.
And Cassidy is sick within the Kitsune rush, right? The rate of fire, being able to just kind of just click heads there is they try and run from Lip. They all end up splitting up, though. Here might be a big fight, though, for SSG, right? You have a duplicate, which we saw Sugar Free make great use out of yesterday, and your own Kitsune rush.
It's hard to rush sometimes in this spot because Heesang's poking from the back line, and you got High Noon and Grab, two incredibly powerful ultimates when the enemy attacks in. Still, they're going to open with the rush. Here comes the High Noon. Cleanse is good. Staying alive through the bullet shot. Beat as well. Everything deployed to keep Lip alive. And there comes the High Noon. The payoff is good. Hawk, Chronic, finding kills on the back line, though. So SSG, they're going to have a momentary power play, but Lucio Kira are going to be very quick back to the fight, and the fact that Max is still healthy means the walk-up isn't free for Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, let's take a look at this. I mean, it's Chorong. Sound barrier keeping Lip up. Lip actually gets hit with the bola shot, gets sucked into the grab, and then finishes off 3. So, I mean, look at Hawk already, just getting hitting with headshots there.
Bubble onto Heesang, giving him everything, all the resources. The heal is good there. CJ keeps the Echo alive. Sugar Free rips the copy here. It's 2 Zaryas on the field, but Heesang poking away in that backline. He seems like a matter of time before he finds a kill. Sugar Free desperate to find something off the grab. A beat forced out of Bleb, but looks like a bit of a misplay. CR read that one beautifully. They fall back off the play. The grab holding back Crazy Raccoon for now might just provide enough space to get the cap.
No. Yeah, no, it's a really sick Suzu there from Shu that keeps everybody alive with those sticky bombs coming into the grab, and then they go back, and they just speed right onto the point and get Lip in there to get 3. So even when SSG think they're close to be able to take it, they are not really close at all. That's Crazy Raccoon claps back.
Just big dog. We could just, I mean, observers can go take a break. I mean, we're chilling on the Lip cam here, no doubt. Okay, Chronic tries to take on this challenge, going toe-to-toe, but
they're going to rush.
The ultimates tell the story. I mean, this is an almost unwinnable scenario, even in a favored matchup, and this is CR we're talking about. Shu holding, waiting for overtime. Here comes the rush. Hawk getting absolutely assaulted. The full pressure, full court attack from Crazy Raccoon that cleans off the Zarya. Without him, not much hope left. A beautiful dink on the wall riding Lucio. High Noon for style. And CR dropped the hammer. A full hold on first point.
I feel bad for Hawk. He was having so much fun yesterday. He looked like he was having a great time with Danny in their interview. I think he had an idea like, oh, tomorrow's not gonna be. you gotta take those wins. Yeah, we gotta relish today, Danny Lim, because tomorrow we play against Crazy Raccoon. I think I know what's gonna happen there, and I mean that is a really rough first half. We take a look at some of the stats. Just 3 deaths for the side of Crazy Raccoon, and I mean, look, they end up using Lip on the Cassidy, right? Being able to kind of get him inside of the Kitsune rush.
Like Zarya. Like, that is not normal.
Yeah,
that is not normal.
That doesn't happen.
That is just 2 deathless DPS here.
It feels like it's so hard for Sugar Free to play the Echo.
Yeah, I mean, the Tracer's constantly attacking him.
Yeah.
Playing. I mean, he's saying, like, the way he's playing is it's actually very low resource. He's not really going to get much of any kind of heals. Lucio, never going to be there to help you on Tracer on the flank. Kiriko, you just don't really have time to throw those heals. So he's saying is doing the most with so little, and yet, I mean, that's really the dagger in the back of Space Station Gaming. Every time they try to go forward, the rest of CR steps back, pulls them in, pulls them in, pulls them in. Tracers, you know, pulling those resources out.
Yeah.
And when the rubber band snap back and Crazy Raccoon sense it's their turn to re-push, I mean, they're just so together. They're so synchronized with that movement, and got to give a lot of credit to like Chorong on the Lucio for kind of calling those moves, for keeping the team fully synced up.
Yeah, so they did get 88%, right, for SSG, so there is a
Not
chance
unwinnable.
here. Yeah, no, not unwinnable. We'll see, though.
And Lip,
For CR, okay, so Lip will actually
about
play
an
the
Ashe?
Ashe. So,
well,
that's
that's not good. You don't like that on defense.
Yeah,
Lip
that's
drops the body, swings wide, bolts in his face. He don't care.
not in the
Sugar Free
playbook
backs
there.
off. I mean, this one could be over in just a moment here. Down one. Spacious Gaming, can they stay alive? Lep going to be coming back quick here on this Lucio. And he's saying, strike second blood there. Sugar Free dropping. Lip in full control. Just full vision of this point. Focusing there on those DPS. Trying to keep them off this team, but Max standing so strong. Willing to trade with Hawk. And as good as Hawk is, the resource advantage is just overwhelming here. Lip finds another. And I mean, this series, this could be a world record speedrun. We're looking at something very quick, man.
The longest part of the series is getting the team speak work.
Seriously, I think the pause might have been-
yeah. The longest thing we've had so far is the pause. I mean, these two games have gone pretty quick. As look, that's a rough one there, right? You have Lip just swing the corner and just take out Lep, who's playing the Wuyong in that type of scenario, right? A lot of the
He was getting
resources
bored.
there.
That player cam, he was getting bored.
Yeah.
He looks mad. He looks mad. He's like, give me something.
I mean, Lip finished 16-0, almost 7k damage, so just kind of full domination from him. And then I would say with the way that Heesang has looked, is this like a, outside of obviously Sugar Free yesterday, like it has been like start to finish so far, probably the best Tracer series we've seen from anybody.
We were talking all yesterday, oh, look how good this Venture is. Maybe the Genji could be good. Tracer, not many people are playing it as often.
Yeah.
He's saying, is like, what? Nerf? Nah, I didn't, they didn't do that on my client.
No,
I didn't get nerfed.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Let's see, is this where we're gonna see? Okay, the
Oh my
no,
god.
I mean that.
Chodog's like, come on, bro. Like, give
like, what are we
him a
doing?
chance. Like,
Yeah.
Philip Mason door. Like, let him off.
He's like, we have no plans after this today. Like, I want to play a little bit more
Guys, the
Overwatch.
dinner res is not till 6:30. You're really harsh in the mellow winning this quick.
So I mean, what does SSG even decide to do here? It just feels like they're in a really bad spot in terms of like what Crazy Raccoon is kind of pulling out in this series. So we've seen them go to King's Row. So we have Escort, Flashpoint in push. Still left. Do you know? I don't think you're playing it like a Runasapi or something like that. Like, are
Upside
you
of
going?
push is you could get home real quick, Matt. You can get home real quick.
Well, I mean, look, I don't know if SSG that's the intent of the map selection, but like it's. Do you pick so I mean, look, if you go Escort, right, like a Route 66, they're going to be able to play like some nasty, whether it be like an Ashe or something along those lines.
Look,
right?
the problem is, like, find me a map where Lip's not going to have a big game.
Okay, well, I was trying to think of like, okay, what are you trying to like optimize this selection for? Are you trying to take away like, Lip and some of the hit scan, but we saw what happened in map number 1 where they just kind of played Tracer Sombra. Are you trying to take something away from Shu? The issue is like they're so good and versatile that like taking that away isn't going to like really ruffle any feathers over there. They're just going to be able to funnel resources into somebody else.
This is the reason why Crazy Raccoon have lifted so many trophies in the Overwatch 2 era. This is a team that's built for Overwatch 2, that's built to beat the world. For me, there's no ban. I mean, that really helps you. The fact that CR can throw away bans, and I'm like, I don't even disagree. Like, I don't even like want you to ban something, and like, I don't just play your game. And like almost any other team, I'd say, look, there's always a ban that's going to give you something that's going to, kind of shift things towards the direction you want to go. But
that's
I don't know
yeah.
what direction Crazy Raccoon want to go. Like, they can do whatever they want.
If you ban Sojourn, like you're just going to see Lip play Cassidy.
Sojourn,
he's going to play Cassidy. He's going to play Ashe.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to play like so many other things that like doesn't really matter that much. So if you ban some of the tanks, right? They obviously have 2 tanks that can rotate in, play a lot of the different stuff. That's what they tried to do this go around, right? Ban the Ramatra and force Zarya head to head, which they got. But you leave the hit scan to come on through. All the supports are available. It's not enough. It feels like you need 2 bans to deal with CR.
Yeah, that should be like, we should like handicap. Give them some extra bans.
Yeah.
You can take 10 bans. Take 10.
Yeah, you can just funnel all your bans into one
pick their heroes. Let's just skip to that. Let's pick their 5 heroes.
All right, I think SSG would be fine then.
That might be enough. That would be enough. In fairness, Matt, that would be enough. They would get the win.
All right, so we're actually going to have Spin come in here for Heesang, so a little bit of a DPS change as well.
Are they? Oh, wait. So is this a... Wait. What? Okay, our subs are... This is a little Scott.
Yeah.
I don't know who's coming in for who.
Yeah, we'll get confirmation on who is coming in for who here because
Spin's coming in for a support, I assume, or...
Yeah, I mean, we'll get a clarification on... Oh, so it's a role swap here. So it sounds like we're actually getting a role swap here from CR. So we'll get kind of confirmation.
Are they putting their support player in DPS
on what we're getting?
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
They are. That is what we are getting.
It is the reverse. So it's Spin coming in for Heesang. Oh, man.
I mean,
all right. I hope there's a legit strat here. I really want to believe it.
do you want my opinion?
I mean,
judging by the faces on SSG where they're kind of smiling, they're like, "Oh, this doesn't feel good."
That's not what anybody wants to see.
No. So I mean, you're gonna see Spin come in. Yeah, it does play DPS, so not exactly a role swap here, just a sub. So we'll see kind of what this pays off here for Crazy Raccoon. Probably just trying to get some.
This is
play
getting
time.
This is reps.
Yeah, this is
right?
reps. Yeah, that's what it feels like at least. I mean, they're just kind of walking through the series. It feels like you may as well.
Yeah, you may as well. I mean, I am a little surprised by this though, because to be honest, I see the vision of like Max and Junbin, especially this tournament, where Zari has made a real presence. I don't think CR are going to get away with like staying on Junbin this entire tournament. And in the past, like not in a match like this, but you think like grand finals against Falcons, that has hurt them in the past, right?
Yeah.
They've been more limited in that regard. And so I like getting reps early. As we go to Route 66, which would be the pick for SSG, I want to see what Spin plays.
Yeah, I mean, I think with Spin coming in, like I think with this map selection as well, like it could be like Genji. Like you could be playing Genji here if you wanted, right? You leave Lipin to play some hit scan and you play, I know whether it be like Genji with a hit scan, do you play also?
It's still surprising me because he's saying he's kind of a beast on all these other heroes, on the Genji, on the Venture. Like we've seen that from him.
Right, that's what you would think. It would be like a Genji or Venture, so we'll see what Spin comes into play as Crazy Raccoon. They will get rid of the Echo, which was so good for Sugar Free the other day, and then a Lucio ban here out of SSG.
They want to slow down the pace. I mean, they are kind of getting just dominated when it comes to those tempo mirrors, like the read about when to attack, when to fall back. I mean, CR dancing with them right now, and you know, SSG are just missing a step. This is a great map type for Space Station Gaming, though. It's a place where they looked amazing against Team Peps. You know, SSG dropped a nuke, went deathless.
Yeah, I probably believe this is to play Genji here, and we take a look at the escort dominance. This is from Game 3 yesterday of SSG versus Peps. It was on Route 66 as well, so maybe they start to turn this series around here. I mean, they would obviously need to. I know start to get the wheels moving in the right direction here for Space Station Gaming, but I think, look, I know Hawk kind of alluded to it yesterday in the interview, like, hey, this is going to be a tough one. Like,
this wasn't the game for SSG to win.
No.
And I think anybody knows that, including the SSG players. However, this is not the way you want
it more competitive.
This is not the way you want it to go. And I think, honestly, for SSG, just to keep it 100% real, Matt, as you know, I don't pull my punches. Like, this isn't a great sign for the future of the tournament. If you can't even be competitive with CR, like, we've seen teams, I mean, Twisted Minds, Al-Qadsiya, these teams have faced off against Crazy Raccoon. They made us believe something like the gap is closing. And I think, you know, CR heard they didn't like it too much.
But they don't have a sim look, right?
True.
I feel like that's like
True.
would be,
the sim look has been the thing that has been a trouble for CR and kind of the question for them.
Right. They don't have a sim look to kind of close the gap in terms of mobility, right? Really put a lot of pressure on a Crazy Raccoon. It feels like SSG's always been on the back foot throughout the entire series, and I just don't think that's how you're going to beat. Look, we talked about Varel, right? How Varel took the fight to Falcons, right? They didn't play passive. They didn't play scared, and they were able to make that one a little bit interesting. It feels like that. I know, whether it be Crazy Raccoon or Falcons.
And I think banning the Lucio is going to put this game more in the hands of our DPS, frankly, because, you know, I think the outmatch on the support line has been pretty heavy this series. I mean, Lab has frankly struggled to keep up, and I mean, it's kind of an overall team issue, right? That the tempo advantage, CR is just always finding the right spot there. They're just never being caught a little bit slow. And then you got a player like Shu just putting in absolute work. And so by slowing the game down, by taking away the Lucio, you say, all right, this can be a little bit more of a DPS duel, a little bit more battle in the sky, the air. you know, and if you think of strengths for SSG, it's got to be really playing those high, you know, carry DPS.
I mean, they haven't been able, we take a look at some of the tank stats throughout the series here where, you know, they haven't been able to put a lot of pressure on the supports. Clearly, they haven't put a lot of pressure on the tanks. It's just been one where sometimes, I'm curious if you've ever felt this, where, you know, you're playing in a professional setting and the game feels so fast for you, but obviously on the opponent side, it doesn't feel as fast, right? I think that's like kind of like the real different signs of like a team at a top level. Yeah, it's a level difference where, you know, you'll get in a lobby and like you're running through a team, and then on the other side, they're like frantic, freaking out because like the game is moving so fast for them. It almost feels like that the game is in slow motion for Crazy Raccoon right now, and then SSG, it's like they're just trying to figure out how to make this work on the fly, and it's so kind of scattered and flustered, and it's just not a fun time.
Nothing fun about this series, unless you're a Crazy Raccoon fan, in which case this is a tour de force, man. This is an opportunity to just revel in it.
Use this one on replay.
Yeah, just enjoy it. A guy like Lip, you know, he's been through it. He's been through it time and time again.
Yeah, and it's I don't think he had the best CWC. You know, when you kind of looked at
the standard is like almost unrealistically high for a player.
I mean, what is
Lip.
like the standard for him is like, okay, like you should just be the best player in the tournament, right?
Yeah.
Like,
oh, you're the second best? I'm so sorry, bro. That
Yeah.
must have been so tough for you.
Bro, you're the third best player here. That's so cringe, man.
I can't believe that.
Yeah, it's so terrible of you to do that. I mean, but you see, I know his stats so far throughout the series, you know, specifically, right? You know, 16-0 in that second map. Just kind of dominating, and we saw him play a little bit of the Sombra earlier, now some of the hit scan. I imagine some more hit scan here on Route 66.
Yeah, very likely to come out here. And Chronic, he's been fighting, but it hasn't been going his way, and Lip is in full control. And a lot of that comes back to the team around Lip, right? That, you know, Crazy Raccoon, you're playing with somebody like Lip, you're like, yeah, I'm gonna make sure I'm healing this guy. I'm gonna make sure we give him some resources. You know, there's a lot of trust and faith in a team that has lifted trophies before, that knows Lip can take you the distance. He can take you all the way. You're gonna want to give him those resources. You're gonna want to make sure he gets what he needs.
It's like an embarrassment of riches because you're like, oh, like, no, well, let's put some pressure onto Lip. Like, maybe we can, you know, get some of their supports messed up. And they have like Shu and Chorong. Like, that's not gonna happen, right? At least it feels like to me, kind of the path of victory against like a Crazy Raccoon is playing some type of sim comp and putting a lot of pressure onto Shu Chorong. Like, I think that is like kind of the, unless you're a Falcons and can just basically play mirrors and tango
toe to toe.
It feels like if you're any other team, the path is to kind of, you know, play sim, play fast, close that gap, and just kind of make the game messy.
I mean, this feels like a great meta for Crazy Raccoon. The fact that they look this good with Max is a great sign for them in the tournament. I think it's something that they'll need to continue to build on against as we see them against some tougher opponents.
It's interesting there's not a consensus, and obviously we're really early into the tournament, right? This is the first time we're seeing our #1 seeds play, but not really a consensus on like what the hit scan to play is, right? We have seen Ashe, we have seen Freya, we have seen Sojourner, we have seen Cassidy. It seems like hit scan is strong right now. It just doesn't seem like one truly reigns supreme. Maybe we will get there by the end of the tournament, though.
Yeah, I think right now Ashe, Cassidy, for me in the Zarya mirror look great because they can just pump that direct hit scan damage, headshotting Zarya and her low mobility, playing from range and not really feeding too much in the way of energy. Now we're going to see, I think, a particular emphasis in this comp on the supports. Like, Wuyan can do massive damage in this comp, and right now, Chorong holding down this left side angle with the help of Heesang, or Spitz rather, on the Tracer this time.
And for me as well, I love the Ashe because of the dynamite heal pressure you can put on the opposing team as well, right? Like, force out resources, you know, get everybody kind of, you know, trying to pump that healing in, right? And then being able to capitalize after that as Chorong actually gets to the high ground here, just kind of keep everybody up.
Yeah, Sugarfree took a bubble there, made a little bit of space in the backline. Doesn't have recall anymore. But Space Station Gaming have earned just a little bit of space. Hawk forced to grab the Mega, and I mean, the choke is just being dominated. Max on the high ground is absolutely farming. He's feasting. He almost has a grab, Matt. He's just quietly standing here and crushing the backline here. And when you stop healing his backline for 1 second and Max is just going to farm you, Hawk's not getting any resource. He's just bleeding out here in Big Earl.
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna be the grab already. I mean, CJ's got to be like, what in the world?
What?
He's like, I'd be like, Hog, how much? He's like hitting
Wait.
tab. He's like, what? You're at 50. How does he have a grab?
There's a
already?
fight here. Almost. Oh my. It's really getting down to the wire here. Shoot. Had to, just barely got there to save Max. Had to fall back for a moment, and that fight actually got kind of interesting. I mean, the counter kills came in. Chronic found something. Like, everybody on Space Station got their teeth into something. I think if Max didn't have that grab, SSG could have won that fight.
Yeah, it didn't seem like they were able to punish Hawk like fast enough underneath Big Earls and just kind of dragging them down there. Can be a little bit of a death trap. So we'll see if Max can kind of get control of this high ground yet again. This is the spot that he was able to just kind of farm damage, get charged up. He's got Shu behind him, able to just kind of keep pumping healing into him. As Hawk and Sugar Free get dangerously low.
Is Hawk about to get lapped in the grab? That would be mental devastation. Max is extremely close, catching up.
He is.
And at full energy, he's going to have both the first and the second grab of the game. Unless, okay, Hawk's getting there close himself.
I mean, that is tilting, though, if you are SSG, right? I mean,
Hawk gets grabbed here, it's going to be sad.
We need a player cam. I mean, we need a player cam at that point.
Max is down, though. Okay, overextended. Stepped a little bit too deep. True. Does shut down Sugar Free. And the tidal blast here into the backline spin. Gets that stun connection. Booped, though, really nicely. And that allows the team to stay alive. So
that is
basically
huge.
Gaming, find the edge. Max maybe feeling a little bit overconfident getting that second grab up and actually gets punished.
Yeah, and look, maybe playing a little bit over-aggressive. That is actually the Kitsune Rush in the Tidal Blast as well from Crazy Raccoon. I do imagine they try and get back here and recontest, though, right? You'd have Max for the grab, and you'd also have the Bob.
Is he going to drop that grab here? Straight into the backline. Sugar Free pulling a bit of attention. Pulse Bomb thrown. Cleanse, Force, also Bubble, and Bob. So CR deploying a lot just to get a bit of potential into this fight, and Spint gets the profit that they needed. Without CJ, 27 seconds on the clock. SSG have some difficult decisions to make. They're not backing off for the moment. Max holding on to that grab, waiting for overtime, but Hawk kind of dead on his own screen here. Grabs straight to the back line, dealing with Lep and Chronic, and that should be it for this SSG offense. Hawk running out of time. Spint with the pulse bomb cleans it up, and maybe Sugar Free can get an overtime touch here, but I mean, this is a 2v5 scenario. Incredibly difficult to win here for SSG.
Right, Max gets to the high ground, ends up dropping the grab. That's going to be OT touch there for Sugar Free. Hawk's going to come back on the Doomfist.
Can't get another.
We'll see if, nope, not able to get there. Doesn't have the requisite blinks in recall to be able to get there. Force another touch, and that is where SSG's push will stop right before getting that first checkpoint. And like, I don't even think we've seen like really. I imagine they brought in Spin to play some more like Genji or like a little bit of more flex heroes.
I think
but you're
this
not
is just a rep situation,
or it could be just a rep
This is
situation.
just
Yeah, we could be
playtime.
looking into it a little bit too much. Maybe it's just to get some playtime for the future in the tournament, or just to say you kind of played here
And
on the stage.
hey, Spin looked good, man.
Yeah.
Like, good pulse bomb connections, doing a lot on the flank on Tracer.
Max though, I mean, he was farming.
Oh my
I mean,
god, that high ground was like, that was brutal. I mean,
almost 6k damage to Hawk's like 3,800.
SSG brought the whole gang to clear him off the high ground. That's what it took. They couldn't get it done without that. And I will say, I mean, maybe a little bit of overconfidence for Max. Stepped up a bit. That's okay, Spin.
Yeah,
does pick up the Genji. Let's see if this is for real. I think this is a bit of a bait. I'm pretty skeptical about Genji in this matchup. I just think in the Zarya comp here, I'd rather have the Tracer or even a Venture.
I think I would agree with you. In this specific matchup, though, against SSG, I think you can just bubble the Genji and just put immense pressure onto them, and then eventually you just kind of fall.
And also, given that, hey, all you got to do is cap first, right? It's pretty much the victory condition here on Route 66. And, I mean, Nano Blade.
Yeah, I mean,
that. Yeah, that's like, I mean, not that you will necessarily be reliant on that combo, but it does give you like a solid backup plan. I mean, and CR are not just individually mechanical, they're very strategically sound as a team. So I think this is actually kind of a wise call, given that they've already made such a good hold.
Yeah, it looks like Max trying to take this high ground position yet again here. Looks like, they actually swept Hawk.
Steps up with the bubble, gets to sleep on the Zarya, and that trade's going to start very well. But the cleanse is good enough to keep Hawk alive, and now Hawk gets a bit of his own turn, re-pushing in this high ground. So not yielding just yet. Space Station Gaming navigating the scenario well. Cart, going to be a struggle to move it much past this point. And she went thinking about, I mean, this defensive Zarya position, also very strong for a player like Hawk.
Shu is going to get this nano so fast, though. I mean, you already see.
But Spin's not even going to be close to the blade, so you almost need to nano someone else. Maybe they just nano Genji anyway, send him into the backline. That'll be a test for the SSG backline.
I mean, nano the Genji with like a Zarya bubble.
Shoot.
Nice play by Hawk.
Yeah, great connection there from the mortar. Trigger Free super low, does get punished by the Genji. And so SSG now, it's a 1-for-1 trade. And oh, I like this walk in. Max getting in lower, trying to get a little bit active. But Hawk doing that great job thing that Max did on his defense. And this time it's Chronic getting that crucial kill onto Lip. They actually really needed that to take off some of the momentum. Still they're losing a bit of position, and oh no, it's a little bit too deep. And this time Chorong gets it done.
Yeah, and I don't think Hawk wants to give up this high ground because he knows how strong it is, right? Where Max is playing that position on the CR defense, but at this point you have to go down and try and contest that cart. Now also you need to get into the back line and help out left.
Oh, he's so sharp on the Genji, man. Forces the TP away. Hawk grabbing defensively, super low on this Zarya. If he drops, it's going to be the hopes for SSG dropping as well. CJ forces TP again, has that rush, forced to the play, cannot back down from this position. Here comes Hawk, looking in, getting something done, but Max incredibly close, has the Tunnel Blast as well, stepping up, aggro into Hawk. The bubble keeps him alive for now. The pulse bomb from Sugar Free onto Shu means SSG still have something to fight for in this game. Hawk does drop, but the rest of the team has shown up, and they've done just enough.
Yeah.
So incredibly well played by CJ holding on. Spit just dashed in. Can he get something done here? Or is he a little bit overcommitted? Has those Wuyang hills, and I mean, CR just not backing down whatsoever. The clock is starting to run a little bit thin, though, so CR need to be very cautious how they play this next couple of fights. SSG could sneak a map win here.
Yeah, no, Shu is just dropping the Ana here, just trying to go over and now play the Kiri. The blade.
Great bubbles
through here from Spin. Yep.
Oh, not enough, though. Man, he just cuts him to pieces, and that could be it. Max stepping over the top here with the grab, rips it solo onto CJ. No need to look for more. And in the end, it's all Crazy Raccoon. Space Station Gaming fall 3-0 without seeing a second point in this series, Matt. It doesn't get more dominant.
I mean, look, that's a rough one there for SSG. I think even if you kind of ask them, look, they probably thought they were a little bit outmatched in this series, but would at least put up a pretty competitive fight against Crazy Raccoon, but that is not the case here.
They showed something on Route 66.
On Route, I think so, yeah.
Like, that was the closest map of the series. But come on, man, that's not the standard you need to set. And Crazy Raccoon have sent a message here. They're throwing down the gauntlet to anybody in Stockholm. And I mean, this is the eye test. It's way too early to call. But Matt, you know I love to make predictions way too early.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say this is CR's tournament. I feel like they're going all the way.
Ooh.
I think they're going. I think we'll see them in the grand finals at the very least.
I mean, dude, with the way that they looked, it is hard to kind of go against. I do want to see that, though, against, like, some of these teams like TM, like Alcantara.
That's going to be the biggest question for them. The one that they've struggled to answer in the past.
Right, that can put up better fights, I think. And then also, we saw Sprint come in and play the Genji, right? So when he came in, we were all a little bit like, okay, what is going on here? But playing the Genji looked quite good. The Genji with that Zarya, especially with some of these high ground maps, right, can be a little bit more effective than like trying to play the Tracer. And for SSG, I don't even think this is like a, like they needed this person to play better or that person. I think this is just like a little bit of a team difference at the moment that SSG just can't, answer. Where I think they'll probably take some stuff from this series, but honestly, they're not going to run into many teams like Crazy Raccoon moving forward. So,
and I think individually, the fact that you could pull it together on map 3 in a series like that is actually a testament to SSG, to the mental fortitude. A lot of players, after those first 2 maps, would crumble and would just not show us any kind of, resolve and spine in map 3. But that wasn't SSG today. They fought very hard and honestly, Route 66 is like one fight away from actually a fuller hold.
And maybe they take some of the stuff that CR did and work it in, right? Like, we know Sugar Free can play some Genji, right? It seemed like he was like, okay, when I can't play the Echo, I'm going to the Tracer, but didn't really feel great about it. And then also we've seen Chronic play some Cassidy in the past, so maybe we actually see some Cassidy play come in from Chronic as they move forward, because yeah, it looked like Crazy Raccoon. I mean, they just had everything clicking on all cylinders in this one. Nothing really that SSG had that made them sweat.
Absolutely. The dominant victory for CR. It's one that they're going to have to take that momentum and snowball into the rest of this tournament. We'll see if they're able to do that. But for now, let's hear a little bit more from the players themselves. We got Danny down on the floor with an interview.
Thank you so much, Jack. What is up, everybody? Danny Lim here, and I'm joined by the newest member of Crazy Raccoon. It's none other than Spint. Fantastic job today. A great 3-0 victory for the Crazy Raccoons. You guys made it seem very, very easy. Now, Spint, I feel like I heard that this is your first ever global, LAN event. So I want to hear from you. Like, what is your personal goal in Stockholm this year? 자, 일단 오늘 승리 너무 축하드리면서 제가 들어보니까 스핀트 선수가 이번에 좀 국제전 이런 이제 오프라인 경기가 처음이라고 저한테 말씀을 하셨는데 좀 개인적으로 목표가 있다면 이번 스톡홀름에서 뭐가 있을까요?
이번 라쿤의 명성에 맞게 1등 가져가면 좋을 것 같습니다.
Definitely, because I am now part of the CR team. I do want to get the win. I want to win it all for the team and also for myself as well. Talking about this match, I mean, you guys made it seem really easy. Like I said before, Smith, and you had to come in at the very last map. Did that put any pressure? Were you feeling any nervous, or were you fine? Were you like just ready to go? Were you like locked in? 두 번째 질문은 스핀트 선수가 이번에 마지막 세트에 들어오시게 됐는데 아무래도 좀 그런 면에 있어서 조금 더 좀 긴장이 되는지 아니면은 좀 부담감이 있으셨는지 아니면 그냥 들어와서 좋다 경기 이기고 가겠다 좀 이런 마인드로 들어오셨는지.
세계대회가 처음이다 보니까 좀 긴장되긴 했었는데 이제 또 뛰니까 진짜 경기하는 맛이 있어서 좋더라고요.
Definitely, when I had to get subbed in, there was a bit of nervousness because this was my first ever global event. But as soon as I got in the game, I did have a lot of fun, and we did get the win. So all worked out. Any last words before we say goodbye to the camera? 자, 마지막으로 하실 말씀 있으시면 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
더 열심히 해서 꼭 1등 하겠습니다.
I'm gonna try even harder, and we will definitely get the first place. All right, that is it for the interview. Spent, thank you very much. 감사합니다. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Danny. Very exciting to hear from Spint, the newest member of Crazy Raccoon, and what a way to make a statement in his debut match. 3-0 win here for Crazy Raccoon, and I was a little bit curious with Spint coming into the roster, as Spint hasn't really seen that much playtime since joining. And there's a lot of hero overlap in terms of what Spint and Heesang would play. But looked amazing, both on the Genji and the Tracer.
And I mean, Hawk was not going easy on him. Like every time Spint would go for a kill on this Genji, immediate bubble was there. So I mean, to go against the top tier Zarya like Hawk and to still find that impact on Genji, impressive. And I think it shows that this guy can play on lane. He get that performance jitters out, and didn't seem to be much of that on Route 66.
So that's what I was actually just going to say. Getting the performance jitters out now before you go into the arena, right? Much different vibe, right?
True,
where you're going to have crazy fans there, the whole, bit where, hey, get your kind of LAN jitters out now, right? Secure a win, feel good, get confident. And then obviously this is the team that's going to be in the tournament for a while.
But Spint wasn't the only player that made a sub into the roster. We also saw Crazy Raccoon going in between their two tanks. And so something I was really curious about also heading into this tournament is how would they actually choose between who takes over that tank role? And it does seem still very map dependent, but I think Max really showed up today. Someone that I do think struggled a little bit, especially when it came down to playing some of the King's Row maps before. I think this was a big redemption arc for Max.
Absolutely, and I think this is a tournament in which we're gonna see more Max because Zarya very powerful right now. I mean, Max kind of known for his Zarya, right? That's the hero that put him on the map, the one that I think he can potentially go very deep in the tournament on. Historically, I think that's been, if there is an Achilles heel for Crazy Raccoon, it's been the challenge of navigating those tank swaps. But if you can give Max a little bit more playtime, get him stabilized, this is a player that I think more and more people have doubted and said, oh, just put Gunbin in, right? That's kind of the sentiment. But I want to see more Max this tournament. I think this is a tournament he needs to have a big performance if CR want to take it all the way.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you see that stat card. It is quite brutal there for SSG in that series.
Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot else to talk about there, but I think Crazy Raccoon, a very bright future in this tournament. As we take a look at the bracket, you can see where the cards are going to fall as we head towards the latter parts of our day. Crazy Raccoon will be waiting in the upper semifinals for the winner of either Weibo or Alcatia.
That'll be an interesting one. I mean, honestly, I feel like CR are probably cheering for Weibo because that's a matchup that's much more digestible for them, one that they're going to feel comfortable, that they understand. And Katsuya being this team that just has a different style, one that we rarely see played in Korea, is going to be the biggest true test, I think, for Crazy Raccoon yet in this tournament.
Well, CR, I think, knows that they can bait Weibo into like, hey, let's all play some wins.
Let's all, everybody play
a good time. Yeah, hey, let's all play. And then the next thing you know, Weibo will be like, wait, we're out. So SSG Varel, that is a really interesting game. Yeah, I am excited to see that one.
I am too. That might be close. I mean, Varel, with the fight that they put up yesterday, I think there's nothing out of the question.
Totally.
I just hope that for Space Station, this is a loss they can take on the chin. Prepare for that lower bracket match that they will play out tomorrow and hopefully come back even stronger.
Yeah, they're going to get into the arena playing against Varel, and honestly, there's been a lot of fan support for Varel, so I wouldn't be surprised if the crowd is pretty favored in that one towards our Japanese team, and with the performance they showed, that's a matchup I think the fans are going to be itching to see.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they probably felt pretty comfortable going up against Varel before they saw them play against Falcons, but then after that game, it's a little bit of a more dangerous test, I would say.
Well, this is just the first match of the day, and we still have 3 more to show you. Coming up next, Weibo Gaming versus Alcatia, so don't go anywhere.
Ancora a bocca aperta, eh? Pathetic. Leave no survivors. You're finished. Disgraceful. Not good enough. Dirt beneath my heel.
Wouldn't want to be ya.
Enough games. Cut. Taste the Palatine Fang. Know your place. Bow down. Que codardia. Oh, impressive. Arriva la punizione! And so, my reign begins.
The 2025 Overwatch World Finals is brought to you by DHL. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2025 OWCS World Finals, live from Stockholm, Sweden. It is mighty cold out there, but it is heating up in here. Matt Misrex joined by Necra and Johnny. we got another banger match coming up here shortly. Johnny, I got to get your thoughts, though. Crazy Raccoon, me, Necra, Jake, we talked a little bit about it. What's your opinions?
That was a showing. One of the showings of all time. Quite dominant. Heesang just had an absolute field day on that Tracer, especially that King's Row.
Yeah.
So that's a team that is pretty scary. I think going into this tournament, a lot of people were like, oh, Crazy Raccoon, or, you know, they're going to have a similar game like Falcons did against Varel yesterday, maybe hesitate a little bit. But they were like all out on the gas. 100% performance.
No, I mean, they were dominant. Let's take a look at our schedule, though, to see what other matches we have coming up today. So, obviously, Twisted Minds and TM. That'll be at 3:30, just in a bit here. TL versus Falcons. I think that one got a lot more interesting later last night. But our next game upcoming, Rose, Weibo going up against Alcatia. This one takes like the, really, so they obviously are the, the #1 seed in EMEA coming into this tournament, but really the, driving force of EMEA all year against the top team from China.
I mean, you said it best at the top of the day when you talked about the matchups that we've seen already between Alcatia and Twisted Minds. They are so neck and neck in terms of how many wins and losses they've gotten against each other that it's hard to say that Alcatia is the second seed.
Yeah, I mean, they are so good. And I think probably the biggest question mark, though, here from, is what is China, as a region, in Overwatch right now?
What is China?
Because Team CC, they looked pretty decent the other day. Let's talk about Weibo Gaming, though, right? Weibo comes in. We talk about them every event, Johnny, like, okay, this is the Chinese super team. They're going to be great. And, like, they haven't. I think a lot of people, when this region came back, thought they were going to challenge Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, and it just hasn't happened yet.
Okay, so here's what's crazy about Weibo Gaming is that you think back to the mid-season championship and you were like, okay, Giga Banger against Team Falcons.
Yeah.
Map 5 almost beat the eventual champions of the tournament. And then they went out versus Pro and groups. What's going on with this team? They're so up and down. And as much as some people, they want to label them as like a legacy team, it's a generation that's kind of like passing them by and they're now coming down to their last couple of events here. They have actually tried to adapt to these new heroes coming out quite quickly. We've seen a lot more Ramatra play from them, Venture, Hazard from Gushue. So it's not like they're living in the past when it comes to these Sojourn compositions with Shy and Leave, trying to set them up at all times. They're trying to adapt to whatever is coming their way. It's just that Alcatia is going to be an incredibly tough test because of their symmetric compositions.
I mean, Weibo Gaming, their dynamic has always been dive. That's what they've looked the best at. But I think you make a great point, Johnny, that for stage 3 in particular, we have seen Weibo really work on those brawl compositions. And if there's any time to pull it out, it's got to be now, right?
Yeah, and the game has changed so much, right? We were joking a little bit in the last one, like, if Crazy Raccoon played Weibo, they could, bait them into this Winston kind of dive matchup.
It's China versus Korea.
It's like, all right, let's get back at it. Like, let's put the meta to the side, every balance patch from, 2016 to now in the garbage, and let's just kind of play. But, you're going to have to play different styles to beat some of these teams. So to see them adapt, Johnny, I mean, that's huge.
Yeah, 100%, and I think that is something that they'll have to do against a team like Alcatia, like we spoke about, because I think the Symmetra in general, just speaking broadly about the hero, kind of is like a true test for a lot of these teams that have the championship ambitions. Well, then you're going to have to go through the Symmetra. You're going to have to beat teams like Alcatia, Twisted Minds, even though we talk about Psycho as a really flexible player, can play the Tracer, the Echo. Twisted Minds will just say, we're going to bring out the Symmetra, and if you can't beat it, then we're just going to keep playing it, right? And so I think in a matchup like this, Weibo Gaming, a lot of pressure on them to show that they can deal with a team like Alcatia.
I mean, a lot of pressure is all because Alcatia looked awesome yesterday. I mean, they were phenomenal as usual. Let's talk a little bit about them. They come in, obviously, the #2 team from EMEA, but it feels like, Rose, they've been the top dog for most of the year.
I mean, this was the only match yesterday that was a 2-0, and it kind of felt like a blowout. Alcatia just pure domination through that series versus GK.
A tough opponent.
It was very much a tough opponent. GK is one of those teams that we've seen on the global stage for every single LAN, and they also made it really far as that roster in stage 1, the first team to actually take a win off of a Korean team when they played against Crazy Raccoon under the Nightmare banner. So the fact that Alcatia made that match look easy as a 2-0, I think you come into today and you have to give the Alcatia squad a lot of confidence.
And for me, Johnny, it's a lot of what Landon said in the interview yesterday, right? Is this team, they can play the sim against everything because they have literally seen everything thrown at it at this point, right? I mean, and Checkmate, so good on that hero, and it's a lot about the utility.
Yeah, 100% getting around the map as fast as they do. They're always going to teleport on top of people that can get punished. The way you beat the Symmetra composition is actually, Twisted Minds showed us, it's just playing characters that really can't get punished. You know, they can slide away, utilizing Wu Yang Surf, for example, stuff like that. But then you think about, okay, Weibo Gaming, do they have the skills required to play compositions like that? Like, what is their answer to some of these Symmetra compositions? Because I would say that this is the team that, you know, have stuck to the Symmetra most proudly and made it work for so long. And I think after they got beat by Twisted Minds, they went into a bit of a tailspin. Like, okay, like, we can't make the Symmetra work against Twisted Minds. Do we have to innovate our own game? Do we have to play a lot more different stuff? In a matchup like this, I'm not too worried at first because I think they'll bring out the Symmetra. But if Weibo Gaming proves like, oh, we can actually deal with the Symmetra, then what does Alcazia do? Because they've been so reliant on it for so long.
I'll believe it when I see it. I mean, I love the response of like, okay, well, the sim wants to punish comps, then, you know, immobile heroes. Oh, well, let's just play heroes that can't be punished. I don't know if it's that easy, right, Rose? I mean, especially for Weibo.
But you gotta execute.
Yeah.
This is as most difficult as it gets. Yeah.
But it is going to be tough, and I think, especially when you consider just how good Alcazia are. We've had this conversation a couple of times now. If a team has a very strong identity on one composition, it's very tough to actually get practice against that same type of style versus anybody else. Like, what do your scrims actually look like to prepare yourself for something like this?
I mean, it's one of the more difficult teams, them and Twisted Minds, to really prepare against globally, right? Because when you look at these two teams, people can play this sim stuff, but it is clearly not at the level of these two teams.
100%.
I'm also excited. I think an interesting head-to-head here is going to be Labda versus Shy.
100%,
that is going to be an awesome head-to-head. Labda has turned into one of the better hit scan players we have.
Yeah, and he's leveled up so much as well, being able to play so many different of those hit scan heroes. I think when you think about Shy as a player, fantastic. One of the best hit scan players in the world when Sojourn was the most dominant hit scan hero being played. But since then, the game has kind of evolved. Sojourn is obviously still a really good pick, but we've seen a lot of EMEA players, they actually prefer the Freya these days. And no surprise there, obviously the mobility is key. You don't get punished as hard because with Sojourn you have the slide, but as soon as the slide comes out, okay, that is a moment for us to pounce onto the Sojourn. We've seen a lot of players, they actually prefer the Freya against the Symmetra, because again, if a Symmetra teleports on top of you, then the Freya has an easier time kind of navigating that quick rotation from the Symmetra team. Siad, another star player for this team, you know, a youngster, a star in the making, really. But he's going to be playing a lot of D.Va in this series, so if I'm Weibo Gaming preparing for an individual like this, well, there's got to be a D.Va ban in this series.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we've seen Ziad play a lot of the D.Va, some Ramatra, and also Zarya when needed, and he has been one of the bright spots really in EMEA this year. It's just like a standout player, kind of new to the scene, or maybe unknown, was just kind of coming into the OWCS and really just kind of lighting it on fire with Alcazia. Rose, one interesting thing we saw from Alcazia yesterday, I'm curious on your thoughts on. One of the things in EMEA where you would look at them and say, okay, you could ban this Lucio and really give them some trouble. They actually went to Juno Brig yesterday, and it looked really good.
Yeah, I was a little surprised by that because the Lucio ban came out on a Nepal, and we saw that pivot to Juno Brig, but it's almost like the Juno filled like the Lucio speed. So you still had the ability to make rotations, but also I think some of that was just maybe unable to be punished by some of the team composition that GK had.
I mean, I feel like if you want to beat a team like Alcazia, you have to win the Lucio ban. When that comes out against Kellex, you have to be able to win that map because it's such an easy kind of win condition, right?
I mean, you say, yeah, they have to win the Lucio ban. Spoiler alert, GK did not win that one in that first game because, like, it is a ban that comes out constantly against Alcazia because, like, Kellex is known historically as, like, a great Lucio player, right? Having the Brig to fall back for them, though, is kind of massive. Like,
yeah, but at the same time, I agree with you, but I do feel like the Brig can be more exposed when it comes to some of these compositions, right? Because losing that mobility...
Did you say I agree?
No, Johnny disagreed with us.
Oh.
Yeah, you usually is always in agreement.
Can't believe that.
I mean, hold on.
I disagree with you yesterday when you told Kellex a fantastic Brig too.
Oh yeah, he was saying that back in the green room.
Something is a good Brig. Something in the coffee?
I think there's some great Brigs out there, but Kellex is good. I'll say that. Like I said, going back to it, I do feel like the Lucio ban when it comes out, and Alcazia, they play a great Juno Brig composition. that is still like a map that Weibo Gaming has to win in this series.
I also think having a test like EK yesterday is really big for Alcatia. You look at like some of the other games, right? And like, obviously, Falcons plays Varel, that goes close, right? Varel kind of like stepped up another level. Like, GK has like been really good on the international stage, and for Alcatia to just deal with them that quick, I mean, that is a huge dub.
Yeah, I will actually say that when I looked at GK playing that series, I thought their staging was actually quite well. They set up their flanks nicely. They knew what they had to do to rotate around the Symmetra, right? And set up all the different angles required to break it apart. But that was just not enough. Like, the execution was there from GK, but Alcatia was just, they are perfect. And so if you want to beat a team like Alcatia, you will have to match that perfectiveness, because it's just ridiculously hard. I would say that GK, even though they lost that series and I was only 2-0 of the day, I actually think they fought quite valiantly and they put up their best. Alcatia, they're just the next level.
I just didn't think the rotations happened fast enough. I think that was it. Like, the setup was great, but just the actual execution to make it fast enough to capitalize on all of that fantastic setup, that's where I think GK fell flat. But if they can really pull it together and kind of get a faster momentum rolling quickly, then I think maybe they can do it.
Yeah, and I mean, we've talked about so much with Alcatia and all the great things they can do. I'm excited, though, to see if Weibo can kind of throw a wrench into this Symmetra comp. So, guys, take it away with Weibo versus Alcatia.
Thank you so much, Matt. I think that's a great launching point for us, because can Weibo maybe learn something from the staging from GK yesterday that they can apply to their match versus Alcatia today?
Yeah, I think that they have the hero picks required to play a composition that would circumvent the Symmetra. Like I said, Leaf has been playing the Venture before, but going into the first map, I do think it's quite noticeable, and we didn't touch on it, the fact that Weibo Gaming has the first map pick. That is absolutely huge in this series, because a team like Alcatia, I'm sure they would play a map like Busan, like Nepal, but Weibo Gaming, Ilios is absolutely 100% the most obvious choice for them here. And now it's just a matter of how hard do you want to commit to winning this map pick. Can you win Ilios without that Diva ban onto Siad? That would be a huge boon. But if you can apply that Diva ban onto Siad, protect for Gushui as well, that should give them the most optimal conditions possible to start off this series with a 1-0.
It's tough because you may want to save that Diva ban for later. Looking at the rest of the map pool, it is going to be really valuable if you feel like that is the final test or the final part way that you could actually get a win in the series. Might be that last bastion of hope. But as we start out on Ilios, I think that's a great point. Will we see Gushui try to lock into something like a Winston or a Wrecking Ball? Since we've already seen the Winston come out from Junbin and Crazy Raccoon series at the start of the day, I think that Winston isn't as dead in the water as people think it might have been, just because of all of these other buffs that we've seen to the tanks.
Yeah, I think for a couple of these teams in this tournament, the Winston is still like very much a comfort pick. And I think on maps like Ilios, Dorado, you can definitely make it work. I would say that Winston is more of a niche hero as we see the Diva ban come through. And because you've now picked Ilios, which is a huge advantage as the #1 seed, and you've also applied the Diva ban already, I feel like the rest of the series is going to hinge upon if Weibo Gaming can get away with a map win here.
I think it's going to be tough because, as we saw as a response ban, it's going to be a ban of the Tracer. That might put Leave in a really tricky situation. I don't think that Leave's Tracer has been particularly consistent as I've watched OWCS China for stage #3. So I think that there are some things that Leave is going to have to work on for this particular tournament, and we also need to see if Leave can actually play flexibly when the Tracer is banned.
Yeah, I mean, this is a former Overwatch League MVP player we're talking about in Leave. 2021 season, I believe, if my memory serves me right. 4 years ago now at this point. But part of what earned Leave that MVP award in 2021 was the flexibility, because we know that Leave has a fantastic Tracer. Back then, he showed off his Echo, the Genji, I believe even the Hanzo at times, because obviously he and Shai didn't really pair up back then already for Chengdu Hunters. But that's when we really saw the flexibility come out from Leave. And so in a matchup like this with the Tracer ban, this is another perfect meta, theoretically, for Leave, when he should be able to flex his muscles and adapt to whatever Alcatia is playing. Still, though, the Venture is maybe a little bit much to ask for here on Ilios, because you can get kind of exposed because the sight lines are so wide on this map. But seeing something like a Genji, like an Echo, those would still be very good heroes against what Alcatia should play.
So I hope that with these hero bans, Weibo can find a way to actually take a map off of OWCS. Maybe that gives them some confidence heading into the rest of the series. And it hinges on being able to beat OWCS with this D.Va now unavailable to them. As we've talked about before, Ziad has a couple of other tanks in the wheelhouse. D.Va, by far the best hero, but there's still a fantastic Ramatra and Zarya. I wonder which one they will end up going with for Ilios.
I could actually see both teams attempting the Hazard here as well, because if you are Weibo Gaming, obviously the Hazard wall is going to be very effective at shutting down a potential Symmetra teleporter. There are a couple of maps here. If you really want to force the Symmetra, you can. But I think one of the issues with OWCS is that obviously Checkmate is both their Tracer player and their Symmetra player. And so if you commit to something like a Symmetra hit scan lineup on a map like this, you're not really controlling any angles, and that all makes it easier for Weibo Gaming to deal with the Symmetra in the first place. We've seen teams like Falcons, for example. They're happy to play the Symmetra here if Proper can also play the Tracer, because then Proper is at least able to control one of those flanks and make it less easier for the enemy team to deal with the Symmetra. So we'll have to see what OWCS are cooking up on this one. Maybe you just want to play this long sidelines with a hit scan. We're yet to see here.
And if you don't end up playing the Symmetra, then there is an opportunity for you to see the rest of Checkmate's hero pool. I mean, a fantastic Echo also just can basically play any of the flex DPS under the sun. And so I think there's a lot of tools at OWCS's disposal when it comes down to Checkmate in that flex DPS position. But as we see these teams in spawn, we are going to see right now Weibo hovering over the Winston for Gushue, and it is going to be Checkmate on the Echo, and we'll see if Labda actually keeps the Symmetra here or does swap and just use it as a teleporter, and that is the case.
Yeah, this is the composition we've seen EMEA teams play in the past whenever Tracer does get banned. And it comes back to the mobility of a composition like Echo and Freya. It's very dynamic already as Checkmate gets on top of lead here, but already they're controlling about half of the map here, or OWCS, because of the mobility of their damage players.
Yeah, you just have this Lucio. The speed is going to help you make it through this open territory just a little bit faster. And now it's going to be a battle for the Lighthouse. Shy is going to take the first blood onto Checkmate. That's going to keep one of those aerial units out of the sky so Leaf can have free reign. As Gushue now pounces on the next target, Lab is going to be the next to fall. And while OWCS did get control of the point first, members are falling fast enough that Weibo is going to take it back.
Yeah, and this Ashe is definitely a threat. Shy obviously getting a lot of pressure on top of him. As Gushue and Leaf clean things up here, the backline dead, and Sia jumps off the map, and Weibo Gaming finally back in control of the point here. And if you are OWCS here, obviously Shy needs to be target number one. With the Ashe buff, the increased range before the fall of damage, it is so much damage coming your way. Efficient at dealing with both the Echo and the Freya here. So OWCS, they staged before this fight. You're gonna see them rotate around this left side and try to get a couple of pot shots onto Shy here to force him to perhaps drop down into the lighthouse.
Taking this high ground control away from Shy is going to be really difficult. I feel like the only person you can really send up after him is either going to be Checkmate on the Echo himself or Kellex on the Lucio, maybe to just wall right around and get him to be pooped off. But as it's now going to be a fight under the Lighthouse, Shy was the first to fall. So OWCS, they're able to at least clear that first objective. And now the rest of the work. Clean up Weibo Gaming through the Kitsune rush that they've laid down and take back the point from there.
Yeah, a little bit slow there, and actually Landon is going to commit this Kitsune rush as well. So that's a really expensive ultimate, but perhaps needed here to secure the point cap in the end. Gushue does a great job stalling there, pops the Primal Rage, but does survive for a quick re-engage by Weibo Gaming coming up here shortly. So Gushue is going to take control of the Lighthouse high ground here, and Leave looking to flank around here. The duplicate coming in here from either Echoes are going to be pivotal.
Gonna just give a lot of sustain to the fight. And depending on what they end up choosing to duplicate, maybe that's going to be a bit of a difference maker. Is it going to be the tank or is it going to be a DPS just to give you a little bit more damage? First though, Tidal Blast from Mew. Going to be a quick pick onto Labda, and maybe they don't need much more than that, as Bob from Shy is going to help to give them an extra player advantage. And that is a quick team fight win for Weibo.
Yeah, and it feels so good as well to just win that fight using the damage ultimates, of course, but also, you know, there were quite a few committed there actually, with Wu Yang popping his as well. And so now Alcatia looking for a re-engage here. They have the Graviton Surge, they have a duplicate themselves, and maybe, you know, a quick duplicate onto the Winston here. You're able to, you know, put some pressure onto the hitscan players. Crucially, because you're playing this Zarya, you almost feel forced to rotate onto this point and play these close corners. Leave, gets a pick onto Labda though. And Weibo Gaming, they look like they're in control for now.
We're going to see a duplicate onto the Kiriko, taking great use of this high ground just to be able to get those shurikens right down on top of Weibo's heads. You even get that duplicated Kitsune rush out to really clean up the fight, and Alcatia take it back with Weibo capturing 91%.
Yeah, 91% for Weibo Gaming, but Alcatia still doubles the Ford ultimate here. They have the Graviton Surge yet. This is a bit of a dry fight here for Weibo Gaming. So if you could get out both support ultimates here, that would be absolutely huge. But the time is against them. 70% for Alcatia. And the longer this staging goes on, it's looking like it's going to be the final fight of the round.
Monk may be able to throw this Kitsune rush in. At least you can match that of Landon, but other than that, Alcatia seems to have that economical advantage. To trade though, Shy is for Labda, as Landon and Kellex both let their support ultimates rip. Alcatia still maintain control of the point, and there haven't been any extra kills until Mew in this moment. Weibo still have this Kitsune rush so they can extend the fight.
Weibo?
Maybe they're able to do this as Kushui jumps down from the top rope. He's able to play on the rush and get another DPS down as Yod is also going to be bullied off the point. With the focusing beam from Leave, Alcatia have no choice except to take that 99% and regroup for this next fight.
Yeah, and Weibo Gaming, they're actually going to push up here. Gushui has the Primal Rage as well. It's going to be very difficult for Alcatia to touch here in the first place. And Weibo Gaming putting the pressure on. Checkmate with the final touch here. But this first round goes towards Weibo Gaming. And this is the start you need when you're committing the Diva ban onto the first map pick.
Which is a good sign. Weibo being able to take this round win, and especially being able to play so patient up until the very end, was looking a little bit tough. With that final fight, Alcatia had 4 ultimates ready to go, but just such good play to make sure that they were able to control that high ground, and then Weibo could strike when Iron was hot.
Yeah, it's been quite difficult for a lot of teams in recent history to just play the Lighthouse map if you don't match the verticality from a Winston. And we saw right there, yes, you can force the point, and when you put some pressure onto the point, you should theoretically have the advantage with the Zarya, right? But Weibo Gaming, they work around that. They work the angles instead. And Alcatia, they struggle to get across the finish line, and Weibo Gaming go up 1-0. As we look towards Ruins here now, and Weibo Gaming with the Ash Echo we saw from SSG earlier here in the day, a lot of damage in this neutral fight. Let's see how Alcatia deal with this foe.
Labda is going to be on the Sojourn, so it's going to give you some better access to those aerial units. You've got Leave, you also need to worry about Shy on the high ground, and so maybe Labda with a quick railgun charge will be able to take out one of those DPS players. But it's Leave, again, to strike first. Zia going down means that the front line is just not going to be there for Alcatia, and Weibo Gaming take first capture.
Yeah, and it all boils down to the damage that Weibo Gaming were actually able to put out. Because a couple of members of Alcatia, they dropped low in health as they were making a push towards the point. The goal being for Alcatia, we want to secure the first point cap so that someone from Weibo Gaming has to step up. And when they do, that's where we're going to pounce with the benefit of the Lucio speed. But now in this fight, Weibo Gaming, they are the team that can sit back. Gushui going to abuse the rooftops here with the mobility from the Winston. But theoretically, they can just keep falling back here and force Alcatia to spend valuable resources as they approach the point.
I mean, look at how much damage Shy has been able to do with the Dynamites alone. The damage over time has made it easier for Weibo Gaming to actually secure picks onto Alcatia. But it's time now, as Alcatia has started to move closer. This is going to be a great teamfight win for them. Haven't needed to invest anything outside of just being able to get that damage down onto those squishier targets on Weibo, and Weibo have to give up the point.
Yeah, actually quite surprised here how easy it was for Alcatia to walk up. You saw Weibo Gaming disengage, and perhaps they felt like, we just gotta commit to the point here, because if we give up the point cap, it's gonna take so much time for us to really set up the next engagement that favors us. So going into this next fight instead, Weibo Gaming, they're building a couple of ultimates here. I think they're going to take it slow. Landon might look for an early Kitsune rush here if available.
And that's something that Monk cannot match at this current moment, but the Bob is also going to come out. So it's a trade right now. The Bob for Kellex. It's still going to be an even fight here for OWCS as they invest even more. The Bola shot now coming out from Labda. But does Weibo want to actually commit any more to this? They're actually being able to string some picks together off the back of Leave's Echo, duplicating the Zarya. Even let that final Graviton Surge rip, and it's a great teamfight win for Weibo and an expensive one for OWCS.
Yeah, they tried to drop the Kitsune Rush onto the point to maintain the position and the cap they had already. Keep the fight going their way when it comes to the momentum. But by that time, it was already too late. Weibo Gaming, they had already taken steps forward and were controlling the point. So Weibo Gaming, they capitalized on the damage ultimate. And now, a couple support ultimates in their favor as well. They should be able to clean up Ilios here, Rose.
I think so. I mean, a Tidal Blast from Mew could just give someone in the front lines a little bit more staying power to actually go for the dive. But Checkmate is hoping to try to even the playing field with that duplicate, but it gets snipped out pretty immediately. Kalen's Soundbearer comes in to save the day as Gushue goes for the Primal Rage to bat people around. But OWCS have still gotten enough picks that they should be able to take back control from Weibo.
Yeah, OWCS still in the game here. Great sound barrier from Calyx. Getting a ton of value. As Fiat has this Graviton Surge now, and you can make a pick. Do you want to use this in these closed corners before Weibo Gaming are able to set up the flanks? Or are you going to fall back, try to extend this fight and build Landon's Kitsune Rush, looking likely at the moment? But Weibo Gaming here, only really having the Wu to go with, and Landon goes down before he's able to build the Kitsune Rush. This is Weibo Gaming's chance.
That's huge. Ziad has no choice except to let the Graviton Surge go and hope that's going to pull enough members of Weibo Gaming together to actually take them out. But Weibo, Labda is going to have to be the player that comes up big. 2 picks already in this fight as Weibo sneaks back the point underneath them. Labda is having a hero performance right now as Ziad comes back to save the day and takes out Gushue. That is another fight win for OWCS, but the job's not done yet. They still need 30 more %.
Wow, Labda just won the round there essentially for OWCS. Lano's going to have this Kitsune Rush now. Weibo Gaming doesn't have the ultimates required. Leave is going to build this duplicate unless he gets punished very early on here. He are trying to secure the kill. It's going to be a Kitsune duplicate actually, and with the added minor perk, should be able to get the Kitsune Rush going here if Leave can just stay alive for the moment. OWCS putting the pressure onto Weibo Gaming here. Don't want to let them cap the point.
Would have been nice to have that utility, but OWCS are playing so far forward that Weibo just don't have a chance to actually set up. And with how fast they were able to take that fight, Mew has to switch to Lucio to try to get the team back, but nobody can touch OWCS. They set the pace, and they tie up the score here for Ilios.
Yeah, great early fight from OWCS there. Just forcing the duplicate coming out from Leave there, that would have been great if you wanted some extra sustain to touch that point to proc the overtime. But OWCS's pressure there just amazing and forced the error from Weibo Gaming really. But it comes back to Labda's 2 kills there. Weibo Gaming, they had an opening, they shut down Landon before he was able to build that Kitsune Rush. And that should have been Weibo Gaming's chance to close out the series, but Labda clutching up on the Freya. 2 picks, keeps him in the game, and Landon is able to drop the Kitsune Rush to close things out.
Absolutely. Labda looked a little quiet on the Sojourn at the start of Ilios Ruins, but then that pick over to the Freya, I felt like that was really where Labda came alive and was able to contribute a lot more to each of those fights. And so as we enter into, well, our final round on Ilios, it all comes down to this. Weibo sticking to their guns with this Winston, Ashe, and Echo, and OWCS, they're going to have Labda start off on the Freya for this round.
Yeah, and actually, the sidelines are going to be slightly shorter for Shy here. Because OWCS are playing the Freya and the Echo, they should have free pickings on this outside angle and going to secure a couple of these outside lanes. This is going to essentially set up a kill box for Weibo Gaming here, where Shy is going to be stuck in this cage area, not going to have a ton of vision. And you can see OWCS, they're setting up for a bit of a dive here, trying to find an opening to punish this more static composition of Weibo.
It's going to be tough for Gushue to actually help control that territory as well. As you see, there is a trade already from the DPS, so Labda and Leave both down. Checkmate, though, without that counterpart in the skies, is able to make great work of that. And so OWCS do take first control. Gushue is still around, though, and while he sees OWCS fighting over the point, he takes that lighthouse control.
Yeah, this is so difficult because of the Tracer ban from OWCS. You're kind of forced to stick to this Echo for the minute, but you're not really able to clear out these lanes as efficiently for your Ashe. And that means that OWCS, they're going to control so much of the map. If you're Weibo Gaming, how do you get in a position to get value from the Wu Yang poke, the Ashe poke? It's so hard to step up here.
I think you just have to pick a target or pick a corner and say that's going to be where we actually fight. But both Echoes are down, so it's an even 4v4 as this fight continues to extend in favor of OWCS. The longer that you let this Zarya have time to actually build up charge, and the closer you can get to those members of Weibo, it could be something that the Zarya just absolutely steamrolls over. But for now, it's going to be a fight once again over the lighthouse as the bullet shot comes out. Members of Weibo do get bullied off of that high ground, but here's where the Kitsune Rush can continue to even things up as both get let ripped. Shy finds a dynamite pick onto Kellex, and now it's really about bullying this Zarya in the front lines before she can actually get that Graviton Surge to land. And so Weibo, that's enough. They are going to take back control.
Yeah, a lot of ultimates coming in from either team. They're trying to maintain position on the point. But I think you're seeing how difficult it is for Weibo Gaming to deal with the Zarya. Just able to stay alive on the point for so long. 56% for OWCS here. Obviously, a lot of invested ultimates from either team. But as Kellex gets closer to the sound barrier in this fight, they should be able to sweep over Weibo and do a bit of a coordinated push that should secure a fight win here. Graviton Surge as well. Checkmate going down. Big play from Leave, actually. And this is going to build a lot of valuable percentage for Weibo, who were behind at the start of this round.
Yeah, and I wonder if that means that Ziad is just going to hold on to the Graviton Surge. You can already see that OWCS are trying to just take a step back, waiting for him to come back online.
Absolutely, as Gushue poking here in the front lines. Graviton Surge comes out, but it whiffs actually. Gushue going to be caught in it, but the Primal Rage, that's going to be enough sustainability to keep himself alive. Mew goes down to Lambda here, so an opening for OWCS if they want it. Sound Barrier could be used here to secure the rest of the fight, but no need. Checkmate, another pick onto Shy here. This should be OWCS in full control here. Weibo's going to try to stall this out. Primal Rage popped from Gushue as well as Monk goes down. Graviton Surge from Leave in the duplicate. Finds a pick, they do, onto Lambda. But Weibo Gaming look like they're behind in this one, unless the Primal Blade in full force.
He's going up so big! So big, in fact, that Checkmate is going to help to dish back out a new one with that duplicate from the Echo onto that Winston, as Gushue baits him away to be able to jump back into the fray with the rest of the reinforcements from Weibo Gaming coming back. But Gushue, unfortunately, just doesn't have the sustain to deal with the rest of the members of OWCS. So if they do get away with 85%, that's a lot of stall to have gotten from just the investment of the Primal Rage.
That's an insane amount of stall, actually. That fight should have been over way quicker for OWCS, but instead, Weibo Gaming, great job just keeping control of the point in Gushue, making things difficult there with a couple of kills from the Primal Rage. Now, Monk needs to build this Kitsune Rush quick before Landon is able to drop it here aggressively and fight in these narrow choke points using Zarya.
I mean, the bullet shot first from Lambda misses its mark, so that's not going to just be an instant pick to send Weibo Gaming reeling. Weibo now can set up to go in for something like the dive, but as Landon hits the Kitsune Rush, oh, Shy! The bomb comes out, but Shy gets taken out of the server! And now the rest of the picks might be coming through as Checkmate just has clear sight lines. Now with this Gushue getting stuck into the Graviton Surge, it's easy pickings. And unfortunately, Weibo, they don't end up winning out this final round of Ilios. And with that Diva ban out of the way, that's going to be something we've got to talk about for the rest of the series.
Wow, that is absolutely brutal for Weibo Gaming, actually, considering how much they invested into this map. Like we talked about, the Ilios map pick should be a huge boon for them in being able to find a way to win this series, but OWCS stealing this one, you have to say. It looked like, Weibo Gaming were going to come away with it on round 2, on Ruins.
Yeah.
Like they were going to secure that one and get away with the map win. But OWCS, they bring it back, win Ilios, and now Weibo Gaming are just in a dark hole here, because what maps are you going to win on for the rest of the series? How do you get to 3?
It's going to be a really tough one, because maybe you just have to say that we can win versus the Diva. And at this point, you're going to have to, since you can't ban it out again.
You're going to have to, yeah.
Yeah, you don't really have another choice for that one. But I think, all across the board, this map still felt very, very close.
Oh.
99 to 100% on the first round of Ilios. Ruins was such a close affair. And then, of course, here, too, we just saw Weibo miss out on 15% of that final point.
Yeah, it got ridiculously close in the end. But OWCS, they're a scrappy team. The way they were able to make that work. Really impressive performance from them. And I'm thinking about Weibo Gaming, like, where do you take them now? It has to be something like a Dorado pick, a map we haven't really seen as of yet, because you just gotta keep playing these Winston compositions, I feel like.
Yeah, but the Diva is so good on that map as well, so it's just really tough. Maybe we have to see this Weibo roster start to show us their brawl. Something that they've been working on the entirety of Stage 3 because this meta has really demanded it. And even though we kind of look at Weibo and we see, oh yeah, well definitely you're a dive team, they're gonna have to show us that brawl and make it work for them to have more longevity in this tournament.
I think the problem is if you opt into the brawl, like you're kind of accepting the Symmetra. Like fair enough, you have a Symmetra ban in hand. So if you really wanted to go with a brawl composition and ban out the Symmetra, sure, we can do that. Maybe you force the Yad over to the Zarya, or even the Ramatra if need be. So sure, that could be a way you could find a map win in this series if you are Weibo Gaming. But at the same time, I feel like most of their style in recent history has been, we want to pick the Symmetra compositions apart. We want to put Leave onto a hero like Venture. We want to poke and prod and pick these close-knitted brawl compositions apart. And so matching them on that, that's just not going to happen. We'll have to see what they got cooked up.
I still think like you're gonna have to. But maybe this is another one of those matchups you look at and you go, well, we know that OWCS is gonna play this, so try to throw everything in the kitchen sink and try to answer it and see what's actually going to work, because you're gonna play against OWCS with this look. You could potentially play against Twisted Minds and have to deal with the same thing. And then think about the other Korean teams that also have very strong brawl looks. Team Falcons is the first one that comes to mind. And we're gonna go to Shambali Monastery as our next map in this series.
Yeah, so this is really interesting actually, because I think Shambali Monastery, like we talked about, is a go-to map for a lot of teams. I wouldn't have said that it's a go-to map for a team like Weibo Gaming, because it caters to a lot of these brawl compositions with the Ramatra and such. Obviously, OWCS, they did a fantastic job dealing with GK on this map yesterday when they played the Symmetra compositions. And so now if I'm Weibo Gaming, okay, can we beat a team like OWCS on this map? Maybe deploying that Symmetra ban in the first place. That could be a path to victory here. Leave, probably pretty comfortable in this map as well. You can play Venture, Tracer, Echo on defense, because there is some accessible high ground and some verticality if wanted. So there's definitely a path for Weibo Gaming to win this map, but that has to start with the confidence of finding a way to deal with this Symmetra.
I think you're right about maybe just banning it out. Get it out of the way, then
that
at least
like
you don't have to deal with... I know it does, because you still probably have to deal with Ramatra. Unless this is a situation where OWCS go, we could just ban it now. You're playing Shambali Monastery. You probably want to put Bushui on the Ramatra, so you might have to deal with another ban that's very disadvantageous to your team, like the Tracer ban in Map 1.
Yeah, OWCS, because they've been so reliant on the Symmetra, and I don't mean reliant in the fact that they always need to play the Symmetra, but it just wins them.
Strong.
Like, they just win series. So, like, if you're really good at Symmetra, like, why would you play anything else? But I think we saw them earlier on in the year that they actually did experiment with a lot of different compositions. You know, Landon was flexing around quite viciously on that flex support role. Like, we saw Ilaria at times from him.
Baptiste is amazing.
The Baptiste is amazing. And so I think that OWCS, they have the flexibility required to play a lot of different stuff if need be. It just hasn't been the case for, I'd say, the past 6 months that they really have to play anything besides the Symmetra.
Yeah, I'd love to know if that's something that they've been working on in scrims or in their boot camp leading up to the OWCS World Finals. Because there's going to be teams that have played against it enough. Like, you got to imagine Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons. They've studied the VODs, they've gone to the books, and they said, okay, we're gonna play OWCS or Twisted Minds at some point, and we're gonna have to beat them. We can't let the mid-season championship happen again.
Yeah, I mean, a team like Falcons, the way they dominated OWCS in a 4-0, it was just ridiculously stunning, right? And so I feel like they are probably really comfortable against compositions like that. But like I talked about on the desk, it's a bit of a trial test. Like, okay, because remember Virtus Pro in Stage 3? They couldn't deal with the Symmetra. And so, you know, a team like Twisted Minds, they're just like, okay, well, you're not able to beat the Symmetra compositions, and so we're just going to play it against you. But then Twisted Minds said, okay, against teams that know how to deal with the Symmetra, you know, OWCS, they feel like OWCS is the better sim team, then Twisted Minds are just going to flex away from it. So like, okay, if you know how to beat the Symmetra, then we're not going to play it. We're not even going to bother. But against teams that don't know how to play against Symmetra, it's incredibly potent. And so it's a bit of a gatekeeper composition that, all right, get through our Symmetra comp first, and if you can, we'll respect you and we'll flex away from it.
There's no Symmetra ban as we head into Shambali Monastery. It's going to be Sojourn and Brigitte. Now, we have seen a little bit of Brig, but I'm curious about that Sojourn pick. Maybe they really are just looking at Labda and saying that this is not the hero we want to play against with you.
Yeah, it's honestly a little bit surprising to see the Sojourn ban come out because there are so many valuable bans in the first place, right? And I think, you know, a player like Labda, I don't think is too bothered by this. Like, just play Freya on Ilio.
Yeah.
Like, so we're happy to flex away from it. The one angle would be if you're going to, you know, play a tank composition perhaps that the Sojourn is able to build a lot of railgun charge on, because obviously that increases the value drastically of what a Sojourn is able to do. But I think in most cases, like the Sojourn, it's a great hero. Not sure it's worthy of a ban.
Both of these hero bans are kind of like, I'm not sure if these are the ones that I think I would have picked for this map in particular versus either of these teams, but no Ram ban and no Sim ban. So both of those heroes are on the board for both teams. And I think that really means that we might see GuXue go down this Ramatra route. I mean, Shambali Monastery has very classically been about Ram, and we've seen that already from our matches yesterday.
Yeah, 100%. I think the Brig ban is quite interesting because I think you could make the case that, okay, Brig is really efficient, of course, at protecting our backline, but also throwing out the repair packs for your flex DPS player. So if Leave wants to play something like an Echo, like a Tracer,
right,
really helpful in giving them additional resources to hold some of these flanks that are going to be really impactful on a map like Shambali. We often see when teams actually stage on this map, particularly if they're attacking like the first point, there are a lot of side angles, a lot of lanes that are really important to hold. And so if you're able to commit more resources to a flanker to help them clear those, that's going to be massively impactful for you. But otherwise, it is a bit of a cook. They're cooking with this one.
I think I just believe that there are a couple more bans that might have been a bit more valuable, but as I look back on what happened yesterday, Alcazia did play this Baptiste Lucio backline for their own Ramatra composition. So it's not something that we look at and go, well, the Brig ban is going to hurt them. So it very realistically could be something that they've seen from Weibo, or they definitely saw the Brig backline from Geeke yesterday in their match.
I mean, I don't see any reason why Alcazia shouldn't play what they played yesterday. When they played the Symmetra, the Lucio Bap, like, it worked wonders for them against GK. And until Weibo Gaming can prove that they can deal with a composition like that, like, what's the point?
Yeah.
So it all comes down to Weibo Gaming. Having the advantage of not playing yesterday, you were able to look at that match and look at what Alcazia are doing on this map, scout them and prepare a plan. And so we'll have to see what that plan is, what they got in store.
Yeah, I mean, Labda did play the Sojourn, so at least that's one piece of the puzzle that's taken out. But then what actually comes in to replace that? Because I think that Labda has quite a
strong.
Yeah, like Cassidy would be great, especially with the Symmetra. We've seen some really tricky plays with teams going for high noons and actually teleporting the Cassidy around so that you can get a sight line. You can have one of those, like, lip-level performances.
We head into Shambali Monastery here. The players just having a few extra minutes to prepare them, going into the second map here, making sure they're comfortable in our little player setup, right next to us, actually.
I know, it's funny because I was, when I'm like not here, I've been listening to all the comms from the players. Actually,
we can hear them right next to us, yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool. Everybody's so animated. It's just neat to be able to see them do their thing in their element.
Yeah, and I think we've heard a couple of players raise their voices, especially because I have no doubt that you can have noise-canceling headphones and to prevent any kind of advantage comes from listening to the other team and such. But if you make yourself really loud, if you scream when you win fights, that is going to penetrate any noise cancelling you have. And that is a bit of a mental factor we see in a lot of other esports that we don't get the chance to abuse that much in Overwatch. But it's definitely a factor, the fact that these teams are able to look at them as they're playing the match.
Right, like it's not even about the sound, but the fact that you can sit across from your opponent and actually see them maybe pumping their fist on top of their monitor, that could definitely do something to your confidence level. So, as we enter into map number 2, Weibo Gaming are on the attack, and they're going to stick to something that they've already tested. Except this time around, it's not GuXue on the Winston, it's going to be the Zarya. Maybe a bit of a better matchup into this Beyond Diva.
Yeah, 100%, and there's no real threat to you here either. Of course, you gotta take great care here if you are GuXue, because as soon as you pop your bubble cycle and you lose both of those Zarya bubbles, that is a huge opportunity for Alcatia to punish you. You see them pushing the card up here. Here comes the teleporter from Alcatia as we go for a bit of a rotation here. Weibo Gaming, you can already see how Monk and Leave actually, they're setting up this wide angle and trying to just make it difficult for Alcatia to walk up. They're going to teleport away here. You can see them clearing and finding Shy, lacking that mobility on the edge.
You need to get Ziad to use all of this defense matrix so you can actually try to deal with Labda. Playing this D.Va is going to help enable this Cassidy a lot, just to be able to have that pocket, but Ziad is still finding picks. I mean, that's 3 in a row right now against Weibo, so that's going to be a great defense for Alcatia to kick things off.
I mean, they're literally just TPing onto the back line, and then they just keep walking. Like, they're playing goats with Symmetra D.Va. It's essentially what they're doing, because they're TPing up.
What a throwback.
And then they're just like a wrecking ball coming through the map. And if you're not disengaging, if you're not dispersing away from this team, they are just going to take you down. It's absolutely menacing here. So Weibo Gaming, as they set up with this, now the Freya, you can see, trying to dodge the wrecking ball here. As Theod just comes in with the Kitsune Rush from Landon. Shy, no chance, buddy.
I mean, Shy just tries to take to the skies and run and fly as fast as possible away from this D.Va, but she's just so tanky. She also can strike really hard. And so when you notice that there's blood in the water, I mean, this D.Va is going to go after you. There's been no progress made here by Weibo, and they are stuck on this corner as the teleporter is creating this pit turn.
Oh, Leave. Sorry, buddy. Almost built a duplicate.
So close.
You pop the title Blast here to try to get some survivability, but this is one-sided, bro.
It's very one-sided. I mean, Labda just gets free sight lines. When you have the protection of Ziad's D.Va, it's very easy for you to be able to land your mark on people like Leave. Shy, if you go up into the sky, you're just a sitting duck.
Yeah, you are a sitting duck, but it's honestly like your best bet here. I'd say it's quite worrying that Gushui is barely able to walk up here. Oh my god.
Oh, the Jedi through the teleporter. And this duplicate has no staying power. Even though Leave did duplicate that D.Va, got deep-mech'd and out of duplicate almost instantly. Weibo right now, it feels like their only hope is try to get these ultimates out of Alcatia and then hopefully have more to bully their way through to capture this first checkpoint.
Yeah, this is absolutely disgusting. I mean, you have a Graviton Surge, but okay, you're playing as a Symmetra and a D.Va, so how do you kind of guarantee value here? So hard if you're Weibo Gaming. All right, you got the Kitsune Rush here. Should be able to at least use that to secure some space as they try to round this very corner. But Landon's going to match it. They have the stun ready to go if need be here. Alcatia popping a lot of ultimates here with 30 seconds to go, Rose.
You can see a lot of the emphasis is on the D.Va. Just try to get Ziad out of mech so that this defense matrix cannot eat the grab. But all the while, Alcatia are able to win this team fight off the back of just the rush and the photon barrier. They still get to hold on to the sound barrier for the most critical part, which is the final push from Weibo with the Graviton Surge.
Yeah, and I would just bully Gushui here. You have a defense matrix, just like run over the Zarya, sound barrier to go with here. Graviton Surge is actually going to come off. Ziad eats the Bola shot that would have combined so nicely with the Graviton Surge. But with Gushui already down, all right, we're gonna go back into the card. Leave, you're dead. Sorry, that's a full hold.
A full hold indeed, and a pretty sad-looking one as Weibo gets stopped before that first corner.
This is so sad. That is so dominant. I mean,
I
you
wonder,
didn't ban
like,
the Symmetra, so...
yeah, like, would that have been... I think that would have been better than the Sojourn.
I mean, at the end of the day...
Maybe it doesn't matter.
Well, I would like to think that it does matter. If you're not able to beat the Symmetra composition, banning the Symmetra out feels like something that is quite valuable. But maybe you feel like you would have had to save that later on in the series. Because Alcatia, they would have had Protect ban, both support and damage at the same time. You can't do that, obviously. And so there is a case to be made that Weibo Gaming maybe felt like they need to save the Symmetra ban for later on in the series. When Alcatia, they have the advantage of map pick and are going to force a map featuring both the Symmetra and Lucio.
Oh, Johnny. Weibo got 1 kill.
I wasn't going to mention it, but yes, they only got 1 kill.
Oh, no. Oh, that's so sad. It's just hard because I think that like OWCS, this is clearly their wheelhouse, and especially with a lot of the buildings that you can play around, I think it played to the teleporter strengths a lot more. Maybe Weibo right now, they're just gonna have to kind of do their best. It might require a close hold just with how far this cart actually moved on their attack push. But OWCS, they're not playing around. We saw the Reinhardt for fun, but they are going to lock into the same composition they used on the defense.
This is going to be incredibly difficult. The Venture is actually going to be relatively helpful here because you need someone to put pressure onto this card, as you're seeing right now. The Burrow obviously going to be helpful in that regard. But OWCS, they just want to put a little bit of the pressure onto the backline here, so TPing right across here. And the rotation is so difficult for Weibo Gaming. You just have to disperse, you just have to back off. You can't match this death ball. And now you need to kind of restage here, but OWCS have the high ground.
High ground control and free sightlines for Labda. Weibo used that Suzu so early, so you know that they're not afraid to use that utility, and maybe that's something OWCS can try to take advantage of. Shy does find a nice pick onto Labda, but gets traded. But Guxui's able to follow up, and now that you've actually taken out 2 members of OWCS, it should just be a reset here. Weibo with a 1 defensive win.
Yeah, but still though, Guxui going down is actually pretty huge because the respawns are so much faster from OWCS here because the card barely moved on their attack. So now, OWCS, they're just gonna walk up. There's no Zarya remotely close.
And they didn't get Ziad out of mech. They got really close to actually de-meching. And if they had done that, maybe that makes this defense just a little bit better for Weibo to buy some time. But at this point, this cart is inching ever closer to that final box, and Guxui's gonna have to play from this corner. Where are the ultimates here? Landon's gonna be the first one to be able to let it rip with that Kitsune Rush, as Yam might even have that mech, and Labda gets a pick onto leave. This is all going from bad to worse here as OWCS continue to walk forward to get this win.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush dropped onto the cart.
Oh, they don't touch.
Even touch.
They don't touch, Johnny, they don't touch.
Rose, it was over.
They don't touch.
It was over, Rose. It
Yeah,
doesn't
but
matter.
like, I know,
just
but...
don't touch, it doesn't matter. Like, let's go next match.
Oh, but you never wanted to see it end like that. Come on, at least like, you know, put up a... You wanted to see them put up a
They
fight.
were walking into a Kitsune Rush, Rose. There was no way good way to end that.
No, I know that, but... I didn't call it a C9. I just said that they didn't touch.
They didn't touch. Checkmate went 15-1, having a field day on this Metro there in the lobby. Labda popping off on the Cassidy. That was one-sided. That's tough. That's tough. We joked about it in the pre-show. Matt was having a bit of a giggle. I think Weibo Gaming were kind of wishing they were playing Crazy Raccoons right now instead of OWCS. Because like at least they're like, okay, Crazy Raccoon, they're not gonna come out and play this Metro Brawl. We can match you in the dive. Let's play that. Let's go back to the Winston Tracer Sombra comps. Let's do that instead.
Yeah. It's hard because if Team CC, if Weibo Gaming takes a loss here, they're going to be playing Team CC in the lower bracket.
Oh, that would be a lot of fun actually.
It would end up being a fun match to watch, but that's also a matchup that we've seen play out already since both teams are from the CN region.
Yeah, and they play each other really closely actually. We were pretty impressed by Team CC. And as we're heading into map 3 here, we're kind of already talking about the Weibo Gaming's lower bracket match, which I think only speaks to the performance we've seen out of AQ so far. It's been quite dominant. Now, you need to reverse sweep this. If you're Weibo Gaming, you still have a Lucio ban, you still have a Symmetra ban, and you're guaranteed to get these out if you make it there, because obviously OWCS can't protect ban both. So I'm not quite sure what the path is going to be here because you picked Shambali Monastery. There's no Dorado left. Maybe you want to deny something like a New Junk City and go to a map like Suravasa instead. There are no good choices here.
But I think you're right. Because I think it's just a multiple-pronged problem. You can pick the map and you can get a ban correct, but there are ways that OWCS have clearly dealt with these targeted bans towards their comps, and they've come in a variety of different forms. I mean, think about like the Lucio ban. You brand Lucio, okay, then they play Symmetra Juno, and that solves a lot of the speed problem.
Preferable. I would still take it over the Lucio.
Yeah, maybe, but I still think that it's going to be a hard match regardless. You don't just solve the problem by picking the map and getting one ban right. It's like you've got to ban 2 things, and you just don't have that.
I mean, honestly, it stems to the fact that Alcatia were able to win Ilios. I talked about it when the first map came around that it almost was a bit of a must-win map for Weibo Gaming to go up 1-0 in this series. And now they're very quickly in a 2-0 They were so close indeed. But this entire series, the outcome hinged upon that Ilios. And now you're picking Blizzard World instead with very wide map. So you're able to put Leave on something like a Tracer here and play the flanking game instead. Set up against the Symmetra comp quite efficiently. But still, it's gotta be one map at a time here, Rose. If you gotta win 3 in a row, that's really difficult.
Maybe you can go back to Winston. Maybe Winston end up putting
just think
Kai
back
on
the
Ash.
verticality. It's like you said. I think on a map like this, the D.Va is actually like so potent, and I don't think Winston is able to secure enough value on his own stuff. It just doesn't have any staying power on that hero, and it's not like staging the dive is going to be really good anyway because Alcatia, they play so well together. They're reliant on these Batiste heals, the Lucio, amp heals. And so you can, play the Winston. You're not going to be able to survive jumping into a brawl composition like that. If they were playing a greedy backline in this case, then it would be a hero you could rely on. It is just not Alcatia style because Kelix loves to play more of the Lucio on the break.
Maybe that's where you ban
The Lucio?
one. Yeah, ban Lucio.
Any time like present.
Maybe play Hazard though. Gushue, bring out the Hazard. This would be the time. Play the Hazard against the Symmetra. Just try.
Just try. Indeed, you gotta try something. They look a little bit defeated right now.
Winston ban too, as that comes in as Weibo do ban the Symmetra, and so maybe that is why they feel just a little bit defeated. Now one of those tanks that you would have loved Gushue to be able to play in a map like this, not available to them. Checkmate though has been having a major day. I think this is just from the Shambali map, if I'm not mistaken.
15 eliminations. That's a lobby high for you right there. Just keeping across the map here. And I think that Checkmate has evolved into one of the best Symmetra players in the world. So we cannot forget the fact that this guy started off his career playing Reinhardt for Florida Mayhem. And later on, his actual role was more of the Genji, more of the Tracer.
Right.
He is really the jack of all trades when it comes to that damage role and able to play so many different heroes. Just so happens that he's been able to play the Symmetra at such a high level now.
And he was a huge reason for this Alcatia squad getting together at the start of the season. It was Checkmate, talked to Landon, and they said, let's build a team. And with Alcatia being able to give them the resources to do that, it's why they've been able to create this super team that has put up some numbers in EMEA.
Yeah, it's been really impressive how Junkbuck has been able to put this team together and coach them up. He talked in an interview with Overwatch TV, of course, about how this team has kind of just adapted Junkbuck's style at this point. They've played together for so long. They're really in sync with the vision that Junkbuck has for this team. And that has forced them to perform at such a ridiculously high level. Now, it's been a little bit disappointing for them because they obviously feel like they've been conquered by Twisted Minds as of recent. Now they kind of have to figure out a new style. But going into this tournament, they became a little bit more strict onto their practice. And are taking things way more seriously because they were dominant for so long that they started to coast a little bit, is what they said in this interview. So now in this matchup, I think this is a team that is ridiculously locked in and are taking things extremely serious. This is the most important event of the year, and they felt like they have to step up the seriousness a little bit.
Right. This is the time to do it. You want to be the winner at the end of the day, and if this is going to be the tournament, it feels like, as we continue to say, the gap is closing, and maybe this is the time for a team to take out the Koreans and actually win it all at the very end. Blizzard World, the third map in our series between Weibo Gaming and Alcatia, where Alcatia have won 2 maps. So one more win, they will win the series and move forward to be able to play versus Crazy Raccoon.
This is where we need to see some great signs out of Weibo Gaming. We questioned them a little bit going into this tournament after a group stage loss at the mid-season championship. And we had such high expectations for this team. A lot of fantastic Chinese legends on this roster. Xian and Chai Li, one of the most potent damage duos of all time. But they've kind of struggled in recent history to showcase their abilities and play to the highest of their potential. This is where you need them to start taking over, leaving a mark on this series.
I already like the looks that we've seen so far. Now that the Tracer has been fully unlocked here for Leave, we didn't have access to it in our first map of the series. I hope that this is something where we can get a lot of confidence from Weibo. Now on the defense first though will be Alcatia, and they're going to come out with the thing that's been working. No Symmetra since his ban banned out, but Checkmate can still show us some really good potency on that Tracer.
No, 100%. He's an extremely good Tracer. Now, there's a lot of superstar Tracer players in this tournament. You know, Lip, Sugar-Free, Proper, Kisang, like they're all fantastic Tracer players. Do I think that Checkmate is on that level? That's incredibly difficult to say, but I don't want to downplay how good Checkmate is on this hero. And going up against Leave here, Leave's got to respect Checkmate. Yes, you banned out the Symmetra, you took away Alcatia's favorite composition, but this is still a map where Alcatia, if you don't respect them, they could full hold you.
I mean, this is still tough because you have to play Zarya now into a highly mobile composition, and I just wonder how that's going to work. Weibo, they do decide to at least then leave on a mission throughout the right-hand side, and that's going to leave Gushue to try to take up the helm through the mid lane. But as you see Ziad with the boosters just able to kind of kite away from all of that damage, it's going to be slow going here as you wait for the Lucio to be able to amp it up and help you get into the fight. Landon is backed up, so stepped away from a pretty critical dynamite, so he's not going to take a whole lot of damage. But it's still this fight at a standstill until Mew falls. A trade though as Labda is also taken out by Levo, who's been able to scurry into the back lines, and that's going to be a tick of progress for Weibo on this very first point. The cards are still falling the way of Alcatia though, and they're only going to get away with 33%.
Yeah, they're actually able to set up the angles quite nicely there. Weibo Gaming obviously playing a bit more static composition with the Ashe and the Zarya. They were a little bit clumped up, and then the rotation come through from Labda, who then, with a railgun shot, opened up the fight for Alcatia. Now, Shy over to this Soldier. Felt like the Ashe was being punished a little bit too heavily. So this is a more dynamic, mobile damage duo, but that's not going to matter if you get headshot in the face.
No, Labda already going to win in that counterpart duel, and this is a great time for Ziad to go in even deeper.
No way.
Labda with another pick onto Gushue. I mean, this is where you see the confidence building for Alcatia. They know they don't even just have to play just on the high ground by the statue. They can go more far forward knowing that it's going to take time for Weibo to get set back up.
Yeah, it's almost like they have a couple of engaged scenarios here, because they could, in this choke, you know, we can use the defensive matrix, we can try to poke and prod and find an opening pick here early, but if that doesn't work, we're happy to fall back. You can see there's Ziad already going in. Landon has the Kitsune Rush if they want to maintain the positioning right here. Looks like they're going to fall back. They didn't like what they see, and so now you can go back towards the point here. You have support ultimates in hand. You just have to pick a moment here where you set up your Tracer for the dive.
Might be double support ultimates though, but the overclock from Labda first. Monk going to throw down the Kitsune Rush, and that's going to push Alcatia back. Labda doesn't get much out of that overclock, except for just a little bit of a scare tactic as Weibo, they're able to make their way onto the point. The late rush though from Landon gets great sightlines onto the rest of the team as the pulse bomb lands on the Shy. It is going to be Calyx that finished up the damage, but Alcatia still come up big winners in this team fight.
Yeah, that's what I talked about. Forcing Monk to use the Kitsune Rush early meant that Alcatia were happy to just fall back into the point, double support ultimate, and that goes in their favor. Huge commit by Gushue, popping that Graviton Surge. Felt like he could use the fight, use the ultimate to win the fight. But now, dying late and Weibo Gaming, committing so many big ultimates with just a minute to go. I mean, this is looking like another full hold, really.
I think it will be. I mean, if Labda can continue to put up the pressure with just those continuous first picks, Checkmate as well, sitting all the way up front, would just be able to get some big damage. Maybe another pulse bomb in this fight.
Yeah, you are aware that Shy is coming up on this overclock. Taking a lot of damage early here. You can't get picked if you're Weibo Gaming. 20 seconds to go. And you see Leave actually on this flank. He wants to get the point touch as we're drawing close to an overtime scenario.
He's dead.
But he goes down. I mean, this is horrible news for Weibo Gaming. You have to work yourself up here. Gushue already low. Bubbles committed. This is Alcatia just swarming on top of your team. Who's going to touch the point?
Weibo's pressing the SP. They have had so much pressure from this D.Va in the front that they have to pop the overclock now. They have not been able to make it to the point. Nobody touches. Mew unable to get there, and a full hold from Alcatia comes through.
Oh my god. This is not a good showing for Weibo Gaming. This is not what you wanted to see if you're a Weibo fan. Wow. that is tough. You get full hold on both Shambali Monastery and Blizzard World, and Checkmate looks like he's warming up in practice range.
It is a really one-sided affair. From Shambali Monastery now to Blizzard World, we have seen teams be able to take fuller hold on Blizzard World, but just based on how this OWCS squad is playing, I just don't think that there's a bastion of hope there for the defense of Weibo.
Checkmate went 10-0 on the Tracer.
Oh,
He's just chilling. I mean, it's ridiculously good push and pull from OWCS, like I said, because they'll play around the choke point. Just like, okay, well, like, can we find an opportunity here? Can we combine a railgun shot from Labda with Checkmate blinking in and finding an early pick? No, okay, well, we're just gonna fall back into the point, try to do it again. Leave is not able to establish any kind of dominance in the Tracer matchup whatsoever. And because of that, OWCS, they just have the positional advantage and able to rotate and find the picks required to not enable Weibo Gaming to get any kind of momentum whatsoever.
They're on the Ramatra. I wanted to see this a long time ago in the series. Even on Shambali Monastery, it felt like it would have been a good pick. But of course, we couldn't see it until now. And so for Weibo, I mean, is this going to be enough to actually dig their heels into the sand and stop this onslaught? OWCS are moving so fast, be able to go take the underground on the left-hand side as Weibo have set up like the Duskwood.
So the good thing about playing the Ramatra is if you can only let the enemy team have 56% of the cap, the Ramatra is going to be really efficient at standing on the point. But as you can see, Siad is already putting some point pressure here. And this is going to mean that Weibo Gaming will have to fall back. This is going to allow OWCS to step up quite freely here. Just some poke initially here. I mean, they're not going to secure a tick here to begin with. Siad relatively fine. But as you can see, just because of Siad touching the point like that, now OWCS, they have all the positional advantage that they need.
I mean, you said leave to actually contest the D.Va, already forced out with the recall. And now that you're going to take this fight behind the point, you've got the Wooyoung sliding away because that it cannot be the first player to fall. If Mew goes down, the healing is going to be really limited on this Weibo squad. So Gushue able to open things up with picks onto Labda and Monk. That's a great start, but you have 2 minutes and 45 seconds you still got to get through.
Yeah, there was a nice rotation away from OWCS and a quick re-engage by Gushue with the Nemesis form, punching away, securing a couple of picks. So that's a good first fight win there. It took a lot of time for OWCS to stage in that fight and get ready to commit in the first place. Checkmate already on this big flank though. So if OWCS, they find a good railgun shot here, that's going to spell trouble.
I mean, that's going to be Checkmate coming back to the point just to keep up the pressure. The point presence is really palpable. With the D.Va and the Tracer being able to help pressure Weibo to get back there. Shy is dead. Mew's gonna have to use the Kaido Blast here, but would have liked to save it for Leave to have this Pulse Bomb. Now that it's online, maybe this is the perfect time to use it, but Mew has to use it defensively, and that is not a good sign. As Gushue falls, Monk is next to follow, and Weibo Gaming is on Leave to try to help pressure this point, but with the D.Va Bomb, there's no hope of touching. And OWCS 3-0 sweep on Weibo with another full hold on Blizzard World.
Clean as you like. Number 2 seed coming out from EMEA, but they look like they haven't dropped a beat. If you were worried about this team going into this tournament, I think this series proved that there's no reason to doubt, and they're looking like one of the top dogs in the entire tournament. Even when the Symmetra was taken away from them, they just look absolutely dominant with Checkmate on this Tracer. 12-0. He was setting up perfectly, and combined with Labda's incredible first picks on that Sojourn to secure a relatively easy 3-0 here for OWCS.
I thought after that first round on Ilios that we would have had a dogfight. It would have been a lot closer than that, but when the D.Va was back available to OWCS, it just felt like, oh no, never mind, lights out. Ziad can continue to put up these performances on the D.Va. The big Tracer just absolutely zooming around the map and just making it so difficult for Weibo to actually find a piece de resistance. Just nothing there from that squad could have really worked, and I think that is really stressful for the rest of the tournament. Knowing that you've got Team CC next in the lower bracket, and you might have to face OWCS again at some point, or some of these other big EMEA super teams. I want to see more from this squad. They're definitely a fan favorite. Like, your heart is with them.
They are. They're legends of the sport. I mean, they've been a fan favorite for many, many years now. Going back to the Hangzhou Spark days when they tried so desperately to win one of those major tournaments. They just haven't been able to. And this is just not the performance you wanted to see against a team like Team CC, like you talked about. This is a team they're obviously very familiar with, both teams coming out of the Chinese region. They've been the top dogs in that matchup historically. But I would say we saw Team CC yesterday. They're on the come up. They made it close against T1. And so if you're Weibo Gaming here, you gotta be worried. You gotta be real worried about the fact that you couldn't secure a single map win or even get a point on 2 of those maps.
But I do wonder if some of it is it just that Weibo fell really short, or is it that OWCS is just that strong? This is a team that yesterday just had an absolutely dominant performance. I think that 2-0 versus EK was just a really good bright spot for them in terms of, well, yeah, okay, we're like we've got our stuff, we've got it all sorted out heading into the rest of the tournament, and maybe that means that it's going to work there. But we do have an interview with Danny on standby with Ziad, so let's hear how Ziad is feeling after that match.
Thank you so much, Nekra. Yes, I am here joined by Ziad. I mean, fantastic job. I mean, you guys are kind of on a roll. You guys won 2-0 yesterday, and you guys did beat Weibo Gaming today 3-0. Again, fantastic job, Ziad. I want to ask, yesterday, your teammate Landon, was like, I think we got the win. We got the win. And then I saw online on X, actually, on social media, Weibo replied, they're like, oh, we can't wait to see you. And then it was a 3-0. How do you feel?
I mean, it was easy match. We predicted them good. I also like the hard maps like Elios, they do diva ban. We still shit on them, So yeah, it was easy game.
It was easy game. It was easy game. And like I said, you guys are on a roll. You guys are OWCS. You guys are killing it right now. Next match, I feel like it might be a little bit more harder than today. I mean, you guys are going to be facing off against Crazy Raccoon. Ziad, how are you feeling going into that match? Are you confident?
Yeah, I have come with it, but I really think it's not going to be like an easy match like today. So we will try our best. Yeah, we will try to win.
Okay. All right. I love the sound of that. Yeah, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much. Let's head back to the desk.
Thanks so much, Danny and Ziad. A lot of confidence coming out there from OWCS's main tank, and honestly, well deserved. I mean, they put a beat down here on Weibo.
It was really disappointing because Weibo is one of those teams that you look at and you just know they're fan favorite. They have so much fan support behind them, and especially when a lot of this core roster was a part of that team from China at the Overwatch World Cup that put on just a stellar performance, making it all the way to the final part of the bracket. And they show up here and they fall flat. You just are kind of devastated. You're heartbroken for them.
I mean, I'm so sad, Matt.
Why?
I'm so sad that this is what we're seeing out of Weibo Gaming. We've come so far from the playoffs in Toronto, Overwatch League 2023, and like all the fans are like, Hangzhou Spark, we love this team. These guys are absolute legends. But this is just not pretty for them, considering how historically they've just been amazing performers, many years in a row.
On the pre-show, when we were talking with Rose, me and Jake, we talked about this one could be like a 3-0 kind of beatdown, and it most certainly was. I think OWCS, look, obviously Crazy Raccoon had a blowout, the best SG.
This was worse.
OWCS, though, when you take into account the strength of opponents, right, with GK and Weibo, they ran through both.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, too, I think you just have to look at Weibo and say this is not their meta.
But
they might not be prepped for the meta that's going to be out the tournament.
Yes. But they did just play Tracer Sojourn, which is supposed to be the go-to damage lineup, and Checkmate went 12-0. I'm just leave. Please, buddy. You're an MVP. Come on, man.
I would say more concerning, though, for Weibo is back in Hangzhou, they finished 4th in a meta that was pretty good for them. EWC, they don't make it out of groups, and then here they lose in round number 1. That is a bad sign for this team, and we'll take a look here now at the bracket to see where they'll shake out and obviously get a better look at our upper bracket. So that solidifies that big match we're all looking forward to. Crazy Raccoon versus OWCS.
What a banger.
That one, look, I never want to guarantee anything, but that one I don't think will be a 3-0.
No,
I think that one I think that one will be around for a little bit.
This is going to be an amazing match.
Hopefully not. And then Weibo falls down to the lower bracket, so we'll take a look and see who they get. So a little bit of friendly fire here going up against Team CC.
I can't wait for this one.
No, I'm so sad.
Well, really, because they have such different styles as well. That is a stylistic matchup between two teams coming from the same region. So Weibo Gaming, look, they're still gonna pick Ilios. They lost Ilios, they're still gonna pick Ilios because it's way better. But Team CC, with Billy Deng in the mix,
Weibo,
they're gonna bring out the Hasper, they're gonna bring out the Ramatra, they're gonna make things difficult for the dive comp.
Weibo's got to show me something. We can't keep
This is
living
not
off,
the way you can go out.
We can't keep living off of, Overwatch World Cup, that's ages ago.
But that's why I'm so sad. Because I can't
Let's
Overwatch
have
anymore.
some fun memories for Overwatch.
He's bringing up the
World Cup.
Overwatch League. I mean, we are so far past that. I mean, we can't.
That's why I can't gas them up the way I used to gas them up. Like I felt so emotionally close to that team. I was always rooting for those guys. And now I can't sit here and talk about them like they're legends because they just lost the World Cup.
Yeah, well, we'll see how they fare in the lower bracket. Their game will be against Team CC. But we have 2 more matches here for the rest of the day. And this next one is going to be a good one. Twisted Vines versus T1 right after this quick break.
You can hear it in the wind. An echo. A whisper. A calling home.
It welcomes us. Not as wanderers, but as its kin.
In search of a memory of what once was, where purpose ignites.
A refuge where warriors can lay down their weapons and join forces with one another. You can feel the power as countless worlds collide.
A new future with endless possibilities.
A place to unite.
To imagine.
To belong.
Are you ready, BlizzCon?
It's about time.
Oh, I like it. I think about you all the time. If you let me, I will prove you should be mine. Come with me, move through the night. Let me learn what you like on my mind. And if we keep up the vibe, moving in motion, eye to eye, perfect time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel the heat all over my body. Come on, talk to me, I want you on my body all the time.
The 2025 Overwatch World Finals is brought to you by DHL.
This is what it looks like in Stockholm, Sweden, where we are to celebrate the Overwatch Esports during the OWCS World Finals, the last major event of the year. That is it right there.
Dinner's at tonight.
Those boats are beautiful. Look at that. Look at the style. Very European. Isn't it gorgeous, Jake? Look, I live in Los Angeles. I gotta savor the European boats.
We love a good canal, you know?
We love a good canal, yeah.
Johnny's more into yachts now that he's an LA guy.
Yeah. He's really a yacht guy.
I love my yachts. They're amazing. We just witnessed a 3-0 beatdown between Alcacia and Weibo Gaming, and now we're praying that this very matchup lives up to the hype. It's going to be Twisted Minds against T1. This has to just be a gigabanger, right? Map 5?
Look.
Come on.
Look, I'm hopeful for T1. I'm hopeful.
Yeah.
But
for T1?
Yeah.
Oh.
They need some hope.
They need some hope?
They need some hope. I feel like TM about to come in and put that work in. I think TM, the Alcacia have laid the groundwork. Remember, Alcacia are the 2nd seed. TM, we've been waiting to see them, but they're the 1 seed. They're the winners of Europe right now. So I'm a little scared for T1.
Yeah, there's a chance they just come in here and lay a beat down on T1, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Let's take a look at where we are in the day, of course. We've got 4 matches coming your way, and here we are. It's time for the 3rd one after watching Crazy Raccoon and Alcacia having their way with the opposition. And waiting in the wings for later today is obviously Team Liquid against a struggling Falcons. Just about overcame Varel. But first things first, Twisted Minds against T1. And we love to talk about Twisted Minds here as the #1 seed coming from EMEA. They're finally able to overcome a team like Alcacia, and they're looking like they're in their best form going into this tournament.
We've talked about a lot of teams, and especially the backline, and how a lot of supports have struggled to play at this elite level. You're not going to find that on Twisted Minds. I mean, you'd be hard-pressed to find a better backline in the world than Funny, Astro, and Simple. These guys together are just monsters, and so much impact being found from them. So
in the world?
Like, kills. Honestly, I think this is one of the best backlines in the world.
Yeah,
I think
they definitely
these
are.
guys are on the same level for me.
Let's go.
And this team, the vibes are so high right now.
That is good vibes.
Hey, I mean, I didn't even see this. I just timed that perfectly. But when I was speaking to them, as we see Yubi in the starting lineup, obviously that's a really interesting move, right? That tells you what we're going to see. But they were talking about how, without the coach in the room, they're able to just cut through everything, and it's like they're able to just talk and just sort everything out, get everything on the right track, and there's no egos. They're never worried about following the direction of someone they don't exactly trust, because all that info is coming from professional players, right, in that core group. So it's really fascinating to see, and clearly they have it rolling right now.
Yeah, and if you look at some of these individuals, I mean, they've been around the esports for so long, like Funny Astro, incredibly smart guy, Psycho as well, who is, I don't want to say is the self-proclaimed coach, but is having a lot of impact in what decisions we are making, right? And so you look at this team, and Psycho, probably part of that decision to let Yubi into this matchup. And so I'm wondering here now, T1, do they have the tools required to take down a Symmetra coming out from Yubi?
I would also say it's quite nice for TM that they have a hit scan player who can basically just win every series. There's just one map where Porch just wins the map
reliably, yeah.
Consistently does it. That is something that's pretty awesome to fall back on if you're them. So for me, it's they got T1 be able to slow down Quartz, and then also now with Yubi and have to deal with this fantastic sim play. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, and also you can count on Yubi maybe coming in for the first map here, and obviously you can protect ban. If you're Twisted Minds in this series, you can guarantee that the Symmetra won't be banned out in the first place, but then later on in the series, maybe you sub Psycho back in, right? Maybe we can just play the flexibility game too with the Tracer, with the Echo. Twisted Minds looking extremely good heading into this tournament. Well, let's take a look at their opponents. It's going to be T1, the #3 seed from Korea, heading into this tournament. And we always talk about the potential about this team, but they struggled a little bit yesterday against Team CC. Do they have the tools required here to take down a team like Twisted Minds?
I mean, Zest did look pretty great on the venture, and we've seen that character be pretty crucial to a lot of these anti-sim counter strats. This is the big question though for me is T1, you had to know at some point in this tournament you were going to match up against a Symmetra team from Europe. You had to have come in and prepared something and practiced something, but the question is, how much is that preparation really worth You know, it's one thing to do it in a scrim. It's one thing to do it when maybe people are experimenting against you. But when the chips are down and it's about getting these wins, about staying alive in the upper bracket, Twisted Minds aren't going to hold anything back. So this is the time to see if TM can really hang with these top European squads.
Yeah, and Jasmine in the starting lineup yet again. If you remember back to the midseason championship back in EWC, these two teams were in the same group, but never met in groups because TM loses to Sign, Esports early on, Rocket and Co. And they actually end up facing off in the third place match in Riyadh. And it was like a 3-1, pretty convincing win for Twisted Minds. So
that's going to be a friend of mine for T1 right now, right? That you kind of got clapped out of Esports World Cup by Twisted Minds, and it wasn't that close. It was a bit of a crumble from T1, and they're aiming to do a lot better this time around.
And at EWC, I expected to see better performances from Proud. These are some stats, you know, against Team CC the other day, had a pretty good game. Like,
he was sick, actually, yesterday.
Yeah,
Gotta give that credit. Proud was on a heater.
They needed him to do that at EWC. But you're going to need him to do that against Quartz.
Absolutely.
Right? Quartz on the other side, if you don't put up that type of performance like you did against CC, and maybe even better, you're not going to get it done for T1.
So there is one thing I'd like to clear up here about T1 before we head into this series. We obviously talk about them with lots of potential, but also they're capable of playing so many different kind of compositions. Skewed and Vigilante, a really potent backline here that is able to play, you know, double flex support lineups if need be. Skewed can play the Lucio, the Brig, you know, these powerful heroes. You have Jasmine coming in on maps like this, but Donghak is one of the best main tank players in the game, playing the Winston, the Wrecking Ball. Doomfist at mid-season championship, don't want to see that here, buddy. But what does T1 play best? Like, what is the signature style for this team? Is there even one?
I mean, that's been the problem, is they don't really necessarily have a signature style. I feel like, from my experience, I've liked them a lot on something like Donghak playing like Wrecking Ball or even the Doomfist. But you're right, this meta, it doesn't seem to be in at all. I mean, Zarya just deals with those comps pretty handily, and that's why we're seeing Jasmine start. Question is, how does this off-tank deal with something like a Ramatra Stim comp? I mean, that's been so far unanswered.
And I think when you were asking that, Johnny, in my head, I was like, it almost doesn't matter, because if they can't prove they can stop the Symmetra look, they can play whatever they want. And TM is just going to kind of keep running it down and take them out. Like, I think if you can get them off of the sim, right, with a certain type of comp or playstyle, then it opens it up of like, okay, now all the variety and different things they can play comes into a factor. But if they're just trying, you know, maybe 2 or 3 different comps against Sim and it doesn't work, I mean, we're in the same boat as Weibo versus Alcatia, right? So for me, for me, if it was like T1 against like you know, Weibo or T1 against Team Liquid, like, yeah, I think we can talk more about like their comp variety and how they can
what do they want to play? I feel like T1 you don't even get to ask the question of what they want
until they can prove it.
Yeah, get past the Sim.
One player we haven't discussed either is Viper, actually coming in for the third map against Team CC. Playing that Genji looked extremely good there, but obviously it's been Cess that primarily has been getting the playtime for T1. Do we expect to see Viper in this matchup at some point?
We'll see. I mean, you know, I think the Genji can be pretty tough sometimes into the Symmetra matchup. You know, those turrets can be quite annoying, on top of the fact that that beam just cuts right through your deflex. So, can be a bit of a problematic matchup. I mean, from my experience, like if with Zest, how much he picked Venture in that series yesterday against CC, I feel like that's something they might look to go back to. We've also seen teams play, you know, like GK played yesterday against Alcad, like this Freya and Echo, or even like bringing a Pharah online. But so far this tournament, no one has dealt with the Symmetra. But the EU teams have been running rampant, and TM's been waiting. I mean, we haven't seen their performance here. We have to go off their recent championship win in Europe. So, you know, it's like, well, it's hard to be doubting them too much.
Well, that's the scary part for T1, right? Is in theory, Twisted Minds is the EMEA #1, and the team that even has been getting the better of Alcatia lately, and we just saw what Alcatia did to GK and Weibo back to back.
Right.
So if you're a T1, you're like, okay, you know, now we go against
There's no roadmap.
Maybe better than that. Yeah, it's a really tough draw for T1.
All right, let's take a look at the tanks going into this matchup. And we already talked about Jasmine here a little bit. Obviously seeing a lot more playtime for T1 in a meta like this that I think a lot of teams are uncomfortable with. But as we look at the tank stats versus Team CC, Jasmine, you know, map 1 and 3 here, looked quite devastating.
Yeah, kind of a beatdown, you know, delivered yesterday. I think Jasmine definitely had a very solid Zarya, was very consistent and stable on the character. However, for T1, I feel that it's a bit of a shame. You know, you kind of would have wanted to have more of a Donghak-centric meta. I think for a lot of people's perspective, Donghak's one of the best tanks in the world when it comes to an individual mechanical level. That's why when Wrecking Ball and Doomfist come out, these incredibly challenging heroes to pilot, there's few players other than Donghak that you'd want in that seat. But this is, you know, more of that Zarya meta, at least for the non-Symmetra teams. And we're going to have to see, can Jasmine play, like, Zarya into Sim, guys, let me tell you, it's not a fun time.
We just saw it.
It's not a fun time.
You don't have a lot going for you when those Zarya bubbles are gone.
Zarya counters Divas. Oh my god, yeah!
The Zarya
counters
Zarya left a little bit to be desired in the last one.
It's not a fun matchup, and even, I mean, let's see what an expert, like someone who's really comfortable in the Zarya can do, but I think this matchup might show as well that, like, you can be very good at Zarya, and that's still not going to feel good when Sim TP's on you.
You're also dealing with, like, so Checkmate obviously picks up the Sim for Alcatia, and we see Checkmate can obviously play so many other things. Like, Yubi is like a, like,
True.
like there's a, you know, maybe it's a huge difference between Yubi and Checkmate, but like Yubi is like, he was playing Sim even when it wasn't really that like popular, right? So like, this is somebody who has like mastered piloting this hero in a meta with a team that it is very useful on. So I'm excited to see him in the lineup.
Also the energy that UB brings, I mean, it levels up the comms drastically. We listened into a few teams yesterday, and you're like, oh, they're planning, you know, stuff like that. And then you hear Twisted Minds when they're playing with someone like UB, just like, oh, they're yelling over there. Like, it's just taking over the room, and now you're sitting across from your opponent. If he starts shouting where they're gonna start Symmetra teleporting, it's gonna be quite frightening for T1 there. Just like, what is happening here? What are they going? All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the predictions going into this series. And look, I know I'm European, but I'm going with Twisted Minds. Like, I'm just full of hopium here. I think it's going to be a fantastic tournament for them. Who do you got, Jake?
I don't think you need much hopium to take TM right here. I think they're the obvious favorites, actually.
Obvious favorite.
No, I would agree. I mean, we saw that even T1 against Team CC looked vulnerable, right? And you would expect there to be a bigger gap between those two teams. And now another step up in competition with TM. As you see, Rose already goes with TM. I think this is going to play out where a lot of us kind of thought, is that we may end up with an upper semifinals going into the upper grand finals or winners finals with all EMEA and Korean teams.
Yeah. EMEA looking mighty strong going into this tournament. The chat spreads 74 to 26%. Do you feel like that's about on point?
You know what? That's
Do you want to give more respect to T1?
I think that's a little too hopeful for T1.
Yes,
I'm actually even more Twisted Minds pilled, but it's because they made me a believer, man. I mean, there's too many stalled performance on this team. They have too many styles that they can bring, and T1, like, T1 need to prove it to us at this point that they can hang on an international level, because it hasn't been there the last few lands.
All right, well, all four of us, we predicted Twisted Minds. Psycho himself said in an interview that they look unbeatable. What could possibly go wrong? Let's get into the games, guys.
What could possibly go wrong, indeed, other than saying, we can't lose, guys. But maybe, I mean, this is TM, right? This is Twisted Minds. This is a team that has cut their teeth with incredible confidence. Some might even say hubris, right? Really seeing themselves as unbeatable, but they've made me a believer. I mean, the performances have been rock solid. TVNT has come into his own, I think, in the tank role for this team. There's a lot of question marks about who would be the tank starter, right? Who would be the standard bearer for this team? And it's been TVNT. The Diva swaps have been immaculate, and it's allowed them to play not just the Symmetra style, but one that really ups the pace and the tempo. And they're going to open with a Busan. This is a fantastic map for Symmetra.
Yeah, this is an awesome pick here for TM early on. So we'll see how it works out here with the Sim in place. So UB in the lineup, and we don't get a Sim ban.
We'll see. Sim coming through. I mean, TM are going to ban the Venture out. They're going to go all in on this first map. I mean, why wouldn't you, right? The Venture ban. I don't think it's unbeatable in the Sim matchup, but you wanted to ban a DPS here. Protects the Symmetra. Come out hot. The Lucio ban responsibly from T1 is going to take a bit of the legs out from under the composition for Twisted Minds. I wonder what they're going to do with the support lineup, because it's a little bit less obvious what direction you're going to go now to support the Symmetra. Could be something like a Judo Brig. I mean, we saw that from
That's possible.
Yesterday.
Yeah, we've also seen TM go to like the Wuyong at times during EMEA. So
Funny Astro, so nice on the Wuyong. I mean, for years, guys known as a Lucio player, and he has shown he has that deathmatch ability on a much greedier support.
And I think the venture ban is pretty huge, right? So getting that out of the way, especially when you have UB in, you really want to commit to playing those sim comps. You don't really want to kind of, if you were going to go and play some Tracer or even Echo, you would most certainly have Psycho.
You'd probably bring Psycho, yeah. And then Busan. I mean, this is one of the better maps for the Symmetra to really play. It's also a good map for a lot of these highly mobile tanks, but it's Jasmine in the lineup, so you're a little bit more committed on the off tank. I wonder what's going to be the look for T1. I mean, for Twisted Minds, it's a bit more obvious. I don't think this is going to be a shock to anybody, but this is T1's chance to play a bit of a surprise, because the weakness of being a sim team is other teams have time to prep. They think about it, they plan their attack, they're going to, show their best look, and right now T1 are hovering a bit of a mirror. I wonder if Zess is going to keep this.
A Sigma comp here for T1.
Is he keeping it? He's keeping it. He would not still be on it if he wasn't keeping it.
Yeah, a much different look. So we haven't really seen Sigma at all throughout this event. We really kind of seen him fall out of the meta, even at home, I know, with EMEA and A, seeing in that competition. So curious with maybe some of the sight lines, they believe the Sig could be valuable.
Sig can get beamed down pretty hard. He's going to be very squishy in this comp, but T1, with the Sim Mirror of their own, they back off with the first TP, buying a bit of space, buying a bit of time to work. The poke should be a bit better for T1, but if TM get on top of you, you're going to be in real trouble. Now skewed in the sights. Quartz would love to be able to take a head off early, but T1 kiting back into the spawn, playing this incredibly well, and the flank comes in, punishes Twisted Minds. You get kind of caught lacking here, surrounded and beat down by T1 after the point flip. So this is basically the ideal first fight for T1.
Yeah, and a great start for Proud. He ends up getting 3 during that. And, you see Twisted Minds constantly using some of those TPs to actually try and collapse on some of the members of T1. And they just were never able to find anybody in this Sigma, able to kind of soak up some of the damage, kind of get out of the way and poke constantly. Going to have TDNT switching over to the D.Va.
Torqued up, Yubi could be looking to get active. Doesn't have the TP just yet. And for now, T1's mirrored sim comp. This looks really well prepared. I mean, I do think they have the poke advantage. Twisted Mind's going to feel very forced, very anxious to find kills. If they can't get them quickly, T1 are going to start to pick them apart. And so far, so good for your Korean squad here. Looking well practiced is actually TM, who feel a little bit lost, forced into a bit of a desperation rush. Rushes are traded now, but Proud with the OC should give them the huge edge. Jasmine finds yet more, just feasting on this Sigma.
I mean, I did not expect this early on. Is T1, they've come out with this Sigma and Sim. Looks like we do have a pause, and it looks like it's thrown TM a little bit of for a ride here, where they're not really too sure, right? Going over the D.Va, you're able to get kind of hit with those accretions pretty easily there from the Sigma. So it looks like maybe a pause on the TM side of things, as both teams ended up using their rushes in the previous fight, and comes out with T1 still on top, a little bit above 50% on the point. So I don't think you could have asked for a better start.
Very solid round. I'm curious to see what direction they go from here. Thinking back to some of the EMEA matches earlier in the stage, it's actually Virtus Pro played a similar Sigma style in an attempt to deal with Alcadzia. And Alcadzia actually pulled out the Mei Sim. That was their answer. Catch the Sigma, get on top of him, have another hero who can put damage down through the kinetic grasp and further assist into catching some of these targets. I think that'd be the right answer, but the question is, can Quartz pilot the Mei? Is that something they're going to be able to find under this kind of a pressure in the match scenario?
I don't think you can take Quartz off of hit scan.
I think you have to. I mean, Sigma is actually a very potent counter to hit scan heroes. It's very hard to get damage in on hit scan. Sigma will just kill you if you step up for too long, right? He has incredible poke back on the hit scan. He's a huge threat to hit scan heroes.
It is a really interesting wrinkle throwing in with the Sigma, right?
To take the Sim Mirror is actually, pretty interesting. Not many Korean squads have done that.
No.
But for T1, if they can actually hang in the Sim Mirror, it really takes some of this edge and some of the fear that a Twisted Minds team might strike into to another opponent, takes that out of this match.
Well, and I also wonder if this is a comp that's kind of been cooked up with the venture ban that comes on through, right? Like, could we have seen them play? Because we've seen teams play like whether it be like Maga with a venture in the past, then we've seen some teams play even Sigma with that venture. So like potentially something along those lines. But yeah, this is a really nice shout here from T1 early on that I think has definitely caught TM, kind of our overall pick on the desk here. Caught them off guard here early on.
I think T1 have the answer. I think this is a winning comp for them. We'll see, though, if it's going to last beyond Mecha Base. Mecha Base is a map, right, with those circular high grounds around the point. you can kind of just run laps on your opponent, you know, fall back forever, and eventually when the opponent runs out of gas, you find your chance to pounce. However, some of the other maps, it's going to be a little bit easier for something like Ramatra to kind of cut those corners and get on top of a backline, force the fight to be a little bit quicker, and Sigma does need that kind of time to work. He's not a hero who wants to get down and dirty right away at the start of the fight. He wants to poke and prod and find that damage, but Jasmine has been sharp. A lot of appearances in the kill feed, so, I mean, if the Sigma can continue to get those big connections and hit all those shots, Jasmine starting to look like kind of a centerpiece for T1.
Yeah, and I wonder, you know, obviously you're going to the Diva here now for Twisted Minds. See, maybe if you can actually kind of get past, you know, that Sigma shield as we take a look in the feed. This is a fight that's pretty much done here already. So 61% on the points here, high ground control for T1.
Jasmine on respawn. He's not going to be here to hold the choke, which is actually pretty important for Twisted Minds. They're going to be able to step up through that choke and get a little bit of map position early.
And Quartz has got nothing done. Like you alluded to, Sigma great against the hit scan. He has had nothing that's gone right here, as Proud has been really good early on.
Jasmine has to be the tip of the spear here. He's playing so carefully, so cautiously, doesn't want to give anything up. TM setting up for their rush. They know this is going to be the final fight. They've got to dodge this flux. It's so crucial. TVNT almost going down. Tries to trade with Zest, but actually can't get it. Zest drops the mech and just flips out of there. Very nice Symmetra play here out of the European. We'll see, though, can this Korean squad close out the game? For now, Proud finds one, and that's TVNT out of the suit, out of the game, and this one looks over before it's even really gotten going. Yeah, you get the flip, but it doesn't seem to matter much. No. Idle Blast and the fully torched Symmetra, not the point, not the battle rather you want to be taking on point.
No, it's just the orbital ray that extends that fight a little bit longer than it probably should have, where that is something we did not really expect, where TM dominates Twisted Minds early on.
Yeah, T1, all right, okay. And mirroring the sim, I actually think maybe this is the right answer. Maybe it's an answer that not enough teams have been willing to take, right? To actually go toe-to-toe, to dance on the Symmetra, to take out some of that edge. I think this sim, I mean, I've been saying it for a long time. I think Sim's a bit meta. I think people need to put some respect on how significant this hero is, this innovative playstyle around the ability to teleport your entire team. You can completely back out, kite out of key ultimate fights, and by the same token, you can absolutely dive in, swarm over an enemy backline. So there's so much threat in team play that this Symmetra is kind of like a DPS Lucio, right? It's pretty crazy potential. Yeah. As we go to our second round of Busan, and T1 just say, hey, let it ride. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
No, and we also get to see how teams kind of from, you know, the APAC region, specifically Korea, try and adjust, you know, this sim type of style to maybe even something that, you know, the EMEA teams haven't messed with, right? Where, you know, you come in here with this Sigma, you obviously have, there's some strong hit scan with Proud, and then you're playing this, you know, Kiri Wooyoung backline, which is very strong, and you just have a lot of poke.
The huge tempo shift, though, off the mid-fight. I mean, Twisted Minds really took it to T1. T1 trying to get back into it now, but stepping up on the point, the kite is going to be a little bit more difficult from this position. Zest has the TP. He's going to come up to the high ground, take a bit of a trade, but Twisted Minds getting the opportunity now to reset, opportunity to re-engage with their cooldowns. T1, they get the cap, but they're here on the low ground. See how they fight their way out of this. The wave from the Wooyoung keeps people stabilized for now, and TM get their first connection. Quartz, the disruptor shot on point, both Sims out of the fight.
Yeah, but you're actually going to end up, you lose Yubi here for TM, so you're going to lose some of that, you know, maneuverability, and it's going to be really difficult to dislodge all this Sigma. As you see, they're able to just kind of play behind Skewed and Jasmine here in this right-hand side. Quartz has to drop down. He ends up falling, but then TVNT gets right in there, takes out Skewed. But I think you're also going to have the Kiri back, so Vigilante back here for T1, so you still have some healing.
Once again, the Symmetra's traded out, dropped, but I think the numbers are starting to edge towards Twisted Minds. Position a little bit awkward for Jasmine. Using a lot of skills, staying alive, doesn't want to give up this flip. They're using the rush to double down on him. Wooyoung ult as well with the Tidal Blast. Kiri diving in, Vigilante 2 taps Quartz. Proud back in with the OC, and somehow, some way, T1 crawl back into this, clutching it out and holding on to the point.
And the fight gets drawn out for so long, it was never contested or flipped for Twisted Minds. So this is all percentage for T1. So it's like the first fight of the round here in round number 2 on Busan, and we're already at like 60%, right? You know, with how long these fights may go, Twisted Minds in a great spot, right? With a lot of ultimates coming on in, so could be able to flip it. But still, it could be a pretty lopsided map.
Okay, they open with the flip, though.
Yeah, and they get it for free.
Yeah, getting it for free. Now they drop the rush. They need to win this fight, though, without Funny Astro. Incredible pressure now on Simple to keep the team alive. Quartz Pops the OC, has to stand and deliver, teleporting around the map, but a beautiful wall from Zest completely isolates the point, creates an opportunity. Quartz has found a way through, shields in his face, he's not able to get these connections, gets cut down this time by Skewed. T1, big ultimate over the top. The Flux is good, slams down Yubi, and that could be the round. I mean, clock ticking up, TVNT gonna resuit, but the flip has gone in, the damage is done.
You know, TVNT's able to make it out with his mech. They do kill Zest, but he'll be back in the fight rather quickly. And yeah, I feel like the damage is done, right? Twisted Minds has so many ultimates. They end up getting the point for free, but they end up losing Funny Astro early when that Kitsune Rush is going, and now you lose Yubi on the comeback.
The focus fire onto Yubi has been immense. T1 absolutely punishing the Symmetra from Twisted Minds, and this is going to be an open and shut 2-0 off the back of some incredible Sigma performance by Jasmine. I mean, I was saying coming into this, are they going to be struggling without Donghack? Do they rely on the main tanks? They dropped a map to Team CC. Here they come in and take a map off one of the tournament favorites in Twisted Minds. This is a statement for T1.
Yeah, honestly, it's one of the more surprising results in terms of a map that we've had here. In Stockholm, because like Twisted Minds, we were talking about how good they looked on the sim in tournaments leading up to this. Obviously, they get the better of Alcatia in the EMEA Stage 3. Team CC took TM to a Game 3 yesterday. Everything was aligning to look pretty dominant for Twisted Minds, but a really nice comp there for T1 early on, and Twisted Minds had nothing for it.
And I gotta say, Matt, I mean, we say, hey, you don't need a coach. You're doing just fine. You just win in everything. And then you get clapped with a comp that, frankly, I think you're comp gapped right there. Who's got the answers? It wasn't anybody in the server. And so now, I mean, this is the real test for Twisted Minds, right? You get beaten down with really a better comp answer, and one that is potentially deadly for the series, right? Because if you're able to win with the Sim Mirror, now you don't need to ban Sim anymore. Now you're taking that heads-up matchup, and this is going to really flip the strategy on its head. I don't think Twisted Minds are ready for this. They're going to have to adapt mid-series and find an answer with very little time to react.
Yeah, it's, everybody obviously had a terrible game there for Twisted Minds. Just an absolute blowout. But, if you look at T1, right? I mean, Jasmine played phenomenal. Zest, like we were talking about how good the Venture was from Zest, where Zest actually comes in and plays the Sim here with the Venture gone. And I mean, he looked awesome playing the Sim. It is something that T1 can most certainly keep going. Like, they're not really forced into this type of like Venture maybe counter. It also like raises the question, like, does TM even need to ban the Sim in this series? Like,
why would they?
Maybe they're okay taking this mirror and trying to play something like this throughout a different map. So it'll be a TM map selection, though, here coming up.
I wouldn't be shocked to see a Sigma ban. Honestly, I think this Sigma is actually a huge issue. I mean, genuinely, I think back to we've seen a matchup like this before in EMEA. It was Virtus Pro playing the Sigma. It was Vistola piloting and kind of dominating Alcatia, who were like struggling to find the answer. The Mason did it for them, but I mean, Quartz, as good as he is on the hit scan, have you ever seen Quartz flex? Like, truly, I
not really.
Plays only hit scan. There's not so many hit scan players left at the highest level who are really like committed to the role. Think about players like Lip or Tree, who, yeah, they're insane hit scan players, but they're also monsters on the flex DPS. Quartz hasn't really been put in that position before, to my knowledge.
No, not really. I mean, we've seen him play like Tracer in the past and things like that, but never like we were discussing, like, you're not going to see him go play Mei.
Would be pretty wild, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to see him play Mei or anything along those lines. Like, in that scenario, you would actually probably be ditching the Sim, right? And you would be bringing in Psycho to play like a Mei, some type of comps that we saw, like whether it be Team CC or some other teams have played. Peps played it against, I believe it was SSG. They played like a Mei with a hit scan on New Junk City. So you wouldn't expect it out of TM, especially like if Yubi's in the game, right? If Yubi's in the game, they are gonna play the Sim.
And I think with Yubi in, I mean, now this is that test for Twisted Minds, right? This is the challenge, or in theory is your weakness as a team without a coach, is who's gonna find those adaptations in mid-series when you're caught a little bit unawares. And I think it's fair to say that they're a bit caught off guard by the way this went. I mean, I didn't think T1 would be a team who would take that Sim mirror. I thought for sure they would try to find a counter. Like yesterday, they played a ton of Venture. I thought that's where they'd go. I think TM likely had the same perception. And I mean, they're going to take us to King's Row.
It's the most TM map pick ever.
It is.
I mean, this is EMEA.
It's also a map where the Sigma, I don't think it's going to work as well, right? There's a lot of low ground. There's a lot of places to get caught and just like rushed on a corner, not so much open space to poke. And so maybe a place where T1 won't be so confident in the sim mirror.
Yeah, but also an opportunity where maybe this is not a map where TM has to ban a Sigma, right? If that's like kind of what.
True.
It's just map 1, right?
So we don't know flexibility. Yeah.
We don't know if TM wants to kind of commit to something like that for further in the series. But let's say they did. You have a little bit more flexibility in terms of what you decide to ban here, right? So the Venture already off the table here. So it'll be the King's Row map pick, and it'll actually be, okay, so T1 decides to throw the sim ban in here.
And TM ban Lucio. I mean, I guess that's not completely crazy. You know, you've got a guy like Funny Astro who, while he is one of the best Lucios in the world, he's also just like that good on the Wu Yang and on, some of these a little bit greedier options. So maybe this changes the game, and this allows somebody like TVNT on the Diva. You take the Lucio out of the equation, and the supports become a lot easier to catch and punish. And I think TVNT, that's where he seems at his most comfortable, playing super aggressive, diving in, and still Twisted Mind's in high spirits. They haven't lost the wind in their sails after that map loss, and I think that's actually crucial for a team like this, right? If you don't have a coach, you don't have somebody else coming in from outside to boost those spirits, you got to have the players within.
Yeah, you got to have a good vibe.
Yeah, being willing to take an L on the chin and come back stronger and come back into the next map with a real ferocity. And I hope that's what we get out of Twisted Minds, as I think we might be in for a long series.
Yeah, we've also seen like Funny Astro end up playing some Juno as well.
Yeah.
I think we saw a little bit of it in that map. So maybe we actually see them go to play some Juno comps. But yeah, the Wu Yang Kiri, obviously a great look potentially for Twisted Minds, right? I know we talk about Simple being one of the more entertaining support players in EMEA. And then Funny Astro has been awesome on the Wu Yang since its inclusion into Overwatch Esports. So 2 players to look out for there for Twisted Minds. But we did also highlight pregame is like, Proud needs to step up to kind of match Quartz. Most certainly matched, by far matched them and passed them there in the first
I felt
map.
it on downtown, right? When, Quartz went for a slide in and Proud just swings wide, stands tall in the open, and just stands and delivers with that rail. I mean, we talked about Quartz being able to take over a map and just win the game outright for his team. This would be the moment to do it, right? This would be the moment to stifle T1's momentum here, end it at that first map, and start to turn things around.
It also feels like such a pivotal map, right?
Yeah, this is the most potent. Map 2 is really the most potent map of the series, right? For either team. Whoever comes into map 2 with map pick, you have the full slate of maps to choose from. I mean, yeah, you already play Control, but everything else is open. You take us exactly where you want. You control the ban phase.
And just from a momentum, right? Like, you cannot, it's so hard to reverse sweep. I mean, we see some, but things have to go so right, especially against a team like T1, let's say, right? You're going to 3 of their map selections in 3 of their bans first, and you have to win each and every single one. You just cannot afford to put yourself in that hole here. If you are Twisted Minds, a must-win map for them coming up.
I see. Okay, this makes a lot more sense to me.
Okay. So to
take the Kiriko away, I think this is a bit more comfortable for a team like TM, and especially because you take the sim away. If you also take away Lucio, it feels like you almost can't play Rush. Like, those are the 2 mobility heroes in the game. Like, you can do it with Juno, but it's not the same. It's not the same.
Funny Astro probably would not have looked as happy as he is on the TM sideline there, getting ready to play with the Lucio gone that his team decided to get rid of.
I want to see what Simple's got here, because Simple has been a key performer for Twisted Minds all year long from the support line. One of, I think, the best flex support in Europe, if not, maybe one of the best in the world, kind of bursting onto the scene and really making his name here with this Twisted Mind squad. With Kiriko off the table, that's been one of his best. And so what's he going to bring out next? Is it something like a Batiste? Is it, is it like an Ana? I mean, that would be almost crazy, because this is Twisted Minds we're talking about. They don't tend to play too much dive.
Right, you're like, Ana Brig, but no, I don't think they're going to play something along those lines.
It would be a little wild, right? Just because we don't know that we've seen a look like that from them, at least not often.
I mean, I think when Wuyang first started, there were some regions experimenting with Wuyang Baptiste, some type of setup like that. So we'll see what Twisted Minds has in store here for King's Row, a feels like a must-win map for them as T1, they swing first, taking map number 1 in pretty dominant fashion. I don't think anybody expected that.
And for Twisted Minds fans, I mean, a lot of question marks now. What's going to come out on this second map of Kings Row? I mean, this is where your prep comes in. Look, every team's going to come into this tournament with like the preferred map pick, like your map 2 map pick. When we have full control of the series, where do we want to go? For Twisted Minds, it is Kings Row.
So Sig again for T1. We talked a little bit about the Venture ban. Maybe Zest would have went to that. That looks to certainly be it. And then I was just talking about how the Wu Young Baptiste is something that's been kind of thrown around a little bit.
This is a devious amount of poke.
Yes.
This is disgusting level of pressure on Twisted Minds on the walk-up, and at the same time, you're going to have a Venture constantly harassing you, playing angles, making space. So this is a far from assured attack for Twisted Minds. Well, UV steps over to the Mei. It's going to be a classic rush style for them.
All right, so they ditched the Sim. I was going to say, Sig is very difficult to dislodge with the Immortality Field in the mix as well, right? And not a hero that's just going to kind of wilt under the pressure. Is that Ice Block already out? Is Quartz will end up playing Cassidy here, so just trying to find an off angle.
I'm worried for TM here. Like, what are TM going to do? Are they going high ground? Are they going to just touch point? I mean, this is a Venture we're talking about. Venture can just hold down the point for 10 seconds, no problem. With this level of poke coming in from all sides, we're seeing TVNT step up onto the point, blocking, staying alive for now, but this block's about to run out. Hasn't earned a tick just yet. Well, yeah, Zest still has the dig.
Yeah, and typically you would try and bully teams out from the high ground, right? As Twisted Minds are trying to put some pressure on a Jasmine. They get him walled off, but not able to finish him off. That's going to be 1 tick already. They're trying to put some pressure on this high ground because you want to dislodge Proud from this position. It's just the Sig is so hard to get out of the way.
And, I mean, it's just Ram versus Venture dueling on the point, running this clock down, but Quartz strikes, finds Skewed, and that's going to be a crucial kill. Losing one of the healers. These poke comps do not do well when they drop numbers, especially not when it's both of your supports. Now Quartz holding the choke, denying anyone from a forward touch, and they're going to get the job done. So TVNT puts the pressure on point, and it's a bit of a hammer and anvil. Quartz takes the flank, strikes blood, and, I mean, Quartz is Cassidy. Talked about him taking over games. Maybe this is it here on Kings.
Yes, you still have Zest up on the high ground. I like this move here from T1. They called him out.
What a
they
rotate.
Exactly,
like, honestly, what a read
you get
from TM.
That's a fast, getting, like, you have to be pretty sure
they
he's
knew
up.
that was happening. Yeah, they knew that. They read the play perfectly. They speed amped him all the way. And Zest just wasn't ready for a timing at that pace. The team wasn't there. Now Kart's going to be free rolling for a long time. As you see TM taking a forward position, even opening the window, very aggressive from Simple.
Yeah, that is very aggressive and early, right? You don't even have some players kind of moving.
High noon as well.
Deadeye.
Whoa, okay. Yeah, a little too much,
all right. So it looks like they really value that space and position, and they try to invest to get it, and it does not work out.
Yeah, they're trying to just keep the enemy team suppressed, but remember, you're fighting without a Lucio in that spot. Now, Zest comes in for more. Proud with his third in the fight. And just kind of eating Twisted Minds alive there. But, I mean, they do a lot of time on the clock, a lot of time to work with here on this second point.
And you also, here for T1, though, I really like this kind of comp where now you can have the bubbles here. They're to bubble Zest, get aggressive. You see when Zest kind of pops up out of the burrow, and even when Twisted Minds is around, there's a dynamite there from Proud, putting ticking damage down on everybody. It's a lot to have to try and heal and fight through.
Oh, the hinder is good onto Zest once again, shutting down this Venture, and the Blizzard gets a connection on the back line. You have to use a defensive bubble to get your support out of that, but it's too little too late. The Wu Yang Tidal Blast comes in on the Zarya, but she just doesn't have a way to close the gap. She's trying to get out with her energy, stay alive for the next fight, but TM don't want to let that happen. Here comes TVNT, pummeling in over the top, but Zarya getting the sustain from the squad. The rest of the team elects to back off for now, so Jasmine lives with the energy, takes the high ground with that perk, and has a Graviton Surge to work with in this next fight.
Yeah, and it was a really nice boot from Funny Astro to kind of get Jasmine out of the way when the Tidal Blast came through. This high ground setup, though, going to be pretty difficult to break. That's another Amp Matrix here, thrown in from an off angle, so it's going to force Jasmine inside. It's going to allow Twisted Minds to get a little bit more cart push.
This is why you use the Venture, though. You can just hold on to the cart, deny this objective progress while you wait out the ultimates. It is coming into the final fight. Zest caught by that Ravenous Vortex, stuck on the ground. Beat used from Funny Astro, only connects on a few players, and is living through this tech shock, but that's a trade you'll take any day of the week for T1.
Well, because it's a bomb in the Tectonic Shock there, and you get the beat out on the other side. So, and because you have a grab coming up, you feel like that's a fight win there potentially.
Oh, this could be a big grab. He's thinking about it. May uses Ice Block. Any squishies who step up are absolutely going to get grabbed here. And they're too scared to commit to a fight, and in doing so, Proud just cuts down Quartz and Simple to boot. Here comes the Ram ult, but Jasmine is not backing down by any stretch of the imagination, has immense healing resources here, and I mean, Proud has been king of this series so far, just absolutely dominating when it comes to that overall hit scan duel.
And I mean, it looked like they're that Twisted Minds. Obviously, they know that the grab is online for Jasmine. They're trying to like force it out anyway, right? Maybe they thought that TVNT popping that Annihilation would get them to use the grab. But great awareness from T1. They know that nobody really was at harm from that Annihilation. They were going to live through that regardless. They didn't need to invest the grab, and now you have it here for this next fight, and potentially you can get this under a minute.
And just the threat of the grab, right? It's really not letting TM play the game they want to play. This is a rush comp. You want to be stacked up, but if you get all your squishies grabbed, I mean, the fight is just instantly over. Jasmine using this perk to great effect. Zara historically hasn't been that great on King's Row, but being able to come up and down to the high ground is beautiful here. Quartz opens the high noon up here, creating a bit of space and time. Venture's beautifully able to hold on to the cart for now. Comes into the backline, gets the Tidal Blast as well, trying to get in, stay on top of these backline supports, gets a big stun onto Simple. Funny Astro already hits the deck. The reload just barely enough, and Zest gets the cleanup kill. And that is only the Tidal Blast. Once again, Jasmine holds the ult. He's not letting them group up. He's holding on to this thread for the final fight.
Yeah, I mean, the support play from T1 there was incredible, right? You get the Tidal Blast onto Zest, allow him to go in on the Venture, and then as soon as that pops and then he gets low, he's in the mix. It's a long-range immortality field there from Vigilantes. Proud here.
Oh, okay, he got scared off. Yeah. I mean, Twisted Minds wisely walked high ground there, threatened the rotate. If you don't see Proud here, a Dynamite from behind into a Bob, this could be a devastating backline flank from this Ashe. Playing this to immaculate perfection here, but May scouts it out. Good read from Yubi. Proud still looking to get active. The headshot instant onto Simple. Cuts him down. Zest does drop for that one. Had to pull a lot of pressure. Nail on the point, creating a bit of space and time. Grab comes in. You absolutely must beat the Funny Astro, but it's just not enough. The damage comes through. T1 standing tall, the whole squad alive, and Twisted Minds sent packing. I don't think they're going to get a single meter more. Simple walking back with the Matrix, but no chance to touch. And this is T1 holding on second point.
Yeah, and you know, it wasn't a great first point defense from T1, but as soon as they got into that Streets phase, they were able to take control of that high ground. Some fantastic Venture play yet again from Zest, picking up where he left off from the Team CC series. And it was very difficult for TM to get anything going. And I also think you see, like, they're trying the May here, but it looks way more vulnerable than them trying to play like a sim comp, right? Or, you know, even some of the other things we've seen from them in the past.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. Coach gap. Bit of a coach gap.
I mean, there is no coach on the
Well, that's what I'm saying. Look at the prep from T1. Like, this is a strategy that is not easy to execute. And for T1 to come in and look, I mean, this is a style that is like exactly designed for the Symmetra. This is not a like nothing that we've seen out of T1 so far in this series is a normal comp, something that
they would never play this against anybody else.
No, this is something designed for Twisted Minds, designed to answer the rush comp, relying on, you know, a very well-practiced procedure. And so far it's working. And I mean, usually, right, something like Quartz on this Cassidy is just going to find the holes in these comps, you know, find the picks, cut them to pieces. But the execution has been very clean. And for T1, Proud, just dominating on the Ashe.
And, you know, we were talking about it. Obviously, they look much more vulnerable without the sim. The sim ban here, so you have to play. What are you going to, you're going to play May? Like, you're not going to have Yubi play, like, Trace or Echo. You'd have Psycho in, right? So you're really committed to this May comp and making it work.
Yeah, they're going to run it again on this defense. See if it's enough. T1 go with something a little bit more standard, but once again, the range advantage for the hit scan. Proud is going to have a little bit of space to work with. However, TM, the defense is going to be a much more comfortable proposition for this May. Kind of set the tone of her engagement. Looking to trade a bit of snipes, but Proud, not somebody you want to tangle with in long range.
No, and Yubi feels like just kind of poking his head out, asking for it as Yubi gets quite low already. It's going to be Funny Astro coming there to help him, but that's going to unlock this high ground for Proud, and now it's going to be a free firing range for him over the point.
And Venture not scared to take the fight here into this room. Course comes to tangle here. A lot of resources coming into the fight here. but I think this is pretty good. Oh, and the wall baited out for Zest. He can still continue to get active in the space, slowly constricting around Twisted Minds, but it's Quartz, the hero in the team's moment of need, takes down Proud, denies this key flanker, and now opportunity for TM to clean out the map. The clock ran down quite a bit in that first fight, and it ends up being a costly one with no reward for T1.
Yeah, you're gonna lose Feud here as he's trying to exit, so a fantastic hold from Twisted Minds here early on, and it kind of all starts with Quartz, right?
They're going. They're still going.
They want to get this Zarya. They want to get the energy.
It's crazy active to be pushing in like that. And they end up forcing a few Ram CDs to end the fight. T1 wasting no time. Window pop, trying to defend this for Simple. The counter damage is good, shuts down Zest. And I think T1 are going to have to regroup out of this play. Quartz behind the AM Matrix. I don't want to be on the other side of that one.
Are you that upset now, though? If you're T1, obviously you've had some time, dwindle off the clock, right? But you get the Amp Matrix out there. Now you come back. You come back with like double support ults, right? Like, could you get Proud set up, with a high ground advantage potentially, like with this Amp Matrix? Like, that would be pretty devastating. It would at least buy you some space to get the Zarya in position.
Oh, big flank here. Thinking about matrixing, wants to find the opportunity for it. Pops it wide into the choke point. Jasmine going very deep. TVNT cuts the aggression at its midpoint. Coming in, swarming through this T1 group. T1 beat comes down, but Jasmine's already out of this fight. And so Twisted Minds have navigated this one incredibly. The Mei does drop to Bob, but Quartz finding Zest should stabilize things for the moment. T1 trying to stay scrappy, trying to stay around on this map. They want to play fast. Zest should be back much more quickly than UB's Mei, and it's just Quartz and the High Noon to hold on for TM.
Yeah, you have TVNT here, though. I feel like he knows that he's going to step up and there's going to be a grab in the mix, right? They're trying to just put him isolated onto the point as Quartz buys himself some space here with the Deadeye, trying to get into the hotel.
And for now, TVNT holding strong. Here comes the tech shock from Zest. Puts a bit of damage onto the backline now. Swarms in onto this Baptiste. The drone kept alive for just a moment longer, but Vigilante clears it for Zest, allowing him to get that kill. Now, the Mayo, the Blizzard comes down, but Zest is in the backline, and so is Jasmine. Quartz forced into a wide flank, needs to clear off some of these high ground players. Headshot is good, but it's not good enough. The heals are there. Vigilante, who has to pop a defensive drone, but it's all Zest in the feed, cleaning house with Proud. And so T1 are going to get this cart rolling, but I think Twisted Minds have done enough to make this a competitive map.
Yeah, they dwindle enough clock. Yubi was thinking about going back for a touch, maybe thought it was still worth it, but goes back and will play Mei. So Twisted Minds, I think, Jake, though, with that kind of hold, that gives themselves a chance, right? Because the Ram and the Mei is going to be pretty good here near the choke. But let's do a listen in here with T1, see if they can break this defense from Twisted Minds.
야 윈도우 잡 윈도우.
확인. 파티 누워 있어 얘네. 파티 누워 있어.
뭐라고 너?
야 윈도우 채우자 우리. 윈도우 채우자 우리. 파티 누워 있긴 해 얘들아. 윈도우 채우고 형 선이야.
나 할만해.
확인 확인. 메이 안 보여 메이 안 보여. 야 너 파티 부르자.
네네. 야
메이 앞에 메이 앞에.
나게 들어. 나와.
필드 끝나고 나가자. 윈도우 나갈 준비.
총 봐.
확인 확인. 칼리스 할게. 줬어. 나 봐야 돼 얘들아.
낙해 얘들아. 야 윈도우 뺐다. 야 메이로시 앞에
메이 확인. 메이필. 야 밑에 메이필 붙어있다. 메이필은 돼.
나 시켜. 아 선이 왼쪽.
서이필. 할만해 이거.
때문에 먹이 안 돼. 이게.
사실 봐줘야 돼 이거.
해서 나게 잘했다 이거.
10필.
잠깐만. 비톤다더라.
비트 오는 거 하긴.
비트 생각발로.
밥부터 하고 비트면 흘리자 이거.
야 밥 이거 같이 가자 숙제라 나랑.
그만 된다 그냥.
아 이거 할만해. 나올 준비 되냐?
돼.
아 한번 갈게.
아.
야 뭐야?
벽 뺐다. 주방대.
주방 봐.
비트 뺄 준비 이거 얘네 거.
야 버블
앞에 쳐봐.
석양이야.
사람 밥 녹일 수도 되네. 조심.
사람
서이 누워있다 오른쪽에.
다음
볼게. 내려봐. 아 발 막혔다.
해봐.
뺏어 깨. 낙해.
낙해 들어. 들어갈 준비.
현재 파고.
나게 할게 들어. 비트
헬렌 빠져있으면 이거 그냥 쳐. 지명 쳐. 주방대.
기본탑 먼저.
람쳐. 누워있어 얘네.
여기. 라펠.
다 잡아야 돼.
주방 있냐? 들어.
나오래 얘들아.
라펠. 와 뒤지나 이거? 나 씨야 제발. 아 루루루루.
슈필.
야 나 앞에 살 거야 얘들아 이거.
앞에서 윈도우 해야 된다 무조건.
나만 할게.
Great experience being shown from T1, able to tango with one of the best rush teams in the world. That back and forth dance, so crucial to be played at this level.
And I love their decision to push up and take this position, right?
Tech shock.
Trying to catch them off guard. Tech shock, they also have crowds.
They don't see him. They don't see him. He's straight into the back line, gets the bubble as well. Comes in onto Simple, and without this Baptiste, the fight could be over before it begins. Bap, faster drop. The Amp Matrix solo, but Zest still gets the job done. Here comes the Bob into the back line, and there's no touch. T1. The second map of the series, Twisted Minds are reeling.
Didn't have this one on my bingo card.
Absolutely
not. Gonna be
absolutely not.
Gonna be honest there. It's, you know, T1 comes in and they take a 2-0 lead over Twisted Minds. And no, you gotta say, this is just great strats and game plan and execution out of T1. It seems like they kind of cooked up this comp they think can work. Maybe they've had an opportunity to try it out in scrims against some other teams. And TM now on the road. Dude, he is
16K.
He is popping off. I mean, this is the Proud I thought we were going to get at the midseason championship, like later in the tournament.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of like, I mean, we listened to Avril for like 5 days in the green room talk about this guy was like the greatest player of all time. And then,
I mean, he's a young player though. You got to give him some time to grow. And
yeah,
I feel like, I mean, performances like this are starting to cement that legacy and starting to show why a lot of players have seen him as one of those key up-and-coming hit scans.
You can clearly see the the skill and the potential. Like, it is very clear to see.
This is more than potential, Matt.
Oh, no.
It's here.
This is dominating. Yeah, he is dominating the lobby. But this is like, for T1, right? You get performances like this from him and Zest, the outlook of this team in the tournament is drastically different, right? Like, this is a team that can go deep into the tournament.
Absolutely.
And it's really exciting because it's a team that I think a lot of people, you know, had on their radar as somebody like, all right, yeah, T1, they'll get like top 6, right? And like, that'll be a good performance.
Exactly. That's been their standard. But this is a T1
this
that's
looks
playing at the, like, okay, let's, like, you know, your Falcons maybe not having the strongest showing against Feral. And you're starting to look at T1 and saying, I hope I don't meet them.
They're bringing out a sim comp of their own. They're playing some Sigma. They're doing a lot of stuff with the Venture now that they're bringing in. Obviously, Ash. We've seen Ash more today, I feel like, than yesterday.
And, I mean, Vigilante and Skewed able to bring out a double flex support look.
T1?
That's a little bit nasty. That's a little bit nasty. I'm starting to see the vision here for T1. I mean, you'd be blind if you can't. I mean, they're up 2-0 against our EU #1 seed. The zeitgeist coming into this tournament was all, the gap is closing. You know, EU's about to do it. This is going to be the best tournament yet.
The gap
and
closing.
We might have. We're looking like we're going to have 3 Korean teams in the top 4.
The gap closing is going to become a meme so fast.
The gap is widening, man. The gap is widening.
The gap is closed. The gap is closed. God, I mean, you know, sometimes, look, when you get players in interviews, and they don't have the other players at the LAN in front of them, they're at home, they say some wild stuff. And then all of a sudden now we get the gap is closing, and then we get here. And you know the Korean players have been hearing all the talk.
They've been hearing about the gap closing.
The gap is closing.
They've been hearing that. Now what they think about it, it's a little different. It's a little different when it comes to T1's perspective.
I mean, they're trying to turn TM into roadkill here, just on their way forward through the bracket.
I mean, this is our EMEA #1 seed. So it's if they just get blitzkrieged out in a 3-0, what a gut punch for the tournament.
Oh, that's brutal. Shambali, the pick here for Twisted Minds. This is one you could play some Sig on. You would have to probably play it with the Sim. I don't know if you can, like, well, we have seen Venture on this map as well, but it feels like, though, with the mobility, if, like,
I mean, this is like Feral showed what the double backline, double flex support can do on this map.
Yeah.
They beat Falcons with it. Right? So I kind of want to see what, like, T1, like, kind of run it like you did last map. You know, show me the BAP and something. Okay, T1 are going to ban the Freya away. That is interesting, right? Like, because Quartz, if anything, it's been the one hit scan that Quartz has played the least.
Yeah, and it's like, is it like an Ash Protect, potentially? I don't think you would ban an Ash.
No, because it's
because
TM with the opening ban.
Yeah, TM picks first. So it's like, so it's like a Freya where we have not seen Quartz really play that at all. It's like been one that he's not really loved to go to. So you can see the vibes for T1 obviously much different here now that
they're real quiet.
They are in a scenario where they will need a reverse sweep here
Show me Yubi. Is
T1.
Yubi talking right now?
Stay in the upper bracket. Is that how you judge?
We need to see that player cam. Show me Yubi, production. We gotta see.
I would be worried about playing the SIG on defense here against the sim comp, and if you don't have the mobility to get the SIG out, you can easily, especially like the first parts of the map, collapse on it pretty easily. But with the way that Team 1 is looking and with the way they're playing, I would not second guess anything they decide to do. I mean, they have looked fantastic in this series.
I mean, those are like some untested strats they've been pulling out. Like, no one has really been playing those styles.
This is
like,
stuff.
It's such a standard bearer for T1 to be able to come in as a team that has had some struggles on lands in the past.
Yeah.
And still have the confidence to kind of just take something out of your hat, to still have the belief that we can be the innovators, we can lead the meta. Rarely seen from like often a team like this. Okay, they'd stick to the meta, they'd play what everyone else is playing. They're forcing things to change. We check out this DPS dual stats, Proud versus Quartz, and that KD tells the story, man. Proud is all over this series.
And this was the battle back at EWC that went pretty favorably.
Pretty much went the opposite way.
Yeah.
Right? Quartz was running the table.
And now it is the exact opposite. And guess what? The series score is looking like potentially the exact opposite. When it comes down to these two teams, these two players are so impactful. And like T1, this feels like a strat that you kind of cook up. Like, you get together. Like,
it's like a theory crowd. You're like, this might work. Like, let's try this.
It's like, well, in theory, this should work. And, we can try this. And like, it is
I can say from experience, it's very hard when the other team is incredibly experienced at what they're doing to be able to just theory craft and like plan a strat that works. The execution to do that, it's incredibly impressive from T1, and this is a fantastic sign for them going deeper into this tournament. If they can not just beat TM, but send them packing with like a dominant 3-0 beatdown, whew. I mean, T1 are setting the stage for a very deep run in this tournament.
I mean, these are supposed to be the better games today, and we're looking staring down the barrel of 3 3-0s here, where this would be the... So, Alcatia, they beat GK, and then obviously they beat Weibo, right? Those are two really impressive wins.
But they didn't shock us, right?
No.
They didn't shock us. We knew Alcad would be this really challenging team. I think a result like this is scary even for a team like Alcatia. You came into this thinking our sim is amazing, a sim can't be beat. We said before this match, there's no roadmap for beating this sim. No one has shown how to do it. Here's the roadmap. Like every other team in the tournament, maybe you can't do what T1 can do. This is a very challenging comp, but it can be done.
Alcatia, though, I think one of the the bigger differences is we're seeing this play out is like
the flexibility.
Checkmate can play the Echo. He can play the Mei.
And Lambda can play the Mei. Like, that's what they played. Honestly, I think the SIG is countered by both Sim and Mei together. But if you can't bring both, I'm not so sure it works.
Right. It seems like Twisted Minds, it's either like feast or famine in terms of like what they can do comp-wise, right? So T1, an opportunity here to close it out where you most certainly want to, right? Because you've already burned that Sim ban, right? Still an opportunity for Twisted Minds to ban, like whether it be like a SIG or something along those lines. If you remember back, Twisted Minds banned the Venture map 1, and they end up losing that one. So definitely something that I think caught them off guard a little bit. We'll see T1 here. This will be the first time we see the Soj come into action in this series outside of map number 1, right? Where Proud played that a little bit.
As these doors open, T1 are going to be rocking up with a very familiar style for them. Straightforward rush comp, playing around the Venture. Quartz gets one chance on the Widow. He's going to head back to the castle, I mean, we've seen for Zest, like without the Zarya bubbles, that Hinder nade is almost assuredly a death sentence. You got to be very careful on Venture, but at the same time, in a pressure match like this, you don't want to be baiting your team. You want to be getting in there, involved in the fights. TM, take a TP now over to the flank. They're going to kind of flip the map, change the dimensions of this defense. T1 reacting passively for the moment. Here comes Jasmine with that form, charging and taking the aggression, but Yubi fully torqued, needs to stay alive, needs to keep putting the damage down, but it's Jasmine, 2 in the feed. Yubi finds 1, maybe he can get a second, he does, and it's enough to maybe break apart this first defense, but in the end, T1 close it out, and a very late delayed kill onto TVNT. Very nicely executed by T1, just getting every last second out of it.
Yeah, I think T1's going to have to back up a little bit, right, though, because you end up losing Jasmine and Zest, so you're not going to be able to kind of like hold this forward position. So Twisted Minds is going to get some payload progress out of this, but a really good early fight there from T1. Even when Twisted Minds gets in position with Yui, they get him ramped up on damage pretty fast. Jasmine just pushes right on past, and the Nemesis form picks up 2.
Not scared to get that big damage down. And now, TM need to keep this cart rolling. But how are they going to evict Jasmine? Once again, it's a TP to the flank, but this time Lucio is ready. Skewed, booped off the TP. Gonna disrupt this movement from Twisted Minds. Quartz, though, still finds his way into this flank, gets a chance, but can't quite close it out for the moment. And Jasmine, once again, AoE damage swarming over this backline. Here comes Zest, diving in onto Quartz, takes down his opposition, and Proud finishes that kill. D.Va looking for something, but can't really find much of anything. Does get Proud, and actually, hold on, is still in the mech. But it seems like T1 still dominant, still fighting as a unit. This group of 4, indomitable.
Yes, it looks like they're just trying to TP out here for Twisted Minds. Zest not going to go full on the chase, so I will let the rest of the members of Twisted Minds get back over here towards that payload. As I gotta say, AJ, if Twisted Minds loses another fight, they are in real big trouble here of even getting this first checkpoint.
Straight to the backline, TP, sending the Twisted Minds backline away, putting them in very comfortable position, and this is actually a classical Twisted Minds fight. Dancing away with the teleport, High Noon in a power position, clean up onto Jasmine with that High Noon shot. TP as well, allowing Quartz to just be wherever he wants to, and that, with the extra cart roll they got in the mid-fight, that could just be a first point cap. I don't know that T1 are going to be back at time. They're going to go fast heroes, but I think this is a bit of a lost cause, and they agree. They're going to go back to the comp that they want to play and take it to second point, but in fairness, this is a matchup that Twisted Minds understand better than just about any other team in the world. Let's go to a listen and see how they approach this second point attack.
Okay. I'm gonna to be behind the ready guys. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, take it. Go. Take back. Inside. Up to. Nice. Go inside. Soldier dropping. They're from all. Okay, they just have ability. Turn aside. 6 seconds. Don't take me. Go on. Ramon. I can't take it back. Ramon. Bench it up.
TVNT looks to be the last man standing in this fight. No one turning to the D.Va. They know she's just indomitable here. Cannot be cleaned off the map. TVNT, I think, with 5 in that fight. All right.
I love the call-outs there of Ram 1 when Jasmine is basically at 50% HP with the block going.
That's about as low as he's going to get. That's about as low as he's going to get. That's going to be real.
That is a Call of Duty comm right there. He is one shot. Everybody who has been looked at is, in theory, one shot as T1 now sets up on this corner. I wonder if they decide to go quite aggressive here, Jake. You're going to be playing in the double supportal, but you have the Annihilation to work with. Proud.
That's his critical kill.
That is a huge kill going on offense.
They're going for it. They're going all in. The beat comes in from Skewed, stabilizing things for now, but Pony Astro responds in kind. Remember, this is a 4v5. Twisted Minds down numbers. Can they close it out, though? Seems to maybe be enough as TVNT does find Proud. Tech shot comes out from Zest, who doesn't want to let go of this one quite yet. The boop is beautiful from Pony Astro. Maybe that saves Yubi for now, and the wall right stays up the ground.
Dude.
Incredible showing there from that Lucio for Twisted Minds. Still, T1 stabilized for now. They're going to get another bite at this.
Yeah, and you're going to have the Stim Wall here. You're going to also have a self-destruct Deadeye coming on through, but it's going to be the Kitsune Rush here for T1. You're also going to have the Annihilation. Deadeye here for Quartz.
Oh, he's going to get it back. Big kill, High Noon. It's not quite enough to get the kill. Here comes Proud. Saves the day with the overclock from the flank. And now, it's only the Kiri and the D.Va. Not long for this world. TVNT gonna take the long walk off the short pier there. Taking a quick reset, and now the clock has run to a point where I'm getting a little bit worried for Twisted Minds. I mean, this map so far had been much stronger for them, much more comfortable. Them getting the style they really want to play, Symmetra, the Lucio, the D.Va, and T1 have just been brawling into it.
Yeah, you're also scared about Proud into building up one of these railgun shots, right, as everybody's trying to cross. It's just one kill that he needs. Is Zest kind of playing around
the flank?
Yeah, he's gonna try and
they read it.
One of these players.
Great connection there. Quartz spots it out. Here's the Venture coming. But it's just, I mean, what does it do? It buys you a moment. TP into the flank now. Here comes TVNT straight to the backline with that booster. Can't get anything just yet. Feud is here to bodyguard. T1 still healthy. And it's Twisted Mind struggling to stay alive. Quartz, low HP, just barely gets saved by the supports. And TM now settling in for a longer
They have
fight.
beat.
Dude has the first beat, but the rush comes out immediately from Simple. Funny Astro has beat advantage. Quartz into the backline. Beautiful TP. Puts him in a position to succeed. No support ults left for T1. Little sustain left in this fight. Venture onto the backline. Knows somebody has to deal with Quartz, but it won't be you today. It's going to be Quartz and Twisted Minds seizing their first map here.
So, man, it is another checkpoint here for Twisted Minds. Is not a lot of time, though, Jake. A minute and 30 on the clock here for TM. They needed a clutch up there towards the end. Nice use of the TP. UB puts it in a good spot, allows Quartz to kind of juggle back and forth between a flank and then obviously in the battle with the rest of the team. Let's see if they can actually kind of get through this kind of close quarter area. This is where we see some teams really struggle here on Shambali to make it out.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful performances from TM. There's incredible pressure on them. They know this is a must-win map. They need to get it done in this series. They've got it all the way to this third checkpoint. The boop is beautiful, actually, from Funny Astro. Sends the tech struck to the side, so Zest misses his shot, and Quartz with a 4K. Give him the 5.
I mean, this is the last thing that T1 wants to see, right? Like, Quartz starting to gain confidence, getting all 5 here in this fight, and now he's going to push up looking for more. That Quartz starts to heat up. A reverse sweep doesn't seem as crazy as it was looking before, but Proud with an OC here coming out of the spawn. Kitsune Rush, Annihilation. Still a very strong setup for T1 to deny Twisted Minds a full map completion.
TBNT has his work cut out for him. Has to mark this Sojourn in the fight. Has the self-destruct to assist in that effort. Rush comes out first from Vigilante, and it seems like TM want to fall back. They're going to play with the final seconds of this map, draining a crucial ultimate out of T1. But Zest, caught in the corner, he's going to be very aggro alongside Jasmine, gets on top of the backline. Can they stay alive through this? The TP tries to get them out of dodge at the moment. Jasmine chases Yubi down, takes down one. TBNT, though, gives as good as he gets, and Twisted Minds still into this fight. Quartz takes out the tank, and TBNT, can he live for the resuit? Not quite with Zest on the case, but the beat is good, and in the overtime spawns. This one is done. Twisted Minds gonna full cap on Shambali Monastery, a feat we've rarely seen so far this tournament.
Yeah, it happens in OT, but that's the first time where Twisted Minds actually looked like themselves, right? They come through there, they clutch up, right? Quartz making some big plays, even with Proud still kind of clicking on all cylinders for T1. So we'll see now with T1 on offense. Can they get a full map completion with some time remaining? Give themselves a chance to close the series out here as we take a look at some of the stats. Dude, Funny Astro had a really sick first half, right? I mean,
yeah,
I know
so many crucial peels to save the team from Zest.
I mean, over 5K damage on the Lucio, the almost 8K healing there. Doesn't really tell the full story, like the amount of boops and just kind of being able to kind of have that secondary team mobility, with his speed. Really fantastic stuff from Astro on offense there for Twisted Minds. So now T1 on offense here, Jake. What do you think about this Zarya swap? I kind of like it. You lose, obviously the Ram is really good at just holding those angles and positions by the cart, especially on this map. But it also feels like you need to really empower Zest to be able to make this venture work.
I mean, this is a ton of faith in Zest, right? Because now you're going to be able to give those ally bubbles to the Venture. Let Venture take more risk, push the tempo deeper into the backline, and maybe get a little bit more done. But by the same token, this Zarya is a much softer target than a Ramatra, much more vulnerable to a team rush that we know Twisted Minds are more than capable of.
Twisted Minds kind of holding the high ground here. It's TBNT just kind of juggling down onto the payload to try and, obviously stop the progress. Quartz actually, they just barrel down right on top of the Zarya. No bubbles are going to save you from that.
I mean, you press one bubble, and that's just a go sign for TM. We have seen these attacking split pushes, though, so often just turn into a trade-out scenario. And as long as you do decent trades, as long as you get 1 or 2 kills, it feels like the cart is going to roll. So Twisted Minds, Quartz on the walk back. That late kill onto Proud means it's still a 4-on-4 for the moment. I like that TP as well, just getting some of these players back into the fight a little bit quicker, but it's a little bit awkward for TM. How are they going to play this? Okay, Funny Astro steps out. Looks like they're going to commit to this fight. TBNT grabs the Mega, and they're up wide on this high ground, so it's getting awkward now for T1. Quartz from the flank takes down Dude, and it seems like T1 are getting picked apart here. Proud fights and keeps this one in contention. TVNT trading with Azaria, desperate for the support from the team, but it doesn't come in time. The pistol, though, gets the job done on Proud.
Yeah, and well, I mean, you also saw Yubi here live. I believe the support's here as well. As Simple also has the rush, you don't really need to use it. And because Yubi is so charged up, I don't think you want to push on through. And it's going to be allow TVNT to kind of get, with that one kill on the Proud, get his mech back.
Yeah, still fighting strong. Here comes the rush, up the gut here. Yubi gonna drop that sim wall, making it more difficult to deploy. Beautiful headshot there from Funny Astro and Simple to take down Zest. Quartz with another, and Jasmine just has no purchase, no business in this fight in the sim wall. So potent in these big ult trades.
Now,
the spawn, they're going to the spawn doors. It's the spawn door challenge, and it's been passed by TVNT.
And now, I mean, for T1, right? You're going to have your grab, you're going to have your sound barrier, your tectonic shock, and overclock. It feels like you kind of need to leave this fight with something, as you may need another fight after this to be able to get that checkpoint.
But even winning this fight, far from guaranteed. Twisted Minds have powerful tools of their own. When Quartz opens up with this OC, you don't really have a way to mitigate. I mean, you can rip the beat defensively, but then Funny Astro has the better beat, so this is a fight that T1 need to earn. This is not just going to be done on strategy.
Yeah, it's the typical, like, you know, we have seen the sound barrier kind of change for the OC in the past. It's going to be Quartz using the OC. Sound barrier now dropped by Skewed and T1. Where is this grab? The grab is thrown out. It connects on the wall. It's going to get Funny Astro and TVNT. So a nice grab there by Jasmine as he uses some of those walls there to make sure that it's not going to get eaten up by the defense matrix of the D.Va. And that's a nice use of the grab. It allows Twisted Minds, though, possibility here, Jake. It looks like PM's pushed up, but can they get a retouch?
They're going to want it. They have self-destruct. TVNT can just stay alive for a few more seconds onto the cart. Stall out as long as he can. Here comes that self-destruct on point. Pushes Proud back from the angle. He's not able to stay aggro. They're not able to pop TVNT in baby form. And so there's still a fight to be played here. TM, find one. It's traded right back. But that's Jasmine down. That's your staying power on the cart. Here comes TVNT on the D.Va. He's going to hold the cart for a moment now, but soon he's going to get the go sign to go for more kills. Proud trying to get some finishing blows before that happens, but here comes the rush from Simple, and that's going to be good enough to send T1 packing. Twisted Minds, Quartz finishes off Proud in the flank. Zest does take down Yubi, and the trade is not there immediately, so still a winnable scenario, but so awkward for T1, and Jasmine comes over to the Mirror D.Va, but it might be too little too late. With that bleed out death from Zest, it's going to be down to a last second regroup.
I mean, dude, Astro has said such a great map using those boops to kind of protect Quartz from the pressure that Zest is putting on down. Kitsune Rush, though, here for T1. Let's see, it'll be a touch here for Jasmine as now the Kitsune Rush comes down.
And for now, Twisted Minds waiting this one out, playing it slow, wanting to use this discretion. Beat almost online. Stu doing what he can to charge it up as quickly as possible. Zest in the backline takes a bit of attention. The beat is good on to 5. Everybody gets it, but can T1 secure the kills? Yubi with that sim wall buying space and time for the moment. TVNT also has that self-destruct. Here comes the tech shock, but there's no targets for it. He's just trying to live, just trying to make space, but it's not going to be good enough. T1 set packing, Quartz with the OC, cleaning house, and securing this map for Twisted Minds. They will not be knocked out in 3-0 fashion. T1, you still have to earn this.
Yeah, a much different looking Twisted Minds there. They finally start to get things clicking on all cylinders. You see Quartz and Yubi there on your screen. Quartz knows there is a lot more still left to be done, because now you're going to have to go, if you want to win this series, to 2 straight T1 maps with their first ban. I will say, though, Jake, you get the escorts and the hybrids out of the way, right? So now you're looking at what? Like a Runa Stapi and like a Surabasa or New Junk City, where you feel pretty comfortable on, maybe if you're TM. So maybe the map's not as impactful, but we'll see if those first bans, though, from T1 can really swing it.
What's left to ban, Matt? You've kind of used your powerful bans, and we're at a point in the series where, yes, it's going to have to be 2 maps back-to-back against map pick and hero ban advantage, but you've used the sim ban, you've used the Lucio ban.
Would you ban D.Va?
Yeah, I would. Honestly, I would. I think TVNT is actually central to this. I think Proud would be having a much more dominant game on Shambali if TVNT isn't absolutely running it down onto this Sojourn.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so much pressure that a D.Va can put on with Sim TPs and Lucio speeds. Here, we're on board with some of the highlights from the series. Quartz also a thorn in the side for Zest. I mean, it's kind of incredible how well Zest is doing in this series, considering he's playing against Funny Astro and Quartz on like Lucio and Sojourn or Lucio and Cassidy, and I mean, that's some of the hardest matchups to ever take here on the venture.
And you see kind of throughout these highlights, right? T1, it doesn't really seem like they want to go to the D.Va, right? Like the T1 would rather play the Ramatra, they would rather play the Zarya, even the Sigma, right? So like maybe you do get the D.Va out of the way and try and play something or force at least TM. Like, what would you do in that case if you're TM, right? You would have to just kind of commit to either playing like a Zarya base comp, or they would most likely will just play Ram 24/7, right? That's kind of what you would see them do. So at least it gives you a option there for T1 where you have a great idea what's going to go down in the tank role.
Yeah, and maybe it's back to some sim mirrors. Maybe that's the way to close out the series, right? To be willing to do what you did in map 1, take the sim mirror to Twisted Minds. They did it before, maybe they can do it again. I think TM, though, have finally sunk their teeth into the series, right? Started to find a bit of purchase, a bit of momentum, something to work with. Yes, it's nice to be the top seed. You get to skip that first round and, you know, step on in, staying in that, starting already deeper into that upper bracket. But there's also something to be said for a team like T1 that's gotten a rep to play on the stage. For Twisted Minds, a few maps in, now they've got that experience to work with, something that they can kind of take in to the rest of the series.
Yeah, and it looks like, some player movement potentially on the stage. So I wonder if we're going to end up seeing Donghak come in here for T1. That would be something that we saw yesterday in a map 2 against Team CC. So that could be an option. And then obviously with our first match here, with T1, we haven't seen Psycho come into play yet. So that is also an opportunity where maybe we see Psycho come in. Psycho could end up playing some of the, maybe they want to go with something that's like Tracer based, or they want to go with an Echo. So some options there as well for TM that we have not seen just yet.
And I'm very curious to see what look T1 wants to go with. I feel like this is kind of a pivotal map in the series. Although TM have to win 2, if you don't do it in 1 for T1, it's like, I don't think you go map 5, Matt, and I feel like I'm very nervous if I'm T1 and you lose the next map, and now, okay, you won 2, they won 2, but the momentum is completely against you. The fans are against you.
Especially if they start to get rolling on the sim, right? It would start to feel like the ball is rolling downhill, and then you lose 2 in a row, and then all of a sudden you're like, uh-oh, we don't have an answer maybe. Or the answer that we had maybe has been figured out, right? You catch us off guard a little bit early on, and then now we've gotten used to it. We do have some subs, so it will be Donghak who comes in for Jasmine. So this tells you some main tank probably.
Hear me out. Wrecking Ball.
I was going to say.
New Queen Street. Talk about a way to throw a monkey wrench into the works. That being said, this is not a matchup that I think Twisted Minds are going to be strangers to, not something they're going to be scared of. It's still going to require an immaculate execution from T1 to get the job done, especially if Cassidy's available. I mean, has a Cassidy ban been used yet?
No. So
I would put Donghak in and ban Cassidy. If I was going to go Donghak, I would take out Cassidy right now, because whatever Quartz plays, it feels like the Cassidy is that tool, the anti-dive hit scan. You could go Sojourn. I mean, it's still going to be powerful, but it won't be at least like hindering those high mobile heroes that T1 are likely going to want to deploy if that's the direction they go.
Well, and also, Twisted Minds doesn't have a Venture ban, right? So you can get rid of the Cassidy and keep the Venture in and have Donghak now on like Ball or something along those lines. That could be pretty potent. There
hasn't been a Tracer ban yet in the series either.
No,
which I think is another thing that Twisted Minds might want to ban if Donghak comes in. You could also just ban the Wrecking Ball though. However, little Donghak Doomfist. You pick it up when
I started thinking, I was like, well, could they play Doom?
I mean, all right, low key is kind of, I think it's kind of okay.
I think though, like if you ban the Cassidy, let's say, and then that could kind of happen, like Funny Astro can you play Brig? Can you play Brig with something else? Funny Astro's got a pretty good Brig.
Funny Astro's nice. I don't think Funny Astros can be off Lucio if you're going to play Sim. At this point in the series,
true.
I feel like you've just...
Would you play like a Mei with a Brig and try and play like... That is so not Twisted Mind.
But New Queen Street, if you're going New Queen, I just don't think the Mei... This is not a Mei map, right? It's so wide open, despite the snowy conditions.
And we don't know the map yet, so obviously...
I'm just assuming. I'm assuming. Because if Donghak's coming in, are you going to go Flashpoint and like...
You wouldn't play
Ram?
You wouldn't... Saravasa? Or we have seen a lot of New Jung City.
Yeah,
here.
We've seen a lot of Ramatra.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of at least the games we cast, we haven't seen Saravasa yet. We've only seen New Junk City. So potentially their new Queen Street would be very interesting because that throughout EMEA, we do not see any new Queen Street.
Yeah.
Like they do not play that map whatsoever.
It's Esperanza or bust, man. Nobody is.
Yeah.
But I feel like, I mean, the interesting thing is Runasapi to me is actually a very good sim map. And so that's why I'd be so bullish on T1 going to New Queen Street is I don't think like a map 5 Runasapi with sim unbanned, it's actually just over, man. You're not winning that.
So it feels like you're New Queen Street or you are New Junk City or Saravasa.
It could be Saravasa. I mean, I think New Junk City is going to be better for the May, but we're going to have to see when we come back. We're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, we're going to be here with the conclusion of the series. It's 2-1, TM's favor, or rather T1's favor, but Twisted Minds making the comeback in that last map. And after the break, we'll see the conclusion.
Look at them, Papa. Look at them. I wish you were here to see their faces. The crowd. The lights. The spectacle. I've become quite the celebrity in the Colosseo. They have chosen me. They call me La Lupa, the wolf. And I'm their villain. At first, I hated it. Their cheers and jeers reminded me of the sycophants you surrounded yourself with. Weak men who leeched off of your greatness, picking the bones of everything you built, leaving me with nothing, surrounded by my enemies, alone. But you were preparing me for this, weren't you, Papa? In your way, you showed me that fear was a weapon. You helped me temper my wild and reckless nature with patience and guile. Taught me the value in knowing my enemy, in learning to turn their greatest strengths into their weaknesses. Even in death, you showed me the consequences of underestimating an adversary. I promise you, I won't repeat your mistakes. Look at me, Papa. This is no longer the face of your little girl. Your enemies are still my enemies. But I am so much more than you had the chance to see. My recklessness is now focused rage, and I finally embraced what I once hated. I am the wolf. I am La Lupa. They're right to fear me. They will respect me. This arena, this mob, this moment is all just a means to an end. Every lesson, every loss has been tallied and recorded. I will take back everything that was stolen from us. And I will use them to do it.
can hear it in the wind. An echo. A whisper. A calling home.
It welcomes us. Not as wanderers, but as its kin.
In search of a memory of what once was, where purpose ignites.
A refuge where warriors can lay down their weapons and join forces with one another. You can feel the power as countless worlds collide.
A new future with endless possibilities.
A place to unite.
To imagine.
To belong.
Are you ready, BlizzCon?
It's about time.
The 2025 Overwatch World Finals is brought to you by DHL.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch Champions Series World Finals here in Stockholm, Sweden. If you're just joining us, we're in the midst of an epic battle between Twisted Minds, the EU #1 seed, and T1, the upstart #3 seed from Korea, but who've been making a splash in this match too far, up 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, but TM not going away with ease, right? They
Not
take
quiet.
that third map, they force us to a fourth game, and, you know, obviously, TM, we've seen a few times them come back with these reverse sweeps against like OWCS, for instance. Let's take a look at the map pool and catch you guys up on where we've been in the series and where we potentially are going to go. So we just saw Shambali Monastery. That goes in favor of TM. It is, like we were talking about before the break, New Queen Street. So we were talking, obviously we had a little bit of a break. Donghack coming in here for T1. That would tell you a little bit more main tank. We both think probably potentially some Wrecking Ball action coming into play here. And they select New Queen Street.
Yeah, bans are going to be crucial on this map. TM,
I like getting the ban. We talked about
we talked about the Diva ban, the necessity of it with TVNT looking amazing on this hero, right? Teleporting your Diva around, just allowing her to get all the way into the back line. But taking away that Tracer is going to be an interesting challenge for T1. At the same time, I wonder how much they even wanted to play the Tracer. Right? Even if you wanted to play a Wrecking Ball look here, I remember, Crazy Raccoons, historically, I remember them, I think it might have been last year in Stockholm, playing a Sojourn, a Venture, a Wrecking Ball on this map, New Queen Street.
Yeah, I mean, it is most certainly an option that you can do here on this map. I think the Venture Ball is a little bit harder to coordinate than like Tracer with the ball.
And very off meta to play Wrecking Ball at all. Like, no one's really doing it. It's taken some nerfs. It was very strong for a while, but it's fallen out of favor among the top teams. However, if you're bringing Donghack in, there's got to be a reason. I'm just very curious to find out what that reason is. What is he going to pilot on what could be the decisive map where T1 can seal their placement in the upper bracket?
Yeah, he's not coming in for fun, right? I know they're obviously bringing him in for a reason where the ball, at least to us, seems like the most likely answer at the moment. So I also was talking a little bit about it before we went to the break, where this is a map that we did not see really at all throughout EMEA. We see a lot of Runesapi, Esperanza here in EMEA on push. So we will see T1. They will most likely end up playing some type of ball variation.
That's what they've got queued up for now. We're going to just see what ends up coming into fruition, and Twisted Minds very comfortable with this style. It's going to be the Ramatra. I think they would prefer to have a Diva here in this spot. But lacking that option, the Ramatra is the next best. That is going to mean Donghack on the ball is going to have a lot of room to maneuver. Quartz, though, does get his Cassidy.
I do wonder, though, Jake, if they were planning on trying to play a Tracer, because you have the Sombra in the mix now, right?
It feels weird. It's kind of the boop. Is there? Oh, Tim is down. The rollout from Donghack opens this map up with strength for T1.
So that's a brutal loss, right? That's all that mobility out of the way for Twisted Minds early on. Donghack off to a fantastic start there on the ball. The bot will get active now, and it will be T1 in control, pushing it into TM territory.
Best ball map in the game, from my perspective. TPN, immediate. Twisted Minds wasting no time, getting aggressive. There's Proud already dropping. Simple gets that kickoff in this fight, but there's still a fight to be had. Donghack takes down Yubi, and this is a comp for T1 that fights very well in lower numbers. The supports working together can be immense damage threats of their own.
Yes, Quartz just hunting there, looking for Zest, trying to get a mag grenade on him, finish off the Sombra. So that'll be a hack there on TVNT. The virus does not connect. So TVNT just kind of power blocking there, just trying to hold that position.
This is awkward. This is so awkward. Donghack. But in the meantime, they're looking at Donghack, and that creates an opportunity for the rest of the team to take down TVNT. He loses that form and gets cleaned up. T1, Shroud, pretty impressive damage so far. Donghack swarming forward, wants to get some cleanup kills, but Funny Astro is out of this one. Art is going to make its first meaningful progress of the game.
Yeah, and Zest also gets control of that health pack underneath there by where the bot initially spawns. That's a really important health pack to be able to kind of control.
Especially for Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, it'll
really
be curious.
Relies on it.
Yeah, it'll be curious if we see if they're able to get control of the top, a health pack as well. Kitsune rush here for Twisted Minds off of the high ground. that's going to allow them to get control. T1 does not want to fight into this.
Crowd caught by the TP rotation. The rush is good, but TVNT is incredibly low on this Sumatra. Do they have to finish? Donghak's gonna pop the mine, zoning players away from this backline. Donghak desperate for the kill, does find Simple, and the rush comes in from Vigilante and T1. You might drop a player or two, but they're fighting incredibly well when the first pick goes against them. It's gonna be just cleanup here. The rest of the squad still, Twisted Minds have kept the advantage to a minimum. At the same time, this is gonna be their biggest challenge yet. EMP on the cards for Zest, and on top of that, the Tidal Blast. A devastating power combo, and TVNT over to the Zarya to give him a little bit of a more powerful tool to match those ultimates.
Yeah, a little bit of a different look here, right? You can obviously use these Zarya bubbles a little bit more defensively, right? As Yubi and Quartz both take some big damage, most likely from Proud turning the corner. So it's going to be a stim wall here from Yubi opening things up. EMP takes that away. It's going to be a sound barrier there from Astro, going to connect with everybody.
Just barely getting away T1 from that high noon, but Funny Astro does catch Feud on the retreat. Once again though, T1 in the 4v5s, they played incredibly well. This time, Quartz, TVNT, the Zarya Cassidy working together to clear off that backline, deal with the threats as they come. And T1 now on the retreat on their side of the map. Who's going to hold on to the cart? What answers further do they have for TVNT Zarya? Because now Quartz is going to be a much tougher kill with ally bubbles available.
Oh, and especially, you know, for Donghak and Zest risking their lives, going even near Quartz, right? No, just generally a demon there with the Mag Grenade being able to finish off flankers. Now with the extra survivability of the Zarya bubble, but that's going to be actually a shot from Proud into Yubi at range, and then Donghak finds it as Yubi has had a rough start to this map.
Rush comes out from Simple. Twisted Minds, still something to be said about this one. Quartz finds one, does hit the deck after that, but TVNT still healthy, 2 supports to enable this Zarya to take over the game in a high-energy Zarya. Few characters in Overwatch dare stand toe-to-toe, and certainly none from T1. Donghak pops the mine, trying to keep this fight going, but TVNT, unafraid, is still going to secure this cap. Funny Astro with the cleanup, and ever since the Zarya swap came out, T1 started to struggle.
Yeah, that is checkpoint there for Twisted Minds. Quite impressive there from them early on. And like you mentioned, Jake, as soon as his Zarya swap comes in for TM, T1 is really a no kind of answer for it. It'll be Proud here with the bola shot, though. He's getting pressured out. Quartz with the 2-tap with the help there from Funny Astro to get him in position. So they're going to get some more progress.
And I mean, the tempo has completely changed on this map. Donghak has struggled on the Wrecking Ball ever since this Zarya came out. And the TP is now allowing Quartz to get insanely active. You see Funny Astro so aware, bodyguarding Mr. President here. Quartz on the Cassidy, high nooning undercover. Dodges the slam for the moment, trying to get a bit of channel, but no one is providing themselves here. Still, that's creating a lot of opportunity for Cart to continue to roll forward. Here comes the EMP, a big connection, but Funny Astro even bitter with that beat. The grab comes in now, cuts down the backline of T1, and this map is crumbling. It started so strong for Donghak on the Wrecking Ball, but hasn't really found anything, and the answer looks to be the Zarya for Twisted Minds.
The Zarya from TVNT has been dominant. And now you have Simple set up with this Kitsune Rush. The Deadeye there from Quartz in the last fight at the start of it, Jake, it was really to just allow them to buy some time. They didn't want to get rushed on because Simple and Funny Astro both quite low. That'll be the Lucio dying here. It's going to be the Tidal Blast put onto Donghak as that is going to finally be the fight win there for T1.
I mean, they staunched the bleeding, but 115 meters, man. I mean, this is a Sisyphean task to bring this game back, especially because now, I mean, these fights, yeah, you win a fight in your own spawn, but, well, when Zarya and Cassidy have power positions, they're like, look at this room, how do you break this hold?
And you've also, for T1, you have not gotten the checkpoint, right? Even though they got extremely close, you've not got the checkpoint just yet. Nice shot from Simple there to kind of get out of dodge as soon as he gets hacked, and now you're with Funny Astro here. They're going on a little bit of a flank.
They're flipping into the spawn. They do lose Funny Astro. Donghak takes down Proud, but maybe damage is done. T1 in the 3v4 advantage. Donghak gets that cleanup on Cassidy. Not much of a threat when he doesn't have his teammates around him to protect him. Simple's going to step up, die on a card. TVNT following in his footsteps. But on the enemy side of the map, you're playing with the house cash. Twisted Minds just building up the bank.
Well, it looked like they were actually trying to wrap there and then maybe get like a Kitsune Rush in an off angle or from the high ground and drop it down low and then catch T1 and not able to get everybody in position to do so. So finally, T1 gets the bot from deep in their spawn, at least the mid-map.
Big slam and minefield on the main group and splits away Funny Astro, who's also hacked, could be caught alone on the flank. TVNT is low with the stim wall, stabilizes things for the moment, allowing Twisted Minds to regroup to reset themselves for this fight. A nice headshot onto the Zarya is going to slow down TVNT's aggression, and a beautiful rail on a funny Astro. Tried to wall right through, couldn't get it done. High Noon doesn't connect, and now T1 with the player advantage. No Lucio to ferry you around, but TVNT is just once again running this bot into the enemy side of the map, trying to make what progress he can. Still, T1 dancing immaculately here, staying away from the high energy Zarya, but TVNT's like, I'll go cap the map.
Well, even with this, Jake, right? No, you're not going to get any more like progress per se here for Twisted Minds, but you get those forward spawns again. You push the bot so far back in the T1 territory, you're going to get another fight like right around one of this, like the first corner here potentially. Looks like the Twisted Minds may be setting up for something a little bit different here towards mid-map, but it's still a fight where the Twisted Minds, it's going to take 2-3 fights for TM to even get close.
EMP slammed down, but the bubble was already there still. Enough damage. Vigilante does the job of 10 men here, cleaning up on that Kiriko. Proud and Stewed contributing as well. The EMP is good enough to keep this cart rolling, and Zest over to the bencher recognizes he can't rely on too many more EMPs, especially with Zarya Cassidy on the field.
Yeah, but a ton invested there from T1. Do they try and contest this yet again? They do. They get there right before they get the checkpoint.
And Twisted Minds are just giving nothing for free. Vigilante finds one. Zest gets another in the grab. It does get a kill, but it takes way too long. And now Quartz in the sights here, Possessed, who gets that cleanup kill. Simple trades it back, which is actually crucial for TM here. Getting these extra trade kills, just now getting the butt scratch as well. So T1 have a couple more fights to win if they want to bring it back, but they have started to turn the momentum of this match.
I did not really love that fight from Twisted Minds. It felt like TVNT pushed up a little bit too far. Maybe he was hell-bent on stopping them from getting the checkpoint. Gets the one with the grab, but it felt like you just got really nothing else after that. So Twisted Minds needs to be careful here, Jake, not to throw this one.
They TP into the room, but the OC now in the open has all the space to work with. Beat is good, but maybe not good enough. Look at this choke being absolutely dominated by Donghack. The rush deployed from Simple to get them out of the room, to get a little bit of space to work with. But Quartz can't stay alive outside. Full control from T1 now in this fight, but TVNT still has the energy, still can bring that damage. Funny Astro slammed down upon Vigilante once again, finding crucial cleanup kills in this fight. TVNT feels like just a matter of time before this Zarya drops, but if Zuby finds one, Yubi finds two! Out of nowhere, the Sim clutches up. I didn't have that on my bingo card, Matt.
No, and you still have Simple here who looks like he actually kind of TPs on out. Simple does a nice job just keeping TVNT alive for long enough, and that is a fight there, Jake, which is quite massive, right? TM doesn't really gain any progress out of it, but they just burn so much clock, and now they give themselves a great opportunity here. Simwall plus Deadeye, potentially another grab on the table here to send us to a Game 5.
Yeah, and this would be huge for Twisted Minds. The band's proving to be a bit ineffectual now. TP wide, T1, it's do or die. They gotta stay alive in this fight. The High Noon from Quartz has beautiful vision of the map. T1 have to wait this one out, go deep, the Tidal Blast, just buying time. Yubi with the Stim Wall, delaying things further. T1's comp is excellent in these stall scenarios, but you've got to be so careful. That overtime wick is gonna burn incredibly fast here, and TVNT has a grab of his own. Quartz opens up on the Proud,
grab
and this
available.
one could be going the distance, Matt. Grab could be devastating now. The rush comes in from Vigilante, but the grab defends. Zest cannot survive, blocked from using those movement skills. Vigilante lasting just a little bit longer, but that rush should break the back of T1. We are going Game 5, Matt. Twisted Minds hanging on.
They looked phenomenal with that Zarya-based composition. The Tracer ban may have paid off. We'll have to get a hear from T1 after what their kind of initial plan was, but they come out early on with that Sombra. As soon as they switched to the Zarya, they looked like pretty defeatable there on the Ram, but as soon as the Zarya swap comes through,
absolutely,
that is when Twisted Minds look at their best. So we get a Game 5, a potential reverse sweep on the cards here for Twisted Minds, battling their way back into it.
I was getting worried that Johnny'd be picking my candy from the bowl, but it seems like TM might be solidifying this one. I mean, they came into this match, I would say, as the expected favorite, but T1 have thrown challenge after challenge at Twisted Minds, and finally it feels like TM are starting to get that edge. And honestly, as we go towards Flashpoint, I'm starting to get worried for T1. What's going to be their final look in Game 5? And we're going to Flashpoint against the Sim Lucio team. You don't want to be here on T1.
No, and look, Quartz starting to heat up, right? 11K damage there. No, we were talking about that head-to-head earlier, a lot like how we talked about at EWC, where Quartz got the better of Proud. Proud was nasty the first 2 maps. It feels like the tides are shifting, though, towards Quartz in the later half of this game.
And, I mean, honestly, Twisted Minds are getting so much from so little. You look at this stat card, and it pretty much looks like T1 crushed them in this map. But because every fight that Zarya wins, she's rolling the objective constantly. Wrecking Ball cannot keep up in that front, has to win fight after fight, has to be incredibly consistent. You drop one big team wipe engagement and Zarya rolls the cart 50, 100 meters. And TVNT, he's feeling it, man. The Zarya swap was beautiful, played to perfection. Not easy to find those perfect ally bubbles on exactly the right teammate at exactly the right time, especially against players like T1.
All right, so T1, they obviously get their final map pick here in this series. Saravasa or New Junk City. We have not seen a sub yet, so I would assume at this point we're going to still see Donghak.
Yeah.
For this map.
A bit surprising, maybe. Because, I mean, the Wrecking Ball, I get it on New Queen Street. It didn't work out this time, but I see the vision. And, and I feel like they could have won, right? Like, it was close enough to say they could have won. If they had a bit better of a defensive side of the map and maybe stifled some of the progress from Twisted Minds, it was a winnable scenario. But as we go into Flashpoint, I'm like, can you really play that? Can you really play that?
Is there a ban you like even?
I mean, both teams. I mean, this is the thing about Game 5. It's like both teams. You've used your bans. I mean, there's bans.
All right, so it looks like
that's crucial here.
It looks like maybe Donghak getting up there, so maybe we do get Jasmine.
I would be surprised if Jasmine didn't come in. I mean, considering the totality of the series so far, I'd love to see more Sim Mirror. I mean, I know that's a little bit crazy, but I don't know that without any bans, I'm not so sure you're going to be able to avoid it.
Would you ban? Okay, so New Junk City is the map selection.
Interesting. We haven't seen much New Junk City right after the map rework. I would have
really
thought,
just at this event.
Yeah, I mean, right? This has been the beginning of this map, and it's a little bit more open. I would still think it's a decent sim map, but they must feel like it's worse than Saravasa at least.
Would you, for T1? Do you think about a Zarya ban?
Oof.
Would you leave Donghak in and then ban Zarya?
I mean, the thing about banning Zarya is it feels like it unlocks TVNT's Diva. I think TVNT wants to play Diva.
It's
like,
not a great ball map.
He would love to play
Diva.
Yeah, and exactly. I feel like, honestly, I don't know what Donghak can really play that makes this look good. I feel like right now this is an off-tank scenario. Ramantra could work, but Jasmine can pilot that Ram, you know, and pretty comfortably, and has, I think, the deeper roster of picks. And so far, the Sigma has kind of been that one comp that has gone unanswered, that TM haven't found the answers for. They are going to ban the Ram this time.
The Ram and then a Brig ban. So the Brig ban is great for TVNT's Diva, right? I mean, we haven't seen T1 go to any Brig, right? So
I don't think they will, but I guess at this point, it's like, whatever. You know, it's like, in theory, it might come out.
Yeah.
Maybe T1 would try to play some sort of dive comp, but I don't think...
What do you think about the Ram?
Terrible against Symmetra.
What do you think about the Ram ban, though? Like,
I think they want to play Zarya. I mean, for me, when I see Ram ban, I'm like, you want to play Zarya. That's what it signals.
So I guess, is this series going to end in a Zarya head-to-head? It feels like we haven't seen T1 play much Zarya throughout.
I just wonder about the Zarya in general here because, like, it just seems to die to Symmetra. You just get cooked. I mean, we saw, like, on that first fight on Shambali, I was like, oh, man. They just speed amped on the Zarya off the high ground.
They want to go back to Sig? No. There's no way, right?
Maybe taking the Ram away is also benefit Sigma.
Yeah, it
Ram
does.
has good matchups in both of those regards. So, yeah, and I can see that. I can see the vision.
Like, are you going to try and maybe play Sim Sig?
If I were coaching, I would be playing Sim Sig. That would be my call here. I would go Sim Sig, and I would play the Sim Mirror. I would play at a distance. I would play the ult fight. I would play slow and try to ice out Twisted Minds in their aggression.
So with Jasmine coming in, maybe we do see the Sim with the Sig. We did see Jasmine early on in the series. Really, most of the series, it was just that map we saw Donghak playing some Sig, playing some Ram, even though you get rid of the Ram
it is
here.
Weird too, because we're talking New Junk City. I mean, this isn't exactly your textbook Sigma map.
No.
I mean, it's Flashpoint. I think... I guess it could work, right? You know, it's one of those heroes that...
Johnny floated out a Maga the other day, and I was like, I don't
know about the Maga.
There's no way.
Big Maga, I'm not sure about it.
I don't even know. I don't think we really want that. I mean,
let's be honest. Let's be honest.
No, let's be honest. Well, let Maga stay at home. We don't need Maga in Stockholm. It's fine.
It's way too cold here. Bro's not even wearing a shirt.
So maybe, dude, it is a weird, like, Suravasa is probably a better SIG map.
I mean, it's honestly kind of close because Suravasa, the first point is pretty good for SIG, but New Junk City, I could see some of the other later points, having a bit of that wider, more open characteristic.
I mean, I don't think you would want to take a D.Va head-to-head, would you? I mean...
And also, because, I mean, SIG is pretty nice against D.Va because you can just, like, pummel her with rock.
Yeah.
She says nothing for it. She flies in, gets rocked, and kind of gets sent packing.
Yeah, maybe they were a little bit like, okay, maybe they feel like a little bit for TM, like, okay, the RAM with the stim is actually pretty good into the SIG, and maybe that TM just hasn't discovered that yet, and maybe that's what.
And also, remember, map 1, Lucio was banned. So the RAM, but the RAM couldn't close the distance on this SIG, couldn't really get across those gaps. So now maybe take that RAM out, and okay, Yubi says it's a dub. Yubi says, you know what? I can understand that.
I mean, look at the scoreline the last 2 maps, 3-0, 1-0.
I mean, yeah, the tide is turning. And this is, we talk about T1 in terms of the bigger picture for this team, right? The story that's been told about them time and time again is that maybe the lights get a little bright. Maybe they're struggling
Not
down
like
the stretch.
this, though.
Some of these
I mean, dude.
But, I mean, Matt, I just got to be real with you. Like this.
Yeah, I mean, what? That last map was like 40 meters probably decided it. Don't really remember the exact meterage, but it was around
About
there. And then obviously TM gets a full map completion on Shambali and then full hold.
They're 2
T1.
Pretty dominant maps back to back.
Yeah.
So TM are for sure. Yubi's expressed it just about as clear as he thinks this one's done and dusted. He thinks T1 is choking. He thinks they're done and out.
They need a proud life game.
They need a life game.
We talking about these
They
life
need a
games.
life game.
We haven't had a life game, quote unquote.
But the hit scan is, I'm sorry, but hit scan ain't carrying you out of
but look, this is like kind of what the series has come down
to,
right?
We saw this stat card earlier in the series, and it was completely flipped. Shroud was crushing.
And these last
I will
two
say,
maps.
this is quite close. I mean, this is about as close as you're going to see. In maps, Shroud lost in maps 3 and 4. To be this close is actually a testament to Proud.
And I don't even think it's really the stats. It's just like Quartz finding the first 2 maps constantly on the Sojourn. Proud is finding like an early pickoff in like one of these fights, right? Like leading the fight in terms of getting a pick early on. And now Quartz on the Cassidy and other heroes is starting to find those really early advantages that TM is so convinced
they're having fun, man. They're loose.
Yeah.
They're loose. This is that team
they're vibing.
that is there's a reason they've looked to be a championship squad. The reason they came here to Stockholm to lift that trophy. They're not surprised to find themselves in a winning position in this series. And I think T1, sad as it may be, also have been in scenarios before where they've been in a great position in the series and haven't been able to close it out.
If you are
deep into a tournament and have kind of flagged.
If you're TM and you're talking right now in this setup of this final map, what are you envisioning them running out with?
Something, it's got to be Sim. The only question in my mind is what TVNT is going to play. It's going to be Simcast or SimSoj, Lucio, Kiri, nothing fancy, and then something interesting for TVNT. However, before we jump into this next map, let's take a look at the bracket. Let's see where we're at in the tournament overall. Remember, this is just day 2, man. We got a lot more Overwatch to play.
And I mean, we got a lot more good Overwatch here. Is this one is really delivered. Our first 2 matches of the day, man, they were some blowouts, but they were blowouts in a dominant fashion where that matchup of Alcatia versus Crazy Raccoon, that may not be the only time you see that match this week. That could be a match that the loser of that sees that team yet again in the grand finals. I mean, that is how good those 2 teams have looked. And then we obviously have Team Liquid versus Falcons coming up after this one, where Falcons really barely got by Varel yesterday. Very close game.
They look beatable for sure. However, for Team Liquid, another team, I kind of compare them to T1, of a team with incredible expectations, this really star-studded roster full of players that it's easy to get excited about. But at the same time, TL have been a little bit lacking in terms of the true international results. And so, I mean, 2 of these teams, I think, in the quarterfinals with high expectations, but I mean, so far haven't been able to meet them. And so I think as we go into this game 5 for T1, I think this is the moment for them to rewrite that script. This is the moment, if they can, do the heartbreaker, end of the reverse sweep for Twisted Minds, secure this win, it sets the beginning of a new era for T1. If not, feels like they're falling back into old traps.
Oh, and you see this lower bracket. So those lower round ones are going to be first to twos. SSG versus Varel, that is locked in. And then Weibo versus Team CC. One of the teams from China going to bow out real early.
We're only going to have one representative continuing on from our Chinese region and could find themselves in a tough spot. TVNT is feeling good, feeling confident, and he has every reason to, right? The swaps have been on point from TVNT. The aggression, the decisiveness really impressed me. I mean, this guy's not that long in terms of his experience as a professional player early in his career and has already really started to turn heads, looking like one of the best tanks in Europe.
For sure. I mean, there's a reason, with they were kind of rotating TVNT and KSA around for a lot of the year, but really this second half of the year, it has been all TVNT. And I think it's really because of that diva. Being able to play that diva at an extremely high level, you're not going to say like, Ziad level, right? But close. And then also has some good flexibility. TVNT is pretty good on the Ramatra. Can also, obviously, as we saw, play a very competent Zarya. So it has a lot of great tanks in his wheelhouse at the moment.
This team is just so dang good.
They just don't have like a ball look or anything like that. Like they don't really have, but they don't need it.
Playing ball.
Yeah,
they're never playing ball.
It's EMEA. They're not playing ball.
Yeah, come on. Let's be real here. You're not playing ball, Sam. That's
no.
You got to stop cooking. If you're cooking that up,
and
put it in the freezer.
Yeah, and it starts with Sim. So we're not messing with any type of ball here. Let's see. Okay, so the Ramatra ban and the break ban here as we get set to go into this game 5. T1 came out on fire. Twisted Minds, they have battled back with a dominant Shambali and a very convincing win on New Queen Street to potentially get this reverse sweep. This would be a gut punch for T1. I mean, they were looking
devastating. Honestly devastating. And
they're looking like world beaters early on.
They're staring down the barrel of it right now because, I mean, they've lost 2 maps back to back. It's been tough. There's been some pauses, some tech issues in the series, and T1 have had to sweat it out through all of that. And for these young players, I mean, that makes a difference. This team doesn't really have that stacked group of veterans. In the back line, yes.
Yeah. It's just you don't have that, like, I mean, they do obviously have, Vigilante and Skewed. Like, fantastic players, right? But, like, it's hard when not every team is, like, a carry per se, right? But, like, if you're a Crazy Raccoon and you're in a series like this, right, you always know, like, you have Lip who has, like, and Shu, who have crazy championship pedigree, have been in crazy moments before, who feel like you can kind of, like, bail you out, so to speak. I don't think T1 kind of has somebody like that. So at least here, it looks like T1 actually wants to play the Zarya with the Venture.
They're not going to take the Sim Mirror here. And Matt, I'm a little bit worried for them. Zest has an immense burden to carry here. Gonna have the Zarya bubbles to enable his plays, but TM has historically navigated these incredibly well. Immediately TP onto the backline. Jasmine in trouble, backpedaling, trying to stay alive, but Venture creates the space and Proud shuts down court. So for all the momentum in the series, Proud doing what needed doing, keeping this game alive, cleaning up the flankers as well. Oh, what a clean moves from Proud there.
And I wonder if we're going to see some changes from Twisted Minds. So early on, T1, they decide to bring out that.
I don't think we're going to see any changes from Twisted Minds. I'm real.
Would you see Cassidy, possibly?
I mean, it's interesting. I don't think so, honestly. I think the Venture with Zarya bubbles becomes kind of a predator to Cassidy.
You can't really deal with it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, typically that matchup goes the other way, but you add a Zarya bubble into the mix, and suddenly Cassidy's just this immobile hero, an easy kill.
Other teams not as sim-pilled, potentially even thinking about May in a scenario like this, but that is not the type of game that Twisted Minds wants to play. They are going to go all out with this sim comp.
The TP to the backline, flanking back and forth, hitting from multiple angles, but T1 standing tall, facing the test. Yubi does get torqued up and just absolutely burns down Lucio, but the rest of T1 steps on the gas at the same moment. And Twisted Minds just have nothing left in the tank.
We just see TVNT and Yubi there. Where are Quartz in the supports? It feels like there was really nothing else going on there. Not a lot of damage exchanged, as I think Twisted Minds, they decide to just give this point up. Not going to go in and contest it.
I think they can. Yeah,
he's going for the low ground.
He's going to get a touch. They're going to maybe meet the Diva with a TP from the high ground. TVNT is going to run the puck. He wants to bring Zarya back to the point, but for now, Jasmine.
I don't think T1's falling for this.
Yeah, aggroing this. Quartz does finally get a bit of an angle here. So there's a fight to be had. Simple. Going to pop the rush. Ultimates come out. Skewed immediate beat right as he charged it up. Funny Astro far from that ultimate, and Zest cuts him down, gonna deny that final charge. And T1 are gonna be capping your first checkpoint here on New Junk City, starting what could be a beautiful moment for this team if they can end this reverse sweep, break the hearts of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, so TM, they actually go back in, try and recontest. They go from the low ground and try and set something up where they kind of TP some players from that high ground behind, and doesn't exactly work out. A sound barrier from Skew that allows us to get extremely aggressive when the Kitsune rush comes down from Twisted Minds, and I feel like this next fight is huge for TM. They need to kind of get Quartz online.
They get this wide angle, but Proud has the first overclock. It's going to be probably an overclock duel on this high ground. So crucial to be the team dominating high ground. You kind of don't want to be the team to step to point first. Neither team wants to make that error. This second checkpoint on Flashpoint could be crucial. It's actually T1 willing to drop lower. Proud thinking about whether he wants to get active first. Zarya trying to cap. OC pop from fourth, but can he find an angle? T1 bunkering so nicely in this room. The rush from Vigilante is going to make attacking in a fraught prospect. Symbol deployed from UB, allowing TM to just swing wide, confidently on point. Rush stifled in the corner. Zest holding onto the point with that burrow is very nice. Creates an opportunity for Proud to step up. Funny Astro forced into a very defensive beat, and there's still a fight to be had here. T1, high ground control. The point's against them, but they can still fight this one out. Here comes Proud, diving in right on top of the Lucio. Funny Astro trying to dance out of that one, but it's not meant to be. The heals are beautiful, keeping Proud alive, and he's right back to the checkpoint, wanting to re-secure this cap. Masterful performance from TM.
Yeah, T1. They get control of the point yet again. They kind of just eventually bully out Twisted Minds from the high ground. They end up using the overclock and the tectonic shock at the same time. Gets Twisted Minds to end up investing their sound barrier. And then, TM, they get an early pick off, but just forced off of that high ground, and they were never able to get back in and try and recontest. T1 now has the grab plus their sound barrier to work with, Jake. So in a really nice spot, but they lose Proud.
Yeah, I think a rail connected onto Proud at that same moment, and Yubi gets the cleanup with a spam kill. Rush deployed from Symbol, a big grab out of Jasmine, but can he force any further resources out of this? Twisted Mind's just too healthy, staying alive. TVNT steps up onto point with the backup from Yubi Symmetra, and they absolutely wiped T1 off the face of the earth here. Just took a rush from Simple. And TM now want to secure their first flashpoint, but they've got 50% to go. There's another chance for T1 to get back into this.
I mean, the kill onto Proud is enormous there at the start. Railgun from Quartz, right click from Yubi, finishes him off, and then Jasmine tries to use a grab, saves him, the point up on the high ground. It's a nice Zuzu that comes in from Simple, and then defense matrix there from TVNT to keep those players up.
And Zest, super aggro, needs the beat, but had to drill that defensively. Here he comes, dancing in with that Lucio, trying to get on top of Twisted Minds, but they bounced away for the moment. Now it comes to that brawl on high ground, and the rush advantage does favor T1 here, so Twisted Minds gonna have to respect it for the moment. Here it comes, coming out enough to get Funny Astro into the backline. Zest making use of that tool. TVNT dies, are not gonna stagger this baby D, but they want more blood in the water as T1 chase to the Twisted Minds spawn. This is the opportunity to break the back of Twisted Minds, secure this checkpoint. However, you come too far, you can find yourself in real trouble. Here comes the tech start from Zest. He refuses to wait, refuses to back down, and he just manages to get Simple despite the wall from Yubi.
Oh, that is such a huge play there from Zest. That is going to give the second flashpoint over to T1. As although Twisted Minds, they won 2 maps in a row, T1 kick off here on New Jung City, winning the 2 first flashpoints, giving themselves an opportunity to close it out with the next one.
Beautiful aggression from Zest, just being willing to take the risk. That's been this Achilles heel for T1 in the past. They've struggled in these high pressure moments against top teams. But today, maybe the beginning of a new era, beginning of a new moment. Still a lot of ultimates to fight through. T1 have their work cut out for them here on this take.
Yeah, it feels like an absolutely must-win fight, this first one here. And guess what? Proud versus Quartz, both OCs available, both gonna get popped.
Quartz has to win this. The beat comes down. Funny Astro not taking any risks, not taking any gambles. Zarya in the sight. Quartz cuts him down, but Crowd gives it right back. Has to slide forward into that though, and TVNT is gonna make sure that's his last mistake. T1 set packing to the spawn. In a relatively inexpensive fight for Twisted Mind. 2 ults to 1, just about stock standard.
They just have to be perfect, though, from here on out. You can kick off this next fight, potentially, with your Kitsune Rush in the choke, right? You can kind of get aggressive behind that. Maybe you get a fight win there. At that point, though, you're looking at an ultimate advantage, though, for T1. So, Twisted Minds You need to win this fight if you're going to invest something like the Kitsune Rush, because T1 is going to have a big ultimate advantage soon.
And T1's going to have this grab. So yes, you have the rush. TP deployed for now, making a bit of space, a bit of time. But Venture takes so much attention, so much space into this backline. Twisted Minds rotating away. Here comes the rush right into the T1 backline. But look at Jasmine, instantly falls back, protects the team. In the meantime, Zest left on an island though, and does get punished for that. T1, they want to continue this fight. They want to hold them at position, give themselves a chance to retake, but Twisted Minds don't want to let that happen. They're trying to chase down the Zarya, trying to deny him saving his energy. The cleanse is good from Vigilante though, and that's going to mean Jasmine is absolutely chopping down TDNT, re-pushing into this with the help of Zest.
And double support ult, right? That is enormous. They needed that kill on a Jasmine. This 60 charge going to get up to like 90 really fast as this fight kicks off.
Venture burrowing on the point. Here comes TBNT into the backline. Defensive bubbles are good from Jasmine, keeping everybody alive, and with the rush on point, it's an easy flip for T1. Twisted Minds, they know they can't fight into it. They choose to give up the point and stay alive for another day. Now on the retake, see if they can get it done, but Yubi catches it. That's another spam catch, following up some damage from the squad. Here comes the grab, risks it right into the Diva's face, and it's good enough. Takes down Funny Astro. The beat comes in over the top. Proud with the OC as well. Wants to secure this one, keeps the fight going, manages to connect with Quartz mid-slide, but Yubi and TDNT still have something to play for. They're not out of this one just yet, but once again, man, Jasmine is absolutely perfect with the ally bubbles, and I think that may have just saved it. Hold on, though. Diva gets one more kill, and this one really gets into trouble. Tech shot from Zest does take down Yubi. The point flip does come in. A bit of follow-up damage, and this one's getting a little bit scary now. I mean, the cleanup potential is very real for T1 as TDNT is out of mech, has to take the long walk off the map.
Yeah, he's going to jump off the side now. You're going to get above 60% here for T1. T1, though, doesn't have really anything to work with here.
They got something to work with. It's the chutzpah. I mean, it's the fearlessness. It's the courage from Zest. He's holding this tight corner. They are not going to let Twisted Minds in for free. They're trying to TP through, but it's being contested. The players are there. They do manage to slip past. Actually, a great sign for TM. They would love to get on the point with this rush. And so far, they've done that first aspect, right? Getting on the point, threatening it. Zest holding it on for now, but he can't really stay into this for long. It's Feud does get cut down. The beat and rush from Twisted Minds should be securing this flashpoint.
Yeah, and it feels like, look, the game is on the line. You would have loved to save one of those ultimates, but you could not have gone to the loser bracket.
I'd call that a mistake. I'd call that a mistake, though, Matt, because that's the play.
I mean, you're right.
Should have been enough. It should have been enough. And so even Twisted Minds are starting to sweat in this series. T1 had put them in that position, but sweat is not good enough. You need to keep fighting for this victory. And now it's Twisted Minds' turn to flip the script. An aggro push into this T1 spawn. Jasmine staying alive, cautiously watching his allies first, keeps them all up, and Zest turns around onto Funny Astro. It cost him his life, but that Lucio kill is impactful. You see those Twisted Minds health bars not so strong, and Jasmine starting to step up. It's Zarya's turn. Full energy. Are you going to risk and try and take down this Zarya, or will you back down with your tail between your legs? For now, Twisted Minds holding onto the point, but I mean, Jasmine is just cutting through them.
Yeah, but TDNT's got this self-destruct, so you can kind of play here a little bit more aggressively. And Quartz with the overclock, they find Proud again. Another rail shot from Quartz, this time onto Skewed, and that should be first control. Going to Twisted Minds, Jasmine desperate, does shut down Quartz, does get something into this, but surely the player advantage is just too much to overwhelm. And they're even gonna delay the Zarya a little bit here. They actually know he has grabs. Really nice play, no risk to them. And even that extra delay from the boot from Funny Astro, I mean, they are getting every last little second out of these gaps. Now, you're starting to see they're finding these pickoffs on the Proud early, whether it be Yubi.
He's always finding that crucial spam shot to follow up his team's damage. Very, very important that he's finding those kills.
It feels like for momentum and just kind of confidence sake, right? T1, they need a flip here on this point because Twisted Minds starting to kind of feel themselves a little bit, starting to get in a groove in this matchup.
Reverse sweep in the series, reverse sweep on Flashpoint, who would be a little bit too beautiful. Here comes the wall from Yubi. Stabilizes things. You don't want to step up into that. T1 playing it a little bit slow. Zest forced into the burrow, has to retreat back to his team. But that's a 1-for-1. I think you take a Twisted Minds because the clock running down throughout it. Zest with the tech shock has been fantastic though, and so Simple maybe going to be a bit of a risk to get value here off of this Kitsune Rush. Still deploys into the backline, but Quartz already cut down. Tech shock gets one, tries to push them off the TP, not quite there in time, but has done immense damage here into this fight. TM, do they want to recommit into this without the help of Quartz? Yubi all in here on the flank with a TP, but Funny Astro is there to assist. The beam is full, and T1 now struggling into this fight. Astro rips the beat, wants to lock this one down. Jasmine's grab should be for naught, but hold on. Proud and Skewed still fighting this. The flip comes in, but Jasmine needs the kill, and he's dropping low. He's out of bubbles, has to dodge the rail. Does manage to slip away, but it's not enough. Yubi is there. And Twisted Minds on the cusp of the double reverse sweep.
Unbelievable. Astro decides to use that beat. TVNT doesn't use a self-destruct, doesn't get a mech back. He ends up kind of just in baby diva form in the grab. And with a sound barrier, keeps him up for just a little bit, puts down some damage. And this would be a brutal collapse for T1. As Twisted Minds, 2 flash points in a row, Jake, that they decide to take. No tectonic shock, no grab to work with. Behind now, no sound barrier here. And it feels like with Twisted Minds, with this TP maneuvering around the map, they're going to get here first.
It's rare to have a moment more pressured than this for our T1 squad. A lot of young players on this team, especially on the DPS lineup. What can Proud and Zest deliver in this incredibly crucial moment? Yubi and Quartz have only been heating up.
They cannot get first pick.
Only been looking stronger. And Twisted Minds have a dominant position on the point here. T1 taking a rotation wide. They have a rush, but Simple's going to be able to give it right back in TVNT. Burst down Zest with the help of Yubi there. And T1 back with the tail between the legs. TP forward. Twisted Minds want a little bit more out of this.
Dude.
But they're not going to find it.
They are getting unreal value out of just Yubi spamming right clicks with the sim. Like, typically you only see the sim ramp up damage close and be able to get up kills. A few times though, whether it be Quartz putting down some damage or TVNT, Yubi with the long range shots on the sim able to finish some players off. They have been so impactful.
Here comes the OC. Proud needs to find something under immense pressure. Once again, Yubi, beautiful symbol, actually reads that slide into the flank. Proud sent packing, no connection whatsoever with that OC. Here comes the rush from Vigilante. Gives them a bit of a corner to fight from. TVNT tanking all the damage. Drops low, has that self-destruct, and here comes Quartz. Takes the wide angle, and ends P1. The hopes draining out of them. It's down to the last touch, the last fight, and they might not even get it. Twisted Minds pouring the pressure on. And it's down to what? Just the beat? Nothing else left.
Yeah, you're going to have Zest here on a little bit of a flank. You're going to try and get the touch. The swamp there for the res just to get Proud back a little bit faster here, as you are solely reliant on this.
Oh, the boom up is perfect from Funny Astro. Gets him out of the ground just long enough for the kill. Stu, the beat only on 3. Will it be enough? Twisted Minds, they're out of ultimates. It's not a free fight for them, but clock is ticking against T1. TM starting to build up. Yubi getting torqued, takes down Jasmine.
No
and Twisted
way.
Minds, they're making it happen against all odds. T1 were up 2-0 in this series, 2-0 on Flashpoint, and once again, their hearts broken, sent down to the lower bracket. What a victory for Twisted Minds.
What a game. I mean, Twisted Minds looked dead in the water in the series. T1, fantastic 2-0 start. TM battles back, wins 2 maps in a row. And then we get to this final decider map, this game 5. In T1, they look great off the rip. They go up 2-0 in terms of the flash points, and then all of a sudden, TM just starts to turn out, man. I mean, that is a brutal loss for T1, but also the type of game potentially. Look, it wasn't a clean win for Twisted Minds, right? But they have to gain some confidence being able to make that type of comeback.
Oh, absolutely. You're going to be feeling very good about that. I mean, those first 2 maps, they're already forgotten. They're in the rear view mirror.
Yeah.
And I mean, honestly, on this final map, right? I mean, once Quartz gets that second perk online, right? The double slide, and suddenly Venture's just not able to stay on top of you, not able to finish off those kills. Funny Astro also, in the marking of Venture, was incredible. Booping up that Venture for just 1 second at this level of play is often enough to kill.
Honestly, that game 5, Yubi goes wild, man. I mean, what, 36 and 6? Obviously bringing some of the sim mobility to the table. Some really sick uses of the sim wall, like you kind of noted towards the end, kind of predicting
like
that kind of slide.
Like Proud couldn't get anything done on the OC. Every time he's walled off, they're just iced out.
And then time and time again, Yubi finding these first picks. Obviously, it's not just sim damage at range, but finding those right clicks, being able to spam these chokes and putting down enough damage, a railgun shot, some damage from Funny Astro, you're able to actually kind of finish these players off, and that's tremendous from Yubi. NTM, we got Danny with Funny Astro to hear his thoughts on that wild game.
That is absolutely correct, Matt. I am here joined by Funny Astro for a quick post-match interview. I mean, I'm pretty sure you're very excited. That was a very close call. And I think that was the first reverse sweep that we had here. Very exciting stuff, and big congratulations on getting the win, Funny Astro. I mean, we were just talking, and you said right before the interview, you were like, "Oh, yeah, that shouldn't have been this close. It should have ended a lot faster." Why do you say that?
I think we just played really sloppy on the first two maps, to be honest. It wasn't playing like we usually do. We were playing really scared, and after map 3, we sort of turn up the aggression, start playing how we usually do, and it felt a lot easier. So we should have just done that from map 1.
Okay, so after losing those first 2 maps, like what were the comms like? What did you guys talk about? I know you said it was aggression, but like how did you guys communicate that, and how are you guys able to execute that?
We mostly just talked about the energy we had in our comms. Like everyone sounded pretty down. We weren't giving 100%. We weren't pushing like as hard as we usually do, and we just said we need to amp it up a little bit. We didn't really have a warm-up scrim, so we were just kind of getting warmed up, and then after the first 2 maps, yeah, we found our stride.
All right. I have actually one more question. I want to ask you about your opponents, T1. I mean, they are a great team, but you guys did beat them right now. Funny Astro, what was your thoughts on the team before the match, and has your, I guess, opinion changed after?
Before, I didn't think they were that good, to be honest. I was expecting them to maybe get 1 map, but even after, I still kind of think the same. I think we only lost the first 2 maps because we were playing bad. It was nothing they were doing. Like, we just lost to ourselves.
Yeah. All right. I'm sorry. I'm turning the mic, but there's a reason. You don't have to worry about it. Okay. Great stuff. Thank you so much. That is it for the interview. I'm going to turn this one more time because I really want to. I think you guys, more wins. You guys are rising to the top. Rise above your opponents. That's all I got. Let's take it away. Please help me.
Danny, I suppose?
Danny's making it real hard on you guys.
Danny is rising to the occasion here in Stockholm.
We very much appreciate it, Danny, showing off those beautiful letters on the mic for whatever reason.
What letters were they, Johnny?
Figure that out.
I don't know. I'll
have to go back and check on the VOD and then figure out if they make up a word that's good for whatever reason. Guys, fantastic series here. Unbelievable reverse sweep from Twisted Minds. I'm not going to lie, I was upstairs fully aware that we all recognized Twisted Minds to win this one, and it looked like it was about over after the first 2 maps. Yeah. The Lucio, the Symmetra band came out from T1. They looked absolutely dominant. How did Twisted Minds claw themselves back into this one?
I think, like Astro talked about, they started to play a little bit more aggressive. I thought TVNT on the Zarya, specifically on New Queen Street, like that was like a real, like, okay, like he's starting to take over the game a little bit there. And then Quartz and Yubi just started to show up. Like, I felt like they were really quiet those first 2 maps, and maybe that's kind of what Funny Astro's alluding to, that like the comms are down, because like Yubi is the leader, almost like de facto coach of the team sometimes, and like, if you have one player that you're relying on for that type of, obviously in-game performance, but then the comms and energy, if that person's not bringing it, it could drag the whole team down. So I think once they got that reverse sweep type of scenario, right, you saw we had the camera shots, everybody's flashing the W's, everybody's joking around. That's the type of Twisted Minds you want to see.
Yeah, I'm curious here as we reflect on this series. Going into this one, we talked about Twisted Minds being one of the favorites in the tournament. They could take it to teams like Falcons, Crazy Raccoon. Are you worried about the first 2 maps being lost, or are you still kind of really confident in their ability to take on some of the best teams in the tournament?
I mean, they've shown that they can pull off the reverse sweep. If anything, those 3 map wins are more impressive, given that they come after the back of 2 losses, right? As opposed to if you won 3-0, I wouldn't be as impressed by TM. As you were saying, Matt, like, you start taking those losses, it's very easy to get in a downward spiral and to, be cycling. And for somebody like Yubi to still be bringing that confidence and the energy, coming into map 3 and through the rest of the series, and the fact that they even reverse sweep clutch on Flashpoint, I mean, it just really tells the story like
stupid.
You can never think TM are out until they're really done, right? Like, you can never think the series is over. And so anybody playing, you're up 2-0 against TM, you're sweating. You don't feel that good about it.
Man, if you're T1, that one sucks. I mean, you'd rather just gotten 3-0.
Well, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it because honestly, no disrespect to the T1 fans here as we take a look at the bracket, and first, of course, Twisted Minds advancing in this one. We can take a look at their matchup as they're going to play the victor of our next series, Team Liquid and Falcons, as we enhance on the upper bracket here. But T1 being relegated here. T1 fans at home, I know there are plenty of you, and I love you. But I feel like this is a fan base that is kind of in despair at times because we see these amazing couple of maps and we're like, oh my God, Cest, what a god. The Venture is just unstoppable.
Yeah.
And they just can't cross the
Dude, we were
line.
drinking
They
the
can't
Kool-Aid
close
after
it
the
out.
first 2 maps.
I was
Like,
in.
I was all in. Yeah.
Flashpoint, I was like, they're doing it. They were doing it.
If they would have given me,
defense.
they would have given me the opportunity to invest all my channel points in T1 after the first 2 maps. I would have taken it. But
I would have taken it. Thank God they got us away from Twitch.
That's a wild one. T1 GK.
Yeah.
That one's going to be spicy, actually.
That's
That's going to
a
be
good
maybe the match to watch of the lowers here. I hope T1 can pull this one out, because the more I think about them, you know, as a player, as a team, they've kind of always the bridesmaid, never the bride, right? They've never been the team to really reach the top, and Korea has been so competitive. They've just never been there, and I want to see them have an amazing performance and really turn the page on this year here in Stockholm.
Yeah, T1, a team we're closely monitoring here at the OWCS World Finals. That's match 3 out of 4 matches done here today. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we got our last matchup of the day. It's going to be Team Liquid taking on the reigning world champs, Team Falcons.
Ancora a bocca aperta, eh? Pathetic. Leave no survivors. You're finished. Disgraceful. Not good enough. Dirt beneath my heel.
Wouldn't want to be ya.
Enough games. Taste the Palatine Fang. Know your place. Bow down. Che codardia. Oh, impressive. Arriva la punizione! And so, my reign begins.
The 2025 Overwatch World Finals is brought to you by DHL. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the OWCS World Finals live here from Stockholm, Sweden. We have one more game here in the studio before we head off to tomorrow in the arena, which is going to be awesome. But as I mentioned, before we get there, a banger of a match that is going to have ramifications across the whole weekend. Matt, Mistrix, Necra, Johnny here call the final game of the day after what was just a wild one, Rose.
Oh my goodness. I was sitting backstage and I could not believe my eyes. Watching T1 start to snowball that series with a 2-0 lead, I was like, this might be over, especially because those first two maps didn't look particularly close, and then Twisted Minds comes back and the reverse sweep cinema.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
cool.
I was standing right in front of the monitor and I couldn't believe my eyes. That one was wild. Let's take a look at where we are in the day. And we've had some pretty good games. Crazy Raccoon, they take care of business early on against SSG. Alcatia, they set Weibo up with a match against Team CC, so one of the teams from China was out early. And then Johnny, and then TM takes care of business barely against T1, almost kind of blew it. And that is how we are at our final match of the night. Team Liquid versus Falcons. Johnny, you had a thought there on that Alcatia match.
Weibo Gaming, man. That's all. That's my thought. Weibo Gaming.
That's it.
I'll build on that overnight, but for now it's just Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, a lot of people out there with those thoughts about Weibo Gaming and what once was and what may be right now. But we got to talk about Team Liquid versus Falcons. Team Liquid, our #1 seed out of North America, Rose. I feel like it's their time at an international. You see, obviously, ramping up throughout the year, but they got to get it done at this stage.
Sure feels like this is supposed to be one of their tournaments, especially given the recent success that they had getting that undefeated season for OWCS Stage 3 and then come into this. But the meta has changed. And that's where we need to see the flexibility, the true hyper flexibility out of this roster. We always say they can play everything, but now is the time to actually put that up to the test when you're facing off against all of these teams, and maybe Dive just isn't it for this stage.
Yeah, and I would also say this is a team that I think has to prove it on an international stage at a major land, because they started off this year really rough. They didn't qualify for the Champions Clash in the first place, but it's a really young roster that has built on their performances over time, and now obviously they won over in North America. They overcame the curse of always losing in map 5s and never being able to finish off series. And so this is a team that has constantly been improving, but they haven't had a deep playoff run on a major stage. They've never really performed what it matters in big moments. And so now I'm looking at this as a really young, super talented roster, but now you're going up against Team Falcons. This is when you have to play your best Overwatch.
Yeah, and I have a concern for Team Liquid that we can talk about in a little bit. And obviously one of the concerns they have is Team Falcons sitting on the other side.
Yeah, that's a pretty big concern.
They barely get by Varel yesterday. Yeah, you heard that correct. Go back and watch it. But Rose, the team that we saw yesterday against Varel, I find it hard to believe that's going to be the one we're going to see in this match.
I mean, come on, that must just be a glitch in the system. For a team like Team Falcons, the reigning OWCS World Champions, this is not a roster that's going to sit down and take that lightly. They come into this series, probably have scouring the VODs, taking a look back at what went wrong in that Shambali Monastery, so they can come in and get a big match win, a big statement against Team Liquid.
Well, what's so frustrating about Team Falcons, it feels like they always play down to their opponent. You're like, you're one of the best teams in the world. You should be dominating teams like Varel. But then you go back and you look at a match like that, it's sloppy mistakes, like Proper getting caught twice in a row, and Runasapi just gives Varel the lead. Someone on the Shambali Monastery just diving in on the Diva and feeding. And so you look at this roster and you're like, oh, this is like one of the best teams in the entire world. They're reigning world champs. Well, you gotta come out in a series like this and actually give it your all. Perform to the highest of your ability, because otherwise you risk being demoted to the lower bracket way too early.
Well, we have Hanbin here in the starting lineup today, right? We saw a lot of someone the other day against Varel. Here's my concern.
All right.
And my concern is for Team Liquid. I am worried as we get to predictions that you see that game against Varel the other day and you get a little bit too excited. You're like, oh man, we might be able to do this. We might be able to take down Falcons. I went with Falcons. I think Falcons is going to bounce back in a big way. And for me, it's just maybe, Falcons, right, rising up to the occasion. Team Liquid, it's a really rough draw, and then maybe a little bit too excited what they saw in that Varel game yesterday comes back to bite them. What about you, Rose?
I also went with Team Falcons. This was another one of those matchups that I look at it and I'm like, well, this should be kind of like the headliner match. I think I could flip a coin. Just given the season that Team Liquid has had, but then it's like, but Team Falcons, you know, you look at them and they're like, but you should win, right?
Gap's closing, Johnny.
Oh, come on, Matt.
Gap's closing between Japan and Korea. Yeah. No, I think this is one of those things where it's really easy to fix a performance like that overnight. It's just like, oh, we don't need to VOD review. Like, we know the mistakes we performed, and now we just have to go into a match. Yeah, you just got to be locked in, you know, chug some caffeine. So I'm going with Falcons. Jake is going with Team Liquid. I don't know what he's thinking. He's not here to defend himself. So let's just make the point clear that Jake is just absolutely cooking with this one.
So originally this morning, I was like, I'm going to put Team Liquid. And then the more I thought about it.
Why would you do that?
Because I think, you see.
Value pred.
Yeah, I have a value pred, obviously. That's
okay,
fine.
we don't get value from our pred.
But just the fact that I think Team Liquid's very talented, eventually they're going to break through at one of these internationals. And maybe this is the game to do it.
It's
a lot of hopium for NA. We can jump into this one. You guys can take it away. Team Liquid against Falcons.
Thank you so much, Matt. That's right. We've got our final match of the day here for day 2 of the Overwatch World Finals. Team Liquid, the #1 seed of North America, going up against Team Falcons, the #2 seed of Korea. And I want to give Team Liquid a little bit more credit. Maybe there is something to be said about the prediction that Jake made that Team Liquid could win, but what would that take?
Yeah, look, I'm downplaying Team Liquid quite a lot here. Obviously, I have massive respect for Team Falcons in a scenario like this. But Team Liquid, they always come in with a brilliant plan, you know, credit to the coaching staff as well. It feels like this roster, they always know what lies ahead of them. They never come into a series like, oh, we're going to flex between a couple of heroes. Like, no, everything is very set and clear about what compositions you're going to play and the plan of how to execute as well. So going into a series like this, I've no doubt in my mind that they have a very clear idea of what they need to achieve in order to take down a team like Team Falcons. So Team Liquid here, they're going to take us to Nepal, and they utilize a Mei ban out of all things here.
You know, it's funny because I'm actually not sure that the Mei ban is all that bad. When you think about just the flexibility of this particular roster, we have seen Proper in OWCS Stage 3 in the Korea region actually utilize Mei, among other flex DPS picks, but the Mei was in the wheelhouse. And I think when you look at a map like Nepal, I feel like very classically we have seen Mei try to create smaller kill boxes on maps like Village or even like Sanctum, just being able to wall off a small room.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to Team Liquid as well, maybe they feel like they just don't want to play those close range brawl compositions. You know, there are some flanks you can utilize here, especially when we get to rounds like Shrine, Lighthouse. You know, being able to have a flanker, pressure the point and such is really strong. So you don't really want to deal with a Mei that can ice block, put ice walls, and add that bonus point pressure, right? So Team Liquid, as they're rolling out here, you know, they're kind of hinting that they're going to play this Kiriko Wu Yang composition. And that has been a strength of this backline of Team Liquid, of course, their flexibility, Vegas capabilities when it comes to playing a formidable Lucio, but then flexing over to the Wu Yang when necessary. I would say that this is the team identity we should expect when we're looking at Team Liquid in this tournament.
Team Falcons is actually going to match that backline as well, with Fielder and Chio playing that Kiriko and Wuyong respectively. But the biggest difference between the mirrors in these teams is going to be in the tank role. Infected with the Ramatra and Hanbin with the Zarya.
Yeah, and Infected, you know, he's a very capable Ramatra player here. I would say this is his best hero in this meta, whereas Hanbin, you know, the polar opposite really, the Diva, the Zarya. Those are the kind of heroes you'd like to see him on. So just seeing a bit of a poke in the neutral here for now. No team is committing too much to either flank here. You can see though, Team Liquid, they're angling towards it. Star Bubble deployed onto Proper as some pokes come down.
Gonna go ahead and play a little more far forward, try to activate this point, make Team Liquid come to them, but Team Liquid doesn't take the bait. They allow Team Falcons to get first control of the point, and now it's about the major objective. That's going to be actually winning out these duels. Zera and Proper, both in the neutral, trying to take out their counterpart, and then Tree and Merit hoping that they can find the first pick on the Ashe.
Yeah, and actually pressure is on Team Liquid now because you gave up that cap to Falcons. Now you have to make something happen. You can see Infected trying to stage on the right-hand side. And there's an opening actually as Hanbin goes down to the poke of Vega. Now, if you just play patient here, another pick from Zero as well. Liquid should be able to cap and flip this point over.
It's already 31% though for Team Falcons, so they got away with a lot without having to invest any ultimates. Now that Team Liquid have taken control of the point though, they can look towards things like the double flex support ultimates that are coming up here for Liquid.
Yeah, Nepal already 90% and counting, and that's going to be so strong when it comes to holding some of this position and preventing that cap from coming through. Proper on this right-hand side with some poke from Merit as well. Maybe you can clear out this here as Proper starts contesting the point. See Team Falcons, what are they cooking here? As Proper goes down early again. Team Liquid not giving any int at all.
Really just overextended. This was a problem that we saw Proper fall into just yesterday. So maybe with the Genji, not as survivable, even with the Zarya bubbles, Team Liquid have been doing a great job of popping the bubbles and then also taking out that critical threat of the Genji.
Yeah, I think both teams here are playing very patient as well, waiting for these ultimates to come online. Just so happened that Proper died too soon, so Falcons weren't able to deploy those. They're looking for a pretty passive staging here, where they're taking a lot of time to actually build towards this fight. Now, Wu Yangles are going to be committed here from either team. Close, narrow corridors here. It's a massive tidal blast, actually, as Proper takes down Vega and Zero goes down as well. This should be Falcons now, just closing things out.
Hopefully they cannot commit any more than this. And all the while, we actually do see Infected stall at the point for just a little bit longer. But the fact that Team Falcons won that off the back of a single tidal blast, look at how much more they have to cycle through. Team Liquid, though, they can match that.
Yeah, they can match that, but Falcons now with map control, and they have a Graviton Surge as well. They can opt to play pretty close here, try to get someone in the doorway. We'll have to see how Liquid are going to break through here, as Zero goes on the widest flank possible. Both Wojang and Genji's contesting each other as Liquid is gaining some crucial ground here. It's going to open up the point. Bob comes out to contest the point even further, but it's match from Falcons.
Bob's looking at each other and saying, well, I would be the bigger one, except they're both dead now. And now it's time for the Genjis to let loose their blades. Proper goes in with a huge one. RuPaul and Tree both taken out with a single slash. And now you've got Team Falcons continuing their control of the point. But it's going to be this tank brawl now, with both tanks still holding onto their ults.
Yeah, Liquid has to fall back here. They has to regenerate their troops here, but Infected, I think he's actually caught quite far forward here as Zero goes down pretty late in the round as well. 80% for Falcons. Annihilation is going to be poked from Infected, but he's on Falcons' side of the map.
Oh my goodness. That was just not a good ultimate there. Infected gets caught out, wanted to use the Annihilation to also help to kind of keep himself in this, but now it's going to be on the rest of the team. He even has to make this emergency switch to Wrecking Ball, but they're going to get caught in the door by the Grav. Zero tries to go in, but a huge Tidal Blast knockdown from Chio is going to be enough to capture the objective, and Team Falcons take this first round.
Yeah, really patient play from both teams, but Falcons coming out on top there, getting the cap. It was a crucial fight there where both Bobs was deployed onto the point. It really felt like Infected was, pushing forward to try to gain some ground and then maybe pop Annihilation inside the Falcons' back line. But instead, he's caught in the Falcons' side of the spawn. Feels like he's forced to pop the Annihilation on that side of the map just so he can survive for a final contest of the point. But instead, dies late, Wrecking Ball swap, and Liquid, they just didn't have any positioning to try to go for a recontest.
It's so tough when you're using those ultimates defensively. And we look at Wuyang sometimes as if you're using the Tidal Blast on yourself, sometimes you might be doing something wrong or the fight is just going not your way. But we're going to see both teams as we enter into Village now utilize basically the same stuff except Mauga. Johnny, you called it!
Yeah,
Nothing on Mauga!
Yeah, I mean, it can be really powerful on a round like this that is very short corridors. You don't have to push so much for space forward. You can utilize the overrun to mitigate quite a lot of damage, and you can threaten by just stomping opponents essentially with that overrun, right? You can see now Proper, he's going to contest this point on the Symmetra actually. Placing some of these turrets is going to be really difficult for someone like Zero to navigate this and actually get caught by Merit. So Liquid not really ready for this Mauga play at all, as Hanbin just goes crazy in this very small room.
Hanbin just gets the overrun charge right into the room and sets up Merit to be able to get those critical headshots. And that is a very easy cleanup. Zara goes over to the Widowmaker for a quick second, just in case Team Falcons overextend, but there's no one to punish. So now Zara goes back over to the Echo, and maybe that will be a different look. But you can see Team Liquid, they know they've got to do something, and so it's also going to be a switch to the Freya and Sigma.
Yeah, they're actually going to pay a bit of a slower approach here because they recognize that a Mauga will be depleted by resources quite quickly here, an overrun, cardiac overdrive, and then you should be able to deal with the Mauga quite easily. So, Infected, he's going to look to start contesting this point. Zero drops quite low. You can't lose a member early on here for Liquid.
But that's exactly why Hanbin was playing on the high ground. He was waiting to see if anyone would be staggering behind from Team Liquid. Can you get the overrun charge there? It's going to be Chio the first to fall, but Merit still has great sightlines with the Mauga blocking his way to play that bodyguard so he can just get those kills. And as Team Falcons pick up a couple more, Vega's going to go in with the Tidal Blast onto Zera. Maybe that was going to be the difference maker in this fight. Actually turn the tides. And Zera does get away with a pick onto Fielder. But with more ultimates coming up here for Team Falcons, in fact, they still have control with the Mauga on the point. They can deploy something here.
Yeah, they can't really displace this Mauga at the moment. Yes, you're getting a couple of picks around the field, but at the end of the day, you got to contest and capture the point. Chio dropping quite low here as it's a bit of a traitor. 3 goes down for Chio, but Liquid, they're clawing themselves back into this round with a couple of picks, but not until Falcons secure crucial percentage already above 90%.
I mean, that is just final fight territory. Team Falcons have already gotten away with basically a full point capture, and Team Liquid finally decide to make their stand. Kitsune Rush on the table, as well as both DPS ultimates for Liquid.
Yeah, Falcons are still in a really good spot here. I mean, you got double support ultimate in a Juno break kind of composition here. I think it comes down to Zero here. You kind of have to duplicate a Mauga here and try to get a Cage online. You see early push here from Liquid. They want Falcons to waste these resources early. As the rally comes out, Zero not quite able to build this Cage just yet.
It's tough because he had to use the overrun to actually get away. And now with this standing tall to Hanbin. Hanbin sees the trigger, be able to pull the cage with the Symmetra Photon Barrier in tow and just the Orbital Ray on top. There is just everything Team Falcons could throw at this fight. Team Liquid, they throw a bullet shot out as a last-ditch effort, but that is not going to be enough. RuPaul can come back in with the Kitsune Rush, but you still have full control here from Team Falcons, as the Annihilation from Infected is also hoping to be enough. But it's still not a clean fight win. And with Team Falcons taking back control and the overtime expiring, hang on a second, Zera's Pharah! He's back! He's helping out Infected, and this will maybe get this team fight for Team Liquid.
Yeah, because Falcons had to use all those ultimates early. By the time Falcons actually get to contest the point, the Annihilation is popped from Infected, the Kitsune Rush from RuPaul, and they get so much value out of those ultimates. Great fight planning by Liquid to get in a state of play like that. Now, Zero, over on this Pharah. Merit on the Sojourn, still going to have a relatively tough time to actually deal with this. But Hanbin swapped over to the D.Va, and we've seen this time and time again from Hanbin. So good at dealing with a Pharah when he's on his signature D.Va hero. And now, Falcons, they're going to set up the next fight here, wrapping around his Fielder and Hanbin, and they're already going to be on top of Zero on that Pharah.
Yeah, I mean, look, Hanbin has 2 great choices to go after. Not just the Pharah, but also this Freya from Tree. And if you can bully them off the high ground, they're going to have a harder time actually finding that angle and getting the setup for the Pharah to get those rockets to rain down. Vega, though, in the chaos, is able to find Fielder, so that's 1 support out of the way here from Team Falcons. But Chio, you cannot underestimate the Juno in this matchup. If you allow this Juno to actually get the Orbital Ray, or even Merit with the Overclock, that could be the way that you deal with it.
It's too late. It's a Tidal Blast, actually. Vega onto Zero, and he catches Merit early on. Overtime is ticking here, and Infected is just trying to clear up the point. Kitsune Rush is going to come up for RuPaul here, and that is going to be a mighty powerful ultimate for Liquid to try and close this out. Falcons just trying to stagger the point for now, as Proper comes back onto the Tracer as well. If Chio gets to this ultimate, that could spell big trouble for Liquid.
Well, RuPaul has the Kitsune Rush at least for the very get-go, but Infected might also be able to work up to an Annihilation. As the overtime expires, there is somebody to come back in and re-trigger it, but unfortunately, Chio falls before the Orbital Ray. RuPaul is putting up a hero performance, helping out not just his team with the support healing, but also the damage.
Wow.
And the Annihilation to close it out there. We've got a tied map.
Incredible comeback by Liquid. It felt like that was all Falcons.
It was so hard in the first half of that.
That was ridiculously tough, but they found a way. Great execution. When Falcons had an overwhelming amount of ultimates, they depleted Falcons' ultimate economy quite quickly, dealt with it in a really good way, and then Zero popped off on the Pharah to close things out. That was a fantastic comeback by Liquid.
It feels like almost in that situation where Team Falcons overused ultimates, that felt like such a critical mistake. We actually saw them do this on Shambali Monastery just yesterday in their match. And I think that was something that ended up coming back to bite them. They ended up losing Shambali Monastery. But as we go on to Shrine, maybe that's something that they're going to have to keep in mind. It's going to be Hanbin coming out on the D.Va just to start for now.
Yeah, it's a really strong here on Shrine as well. It's a greedy backline from Falcons because they actually swap away from the Brig and over to that Kiriko as well. And you can see Falcons trying to position them quite safely here, escorting their backline through, trying to get them some solid positioning where Zero on the Genji can't punish them. Now, Tree has quite open sightlines here onto this Ashe, dealing a ton of damage. Falcons have to be wary here of all the poke coming through, and Zero secures the first pick onto Merit.
Yeah, Zero is able to get in the back line, take out the Ashe, and now that should be pretty free reign, but Proper all the while is going to be able to even his score. It's a 3v3 with both tanks still alive, and that means that we are going to just kind of see this get dragged out. The longer this goes, the more time Proper has to actually keep picking up the pieces. As Tree now wants to try to come back with that Sojourn power slide, Team Falcons, they are able to clean up, and they do take back control from Team Liquid.
Yeah, that's mildly impressive after the start from Liquid. Falcons find a way to get the cap back, and Proper on this Tracer, looking to have a big impact. Pulse Bomb in hand, but RuPaul should be able to shut that down with an eventual Suzu. Now, how does Liquid decide to path here? Left-hand side here through the tunnels would be quite optimal.
But Proper's waiting.
He's waiting for them.
He's in the rafters, hoping that he can just throw this Pulse Bomb down, kind of like a slam dunk. And he's also just bullying Infected. Look at the healing resources that needs to come out in order to keep Infected alive. And this is going to actually push them out into the open with the stick. That's a huge kill from Proper with the Pulse Bomb. And that was a setup that Team Falcons were waiting for.
I mean, that's just incredible damage, forcing the Suzu early.
Oh, the stagger.
And then the Pulse Bomb on top. Liquid struggling with these slow approaches and Falcons just picking them apart. That's what happens when you play some of these best teams in the world. They capitalize on every single minor mistake from Liquid. Now, we're going to see a big ultimate bank from Falcons coming up on that double support ultimate. RuPaul has the Kitsune Rush in hand, but it's difficult because even if you drop the Kitsune Rush, it's an expensive ultimate. You need to guarantee some kind of value here for Liquid.
And Vega just switched over to the Brig. As a countermeasure, maybe, to just Proper wreaking havoc on that Wuyong. We're going to see Team Falcons at it again with the setup. It's Vega to first to fall as RuPaul does answer this Kitsune Rush to layer it on top. Merit has unleashed the Bob, but there's still a lot of fight left in this Team Falcons roster. Despite the fact that Infected was able to pick up one, this is last fight, and there's still stuff for Team Falcons to work with.
This is so difficult. Infected, he's going to die very late again. He knows.
He's getting staggered.
He's just out of the mix here.
Again.
Yes, he popped Nemesis for him, but yeah, it's a fantastic stagger by Falcons here. Oh, and now you can just push aggressive. There's not even a touch from Liquid. What an amazing performance by Falcons. We doubted them yesterday after Varel's close performance, but that looked clean as a whistle.
I mean, we definitely didn't doubt them in our predictions, though, for this match, and they delivered so far in this map number 1. Whether or not they can keep this up through the rest of the series, I still think that Team Liquid has it in them to make some adjustments, come in with a strategic map pick and ban, and maybe that will help to give them a map in the series. But for now, yeah, outside of just like using everything in the bank on Village, I felt like good stuff, clean, very, very clinical.
Yeah, Falcons, the way they just like react to whatever the opponent is doing there on that final round, I just think it's massively impressive because Liquid, they say, yeah, we're gonna pass throughout this house, we're gonna try to gain some space towards the point, and you just have properties like, okay, well, I'm just going to force Nemesis form early, and that's going to lead to a Suzu being forced early, and then I'm going to pop my Pulse Bomb. And meanwhile, you're just Merit, just sitting in the backline like, okay, I'm just going to deal out a bunch of damage here. It's so difficult to deal with a team like Falcons, and noteworthy is of course that Liquid were the #1 seed going into this match, so they had the choice of Nepal. They had the first ban in this case, and still Falcons come out on top.
That spells good things for Team Falcons moving into the rest of this series, but Team Liquid still get another chance at a map pick, being the loser of that first one.
Yeah, I wonder where you take this now. If you are Team Liquid, like what is...
Do you want to play a dive matchup? Do you want to go to Dorado, see if you can actually maybe like force a Winston duel between Infected and someone? Or are Team Falcons very comfortable just keeping Hanbin in on the D.Va to make that duel?
You know, I think it's a good point because Liquid obviously have felt most comfortable when they are playing those dive compositions, or when Infected is playing the Wrecking Ball. We saw the way they closed out the North American Grand Finals was on Gibraltar, because Infected is allowed to play those dive tanks. I think going into a tournament like this team, they would have been a little bit more reliant on the Ramatra. I think you really need to play the Ramatra comps at a high level if you want a chance to win this tournament. But an opportunity to play your comfort with RuPaul, maybe playing something like an Ana, Vega on the Brig. That has been their iconic composition when they play Ilios over in North America. But Falcons, I mean, you're choosing to play a mirror against Chio, Fielder, and someone would potentially get subbed in a matchup like that if Hanbin doesn't come out on the Diva. That's just asking for trouble. So there's no right map pick here against Falcons. I don't think realistically you can capitalize on the weakness of Falcons. I think you're just going to play your own game. Play whatever you feel most comfortable with. And with that confidence, you can try to outplay these players on Falcons.
You want to know what I want to see? I want to see the Tracer duel between Proper and Zera. Do you remember thinking back to the Champions Clash? Zera popped off on the international stage. I really feel like that was his rise to stardom. And then we got those words from Proper where he's like, yeah, Zera's a great Tracer. And so it's cool to see them play against each other in this match.
Yeah, I think they have mutual respect for each other. The way that Zero that time on the Nightmare roster took down a team like Crazy Raccoon,
I know.
It was just an amazing moment really for North American Overwatch. But since then, Zero, he joined the Team Liquid after that tournament, and they haven't had quite the same success, and so they're looking to build towards that. Now, Shambali Monastery is going to be the pick for Liquid. It's been the pick of a lot of teams here in this World Finals tournament. And again, you are allowed to play the Ramatra at a really high level here if Infected wants to bring that out. And Zero as well, he kind of flex around quite a bit here. The Zarya ban actually, from Team Liquid in this case, is going to protect both the Ramatra and also take something away if Hanbin still remains in this series.
Right, because that is another thing that we saw yesterday. Someone came into the Team Falcons lineup to play Shambali Monastery.
Yeah.
But now that we've seen the hero bans come through, I actually wonder if we're going to see a sub. I don't think so.
Doesn't look like it at all. And now Venture being banned from Falcons as well. I think we can determine from the first few matches here this tournament, Venture is really strong. It is a really strong, especially if you want to pick apart some of these brawl compositions, which we're expecting out of a team like Liquid here. Cest in the previous series, just an absolute beast on that hero. And so I understand Falcons maybe wanting to get rid of that hero. Also maybe force a more mechanical matchup instead, because Venture is really good at cycling some of these abilities. Quite easy to get value, easy relatively speaking, easy to get value from an ability cycle here. Whereas if you force something like a Tracer matchup, like you talked about, Rose, I think Proper feels very confident in that.
I think so as well. Proper has just had a lot of experience, especially during his time in the Overwatch League. Remember, he came out right as a rookie, gets Alarm Rookie of the Year, gets MVP. Like, he just got all of the titles in his very first season being in the Overwatch League. And I think that this really set a legacy for himself as one of the best Tracer players in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Proper is arguably the most impactful player in the entire tournament. If Falcons are to win this tournament, they will be on the back of amazing performances from someone like Proper, who has been, top of the world when it comes to damage players for several years running now. But paired alongside Merit, such a lethal duo as well, because we think about Merit's career, what he's been able to accomplish on rosters like Houston Outlaws in the past, Toronto Defiant, obviously, just able to take over games. So there's no single player on Falcons that you can single out and be like, they're the biggest reason they're winning. It's just an amazing team effort by a super team.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget a lot of this roster's time on the Dallas Fuel. It's just another really just bright roster through and through, the veterancy on this team. And that's why people have high expectations of Team Falcons. So they have achieved a major level of greatness already, winning the World Finals last year. But now, can they repeat that performance? I mean, Team Falcons, they have had a pretty good season, but still taking kind of a backseat to Crazy Raccoon in Korea.
Yeah, both teams have been insanely back and forth, actually, where Crazy Raccoon won the most recent Grand Final, of course, and earned themselves the #1 seed. As we take a look then, going into Shambali Monastery here, a map that Team Falcons struggled on against Varel yesterday when Varel deployed that Ilari Batiste composition. And it's certainly something that Team Liquid could bring out if they want to replicate that. Proper, obviously, spent most of the time on Tracer. in that lineup. But maybe they felt like Falcons, they committed a few mistakes on this map in the first place. We feel like we can bring them back to Shambali Monastery, secure ourselves an easy map win here in this series. But I think based on what we've seen so far, and there not being a sub going into this map, Team Falcons overnight have already made adaptations to how they're going to play this one.
Not bringing someone to the roster maybe means that Hanbin is okay and feels comfortable just staying in, playing the D.Va to try to match the Ramatra that we expect to see coming out from Infected.
Yeah, I think it deserves saying as well that Escort has been a map type that Falcons have struggled on. It's been one of their worst map types, actually, if you take a look at their performances in Korea. It's just been a map type that they really haven't figured out, and repeatedly it's been one of their weaker ones. I believe they have like a 50% map win, which I know it's still, 50%, but for a team that is really dominant in a region, to drop maps repeatedly on maps like this, that is still something that could spell trouble and could be abused in an international tournament like this one. So Team Liquid, they're definitely smelling something here. They're sniffing out Falcons' weaknesses and feel like they have a chance here on Shambali Monastery.
But something that I want to see is if Team Falcons actually do end up playing the Tracer. I mean, I think one of the weak points that we ended up seeing yesterday was on their defense. It felt like, well, maybe Proper could have played Tracer instead of the Freya. Maybe there was an opportunity for there to be just a bit of a different hero adjustment so that you could punish that very, hyper, all-in backline that you had from the Alari. And so as we actually see Team Falcons come out of the attack, it's going to be Proper on the Symmetra.
Wow. Yeah, and they've showcased this before, that their flex player in Proper can play this Symmetra. And they're already setting up for a bit of a dive here. Team Liquid, not a lot of mobility on their side, and so you can see they're kind of stuck here inside this corner. Chio picked early on though, not quite sure what happened there. A mistake from Chio capitalized on early on by Team Liquid here, and that gives Liquid additional opportunity here to prepare for what's coming their way. Falcons with this Symmetra teleporter should be able to surround Liquid here and try to get a jump on them. You can see here, teleport to the high ground. Just trying to make things awkward for a Liquid team here.
I mean, it is a little awkward now. You do have to see Team Liquid start to move backwards to play through these buildings, but Team Falcons aren't really getting a whole lot out of that rotation. Yeah, they make Team Liquid turn around, but here's the second teleporter in to go after Tree. That was a very decisive kill onto that DPS, but Infected is going to go ahead and do the right thing back. I mean, this was a Team Liquid win already, but now Team Falcons are kind of stuck. Hanbin is just on the payload trying to get Team Liquid to turn around, and Chio is very stuck.
He's cooking? He's going to be able to get back to his team here. I think Zero is kind of scouting it out, but should be able to get back relatively quickly. It feels like Falcons is trying to replicate what Al-Qadsiya did earlier in the day, playing a bit of this brawl composition. But the problem with that is you have to stay away from this Ramatra and Infected, and that's why he was able to get so much value from the Nemesis form, find himself close by. Now, Kitsune Rush from both teams here. They want to hold this corner. Tree finds the early pick on the Proper.
Wow, and Hanbin's going to get demeched as well while Fielder had used the Kitsune Rush, and so it's going to be another team fight win for Team Liquid, and I think they got to change something up here. Johnny, they only have a minute and 45 left.
Yeah, they really haven't found any momentum, and this is what I'm talking about. Falcons, they just feel uncomfortable on an esport map like this. You can see struggling to get any kind of value from this Symmetra. Like, the staging has been pretty weird so far. They haven't really been able to get on top of the enemy team, despite playing, a Symmetra composition like this. And now Liquid, they have several fantastic ultimates, 4 on the board. And Falcons yet to build their sound barrier.
Yeah, I mean, if this Annihilation goes rampant before Chio gets that sound barrier online, that's going to be a big one. Azera already takes out Mara, and Chio doesn't have time to respond to this Tidal Blast with the sound barrier. And so that was just a very clean team fight win for Team Liquid again, and now a minute left.
Yeah, just a minute remaining. I mean, it's clinical execution. Zero doing a fantastic job on this Echo, identifying individuals, assassinating them to get that initial pick in these fights. Now, this should be the big fight for Falcons as they're coming up on 4 insane ultimates here. Infected, holding close here, has the Annihilation as well for extra survivability if needed. Sound barrier early from Chio here, and they take down Tree.
I mean, that's going to be a big pick to open things up, and RuPaul is the next to fall. Zera doesn't have time to deploy the duplicate, and I think that'll be good enough for Team Falcons to finally get this payload moving. But there might be an opportunity here for Team Liquid to come back and actually recontest. Tree uses the Symmetra to get the teleporter forward for the rest of the team, And we'll see if they end up going for it. It's going to be Zera duplicating the D.Va to get back in time to touch.
They get the touch finally, and that allows time for Infected to get back with the Annihilation. The problem being a Symmetra wall as well for Falcons here. The added protection. Overclock comes in from Merit, not able to find any picks quite just yet. And so Falcons are still in this one, but Infected and Liquid holding steadfast.
Wow, it's going to be a trade though. Merit and Zera both fall, and so now it's going to be on Hanbin to utilize this
Liquid are winning this
to actually get back in. If he cannot stay in the mech, maybe the bomb can help to actually pick up a kill, and Hanbin does take out Infected before he comes back into the mech. But Fielder can't actually deploy the Kitsune Rush here either. As Hanbin goes down, the overtime wick is going to expire, and that's a full hold for Team Liquid.
Wow. Able to full hold Team Falcons on Shambali Monastery. That's an amazing accomplishment there. The way they were able to just tear them apart. The execution was flawless. Early fight on the payload to allow them to get back with the Symmetra teleporter in time. The duplicated D.Va to get the boosters back onto the cart in time and get enough time for Infected to get back to the cart. That was a ridiculous defense from Liquid.
I just wonder if things are different if Proper goes Tracer there. Maybe they just thought it was a little too difficult. When they played Shambali Monastery yesterday, starting on the attack, Proper did play Tracer, and that was also quite a difficult push. We saw the difficulties of the Tracer, especially on point B, to actually get behind the team. There's just few avenues to actually get access there. But I felt like the Symmetra, for some reason, was even slower to set up.
Yeah, they found neither success with either of the compositions. They did end up capping first point yesterday, but still, it was very unconvincing. I believe it was in overtime even, so that just tells you how much time it took Falcons back then as well. Yeah, really struggling here on these type of modes. And I think you have to abandon the Symmetra as well. It just wasn't able to find any ground. Infected was having a field day on this Ramatra. This gives some added confidence to Liquid as well. I think maybe quite a little bit demoralized after that initial Nepal. But able to win this second map pick would be a great boon for Liquid as they look to tie up the series.
Right out of the gates, Tree comes out on the Widowmaker and does take a bolt from the Freya. Proper going to utilize that hero on the defense. We saw them do this yesterday, but it's just for a brief moment. Team Liquid go back to play the Cassidy from Tree.
Yeah, it goes back to the Cassidy here. I think it's still going to be pretty tough to play this because you're up against something like a Freya and a Sojourn. I don't think they're in any rush this time. Liquid, they can put pressure onto this cart, try to wrap around this high ground instead, with Infected leading the way. And that should be able to set up Tree on the hit scan as Zero pushes this cart forward, but it's a nice shot from Merit actually, denying Zero. And now, with no pressure onto this cart, Liquid can just be able to stand up here. They can't do anything.
They're just gonna fall and take a reset. I was impressed though at the very beginning. Honda got really low and almost got demeched on the D.Va. There was a lot of effort from Fielder to make sure that there were enough healing Alfura to actually get him back up to full, but you could see the vision. Team Liquid, they want to get this D.Va out of mech, so it's an easier way to walk on Team Falcons.
Yeah, and Tree goes down early again. But I still like the swap to the Sojourn here, because with that added mobility, you're able to just fire projectiles into Hanbin's mech here as well. I think this makes more sense. You're less punishable playing a hero like the Sojourn as well. And the Tracer, a little bit more direct when it comes to trying to push these flanks and put pressure on Proper and Merit. Realistically, playing a double hit scan composition here from Falcons, Zero should have a field day and put a lot of damage into these hit scan heroes.
I think Zero is also going to make Chio's life really hard. If you can actually get the wave out of the Wuyang, it's a lot easier to also pick them off. But we'll see where Zero decides to put his efforts on the Tracer. For now, there are a couple of ultimates on board. We've got the Kitsune Rush from both Fielder and RuPaul, but it's the Bola shot first from Proper. Infected gets a walk on the Merit, so that's one DPS down, and Hanbin also gets demeched. So this is all going from bad to worse as Team Liquid also find the actual elimination onto the D.Va. And the rest of Team Falcons decide to back up.
I mean, how does a Nemesis form Ramatra find a pick onto a Sojourn? Like, you should never realistically be able to punch a Sojourn. Falcons just slipping up here on that defense. They still have a lot of ultimates in hand here, but they would have loved to take a proper fight. A good engagement there. Now, they have this very solid corner, Merit on this high ground with the overclock. but one good fighter from Liquid with doubles the port ultimate could be enough to close out the map.
I mean, I'm just looking at the fact that you've got Sound Barrier on top of maybe an Annihilation to follow that up, and Vega goes ahead and pops that Sound Barrier early. This is a huge Tidal Blast from Tio, but unfortunately just not going to be enough to withstand that power, but no one's pushing the cart. Team Liquid, they saw the objective was just to get rid of Team Falcons, but Hanbin is still here to at least help the cart. But with the stick of the pulse bomb onto the mech, Hanbin cannot get back inside of it. And Team Liquid made that look easy.
That's what happens when you got double support ultimate and you're a Ramatra running it down mid with Annihilation in full force. It opens up a very small window there where Liquid, they're essentially invulnerable with the sound barrier being deployed, and that was enough time for them to secure 3 early picks. And with that man advantage, just return back to the court, finish off the Stranglers, and then earn themselves a map point here in this series. Liquid tying things up.
The final fight, even though, like, you know, you see Merit pop the overclock, and I love that Infected's take was just, we're gonna use a sound barrier, we're gonna walk on you, and then what sidelines do you have? No elimination confirmed from the overclock, and I think that was really valuable for Team Liquid to get the win in that final fight as well.
Yeah, 100%. You were kind of hoping that Merit would be able to find a pick early before that engagement came through, but it's a really quick reaction from someone like Vega to drop that sound barrier, and then the rest of the team just being coordinated in making that push happen. Falcons, I gotta say, I'm a little bit disappointed here. The fact that they're able to struggle so much on Shambali Monastery. I predicted them to win the tournament going into this, and so far they're showing a little bit of weakness. Let's see how they come back in this series with a map 3 pick.
Yeah, I still think it goes back to the attack push. I would have liked to see Proper actually play the Tracer against the Ashe and the Echo from Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, the Tracer would have been quite efficient against those two, because even though I think Echo is really strong right now, a Tracer should be able to deal enough poke damage to the point where the Echo is struggling to get into a position to utilize those missiles in the first place, get in range with the focusing beam. So yeah, I think there's a case to be made that maybe Falcons should have adopted early on in the series the Tracer pick, and that could have allowed them to work the flank angles and set up somewhat of a kill box there. But they instead committed to the Symmetra, not able to make it work. It's another full hold for Falcons here. I think this is going to be a really interesting map pick as well, because we get to see what Falcons do prefer in a scenario like this. Yesterday, it was Runa Sapi, but that was dangerously close against a team like Varel as well. There's lots of options on the board here, if you want to go to something like a hybrid map as well, which should do them good.
I'm looking at Midtown maybe as kind of that option. If you want to put a lot of emphasis, especially on a more poke style, I think that is the perfect map for someone like Merit. Just give him some space, put him on Ashe, just something, and I think maybe you'll be able to find those first picks.
Yeah, I think it comes down to how much do you want to play against something like a Mei. I think Mei is going to be really powerful on a lot of these hybrid maps. Proper could play Mei if that's something that you want to do. Like, maybe it's a bad sign that Proper didn't play the Tracer on Shambali Monastery. Maybe that's Falcons hesitating a little bit on what they want their flex damage player to do. But I think most of the time, like, I'd rather just see Proper play the Tracer instead of something like a Mei. I just think that when you have such an extremely mechanically skilled individual like Proper, playing a hero like Tracer, that should always give you a leg up. It's like Sugar Free playing a Tracer.
Right.
It's like you can always count on Sugar Free to pop off, rack up ridiculous stats on that hero. And I think even in yesterday's series against Varel, yeah, we saw Proper on the Tracer, and he actually did really well. The team wasn't able to put it all together. They were struggling with Varel's aggression, getting into the backline, Chio, Fielder. They couldn't quite deal with the Captive Suns and the poke damage coming their way. Top Dragon was having a field day on the Venture, but Proper, I think, was still relatively impactful on that Tracer. And so I think when it comes to Falcons team style, I'd want to see them shy away from that Mei. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, if they want to fortify things with some extra Mei point pressure, that's maybe something they could cater to.
It's hard to say what they want to go towards, though. I mean, with the pick of Shambali Monastery, it kind of makes me believe that maybe Team Liquid do want to put a little bit more emphasis on the Ramatra for this tournament. There are a couple of teams that would fare very well into, and as we've already seen from the rest of the matches that have played out, not many teams really want to play the Winston or play the Wrecking Ball. I mean, we've seen both of those heroes, but it's been very, very particular situations. We do see a substitution.
Yeah, substitution here. Someone coming in for Hanbin, and it's Falcons map pick. So what are they cooking here? If you wanted to go to something like a Ramatra, I think someone would be the obvious choice, but like you've mentioned a couple of times here, someone's Winston is lethal as well. The thing is with Shambali Monastery being picked, there's no Dorado in the map pool.
Right.
I'm thinking Blizzard World could be a really good pick here for Falcons if they wanted to do so. They looked extremely good on Blizzard World in the mid-season championship as well, with someone being able to play the Ramatra. Or you can play a bit of a diver approach if you'd like to. So we take a look here where we're going. It's going to be King's Row, which I think is a big indictment on what Falcons are looking to do here in this tournament. They want to get to these close corridors. Like King's Row is an extreme example of where Brawl is so very favored on the second point once you get past the initial high ground.
Oh my goodness. Am I dreaming of too much though? If I'm what if we see Bastion?
I don't think we're going to see the Bastion.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're not going to see the Bastion.
We've seen teams play Bastion on King's Row in this third stage.
Hey, if you talk to Jake loves to sim Bastion or something like a leading tower. King's Row, a little bit too punishable.
I've seen it. I'm just saying, go back and watch the VODs. It has happened, but
Team CC in China, they're cooking with the sim Bastion on King's
right?
Row.
Like, come on, that would be fun. No, okay.
Maybe I'm being pessimistic here. I wouldn't pick it.
Maybe I'm being a little too optimistic. That's a very.
I don't think you're alone, Rose. I think a lot of people would love to see Bastion in this matchup.
Bastion Reinhardt with the sim.
Okay, Reinhardt.
All right, now I'm cooking.
I know. Are you jet lagged, Rose?
Oh, I was a little.
He's getting a little goofy in the fourth match of the day.
It's been like a pretty good day so far, but throw some shenanigans into the mix. Someone's Reinhardt is really good. I'm just saying.
They did play it. There was a Reinhardt duel between Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons in the Asia Grand Finals.
Yes.
On Esperanza of all maps.
So maybe. Okay.
Honestly, Infected would love the Reinhardt matchup too, because Infected loves playing Reinhardt. Remember on NRG Shock, they just play Reinhardt because they didn't know what to do. As we take a look at the Flex DPS matchup, production is just trying to get us away from the Reinhardt conversation.
Please stop talking about the Reinhardt.
So here's Zeros and Proper instead.
All right. Well, this is a legendary matchup. Zera and Proper, that mutual respect we talked about before. The two Tracers may be getting that giant legacy duel in this match, but for now, I mean, Proper does have a little bit better stats. Just a little bit. Just
a little bit. I think it comes down to the Nepal dominance, okay? So I'm not gonna read too much into it.
Yeah, because I mean, Team Liquid did just even the score on Shambali Monastery, so we'll have to see if those stats remain. Maybe things get shaken up a little bit. We're just letting someone get settled, and then we will go forth with the bans for the map and move forward into the series.
You want to get into your comfort zone.
Yeah, you gotta get into the groove. But hey, I mean, listen, there's like a certain height of the chair that you want. The certain angle of the keyboard. Your mouse pad needs to be perfect so that your mouse doesn't drift off the side. Right?
Yeah, the setup's got to be perfect.
like the monitor height needs to be the same.
Now, usually at these tournaments, the players they get to set up all their settings in advance. So for the people uninitiated at home, they have kind of like their own little hard drive or whatever, and they have all their settings on it. It's actually not a hard drive. Jaws would kill me right now because I'm butchering the computer language here. But essentially, they have all the settings, right? SSD, that is what I'm talking about. Yes, it is the fourth match of the day. Yes, I'm struggling a little bit with my words. I apologize. But they have an SSD with all their settings on it. And so when someone is being subbed in a case like this, just plug in the settings.
Yeah.
You're ready to go. And then it's just a matter of just getting your keyboard and your mouse pad in place. So considering the fact we're subbing players in and out, it is relatively quick to get someone going.
But you still got to make sure that everything feels right. As you got a chance to see the bans, Symmetra and Wuyong will be off the table as we look forward to King's Row, map number 3 of our series between Team Liquid versus Team Falcons. They're tied 1 apiece, and so King's Row might set the stage for what's to come with the rest of the series.
Yeah, curious here who banned who here, because obviously if Liquid wanted to take a bit of a slower approach here, they have favored a bit of this poke game like we talked about. And the Symmetra teleporter, obviously really strong at getting close to your opponent in a matter of seconds as you're literally teleporting across the map here.
No
but still, getting
bastard
the Wu Yang out of the mix here, that is kind of like, you know, not allowing Liquid to play their go-to game here. So, but I think still though, Liquid are going to be quite satisfied not being able to play a hero like the Wu Yang here. Vegas really flexible, should be able to find a backline that they're still comfortable with.
I think there's a lot of different options for the backlines. I think especially when it comes down to Falcons, like they have liked Chio on the Wuyang, but if they want, they could also play like kind of a Kiri Brick. I think the Lucio, especially if you are bringing someone in, is really going to make sure that he's got the speed in order to actually maneuver around the map. So I think Lucio feels like a good pick in this matchup for either team.
Yeah, I'd say that the support meta is really open right now. Obviously, Lucio Kiriko has been the predominant backline of choice throughout Overwatch 2's history. But even so, today, earlier, we saw Lucio Batiste being played. We've seen earlier in this series, you know, the Kiriko being paired with a lot of other strong supports.
We've seen Ana Wuyang,
Brig, Wuyang, Ilari yesterday from Barrel.
I mean, like basically everything has been played.
Except Mercy. No one want to play Mercy in the pro meta for obvious reasons.
Hey, but you saw the Mercy ban.
Oh, that was all right.
Come
well,
on,
we got
let
the
me
Mercy
meme.
involved one way or another.
Let me meme.
Someone wants to show off the Mercy OWCS Stockholm skin real quick. The Scarlet Mercy skin.
Yeah, hey, the skins look pretty good. So as a reminder, you can go buy the OWCS bundle. That is going to help the prize pool for our teams. But I think we're about ready to go. So let's go ahead and get back into it. Team Liquid versus Team Falcons. Symmetra and Wuyang ban. So I unfortunately don't think we're going to see the Reinhardt Bastion comp.
It's not happening.
Without the Symmetra.
I'm sorry, Rose.
Smoj.
It's not happening.
Come on. Let's have some fun.
I feel like Liquid, they don't want to deal with any shenanigans.
Yeah, that's
because,
true too.
The Symmetra is such a black hole in the sense that, like, oh, the enemy team is playing Symmetra. Now we just have to change our entire composition.
Change our sensitivity so that we can actually, like, 180 swivel.
100%. Although, I wonder if some of these players actually have different sensitivities. I very much doubt it, depending on what hero they play here. They don't customize their settings that much, unless you're a tank player and you just need, like, 200 cents, you know, playing Brick Ball or something. But I think they just want to get rid of the Symmetra, because then they can play a fairly standard game of Overwatch. You don't have to overcomplicate things. You don't have to be cessed on the venture and just pop off like crazy. Like, you can have a pretty neutral matchup when just rely on the mechanical skill of your players, and if you have good teamfight execution in a pretty default composition, then you're going to get away with a map win here. So none of that shenanigans.
We are going to see Team Falcons set up on the defense for the first round. Someone picking the Ramatra as we expected, but it's going to be proper on the Echo, and we're going to see that Ashe from Merit.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting, actually, because I felt like we were in a scenario earlier on today where SSG, they weren't really able to deal with Heesang's Tracer. And so now I think that, you know, if Zero sniffs out this backline of, you know, maybe an Ashe and an Echo here, you want to go towards the Tracer. I still think they're trying to find out the composition here, what they're going to play. Tree swaps over to the Ashe here, finalizing the attack hero picks, but they're rolling out with the Ashe and the Genji lineup here. So Zero should still be able to take control of this right-hand side, pairing up with Vega on the Lucio.
But Genji's still going to have pretty good access to the backline. Ideally, what you're waiting for now from the Ashe is just to get a nice tag, maybe even some extra dynamite damage, and then Zera can go in with a swift dash and just cut through that backline.
I mean, look at the point pressure already. Like, it's picking because Infected is there, and Zero and Vega has just taken the map control away.
Right.
The pressure is on Falcons here, actually, to re-engage, but someone is dropping low here, just forced to use this block. I wonder if Falcons, maybe they have to push through the hotel area just to regain some space, because Liquid are in control right now. As Proper looks for an engagement here, but he gets taken down by Zero. It's a great start for Liquid.
Amazing start. I mean, Proper, that was really going to be the unit that would be able to help contest this high ground. And the fact that he's now out of the picture, Merit's also got to go running. There's no DPS presence here on this point as Team Liquid just plants Infected on the point and starts to take up that progress. 2/3 already gained, and now it's going to be on Team Liquid with this hotel control to see if they can continue to finish the job. We've got Proper coming back now, so you do have the ability to deal with Zera.
Proper!
And he's going to be able to get 2 picks. So all this progress that Team Liquid made.
Are you kidding me?
Hey, at least he gets 2/3, but wow! What a statement from Proper.
No, that should not happen.
Illegal.
That's an insane play by Proper. to get 2 picks on that re-engage there, because Liquid, they were so close to the Kitsune Rush. RuPaul, you can see it.
Yeah.
He would have had the Kitsune Rush, and that should have been enough for Liquid to secure the point. I can't believe it. Proper just stalled out that point, got a couple of picks, and now Falcons hold on.
I mean, that's also the power of Ramatra. Someone that has the same type of staying power as Infected when you are going to take that mirror duel. But
Wow.
Proper again, Zera gets first picked in this fight, and Proper still has the duplicate that he could pull out for this one. Now that Chio's gone, we do not have that same type of speed from Team
Rushes.
Falcons, and you also can't actually answer with the sound barrier. As both rushes come out, Vega gets even closer to building up to that sound barrier of his own. So maybe Chio
Sound
can
barrier?
come back in time. But the sound barrier comes in, Merrick goes down, the Bob has to be deployed in his place, and Proper does end up hitting the duplicate to get the Ramatra coverage. But this is all over. Team Liquid, they've done enough. They do not need any extra ultimates here to actually secure this objective and get the payload going.
Yeah, brutal with Chio going down with the sound barrier. Liquid, they capitalize immediately. Great usage by Vega, recognizing a play to be made there. And Liquid make it happen, securing that first point, but not without some extra time shaved off that bank because of Falcon's stout first point defense. Now, moving on to the second point here, Chio has this sound barrier in hand. Realistically, you'd obviously like to mitigate some of this damage from Zera, who's going to threat the Dragon Blade in this opening fight. But you want to at least be a little bit proactive here if you are Falcons. Stop the payload from making progress.
Mary's got to be really careful because you see Tree set up in that window and actually full send the Bob. With the early beat from Chio, they are able to get someone into the fight and actually take out Vega from the backline as someone just continues to wreak havoc. Zera is not able to utilize the blade in this fight, and Tree hopes that maybe the Bob of his own is also going to be able to even things out so that Team Liquid can keep this progress moving. They have the Annihilation that they could thread in, but it's just going to be a standstill right now as Team Liquid wait for the reinforcements.
Yeah, and sure, Falcons, they win that fight from a decisive push by that sound barrier. But now you're in a bit of a hole here because Liquid, they're coming up on the Dragon Blade. Zero should be able to secure somewhat value here. Now, disengaging here quickly from the Annihilation. Dragon Blade is popped. Suzu is great from Fielder, and Zero goes down early into this fight. Falcons clutch it up.
That was a huge pick. And what a great saving grace there as Fielder continues to keep Team Falcons on this defense. Infected has the Annihilation, but he doesn't want to use it yet because RuPaul is also going down very low. Ideally, Team Liquid get a chance to come back with all the members of their team and they can use this Kitsune Rush down main.
Yeah, that's such a huge, big save from Falcons there. I can't believe they made it happen. Now, someone is under a lot of pressure here. Kitsune Rush comes out from Fielder, actually, but someone is going to go down before he can get healed up. And now, Liquid, man advantage, rallying with this Kitsune Rush from RuPaul. They should clean things up, unless Proper has a say in it.
And Proper is actually going to duplicate another Ramatra, and that's just buying so much time. Merit has picked off 2 in this fight, and Infected has not found enough value with this Annihilation. All he gets is the duplicate from Proper. Let's hear how Team Liquid are going to approach this next engagement with 1:20 left.
Yeah, I like that guy, Bob in the beat soon.
Okay, scouting first. I'll come in. I don't see Ash. I don't see Ash. Check top. Top. I can see you. I go lane main, Ash main. Maybe right. You can point. Ram walk main. Ram one. I can take red. There's no one here. Yeah, I can take main. Ram. Yeah, we can pop main. I popped in. I saw back line.
Yeah, Ram shield. Divine shield. I can speed you right, sure. Can you take red?
Yeah, I'm taking red. Yeah, push. Yeah, push now. Okay. Looking around. 3, 2. Ram one.
Living their beat. We better beat. I'll big it. Fight here. Main.
Ram top. Yeah, I'm on point.
Ram right. You're right.
You can be.
B2, B1.
Blue side.
Loot it.
Clear top left.
Yeah.
Okay, Ram.
Card.
Wait, on left. Push together.
Let's stop.
Push together. 3, 2, 1.
I go flanking. Come on.
It's a brilliant disengage from Team Liquid, securing value with that sound barrier as we're heading into overtime. But realistically, that should have bought enough time here for them to cap the card, unless Proper is coming back here, making a little bit of a contest for it. Someone's going to contest the card, hoping to get this Annihilation and Kitsune Rush online.
But with this duplicate from Zera, you're able to get that second from Matra on the board, and this should be able to seal the deal of this second objective. That's the capture. And Team Liquid, they get a chance to move into this third point with quite a bit in the bank.
Yeah, really powerful ultimates online here for Liquid as they position forward. Some extra poke damage. See if they can find an opening pick here in this fight. I love the comms from them, by the way. That was a beautiful disengage from Chio's Sun Barrier and a turn that secured the second point. Now, Kitsune rushes for either team here. You want to sort of joust for space. Try to get it on top of the cart here. Put your damage players in a position to secure some picks.
You know that they can play patient. Team Liquid, they're waiting for this perfect opening attack. Maybe they just let Proper get this duplicate out, but they see the vision of this Kitsune rush heading down main. Maybe they can use this Annihilation from Infected, but he's so low. He's got to make sure that he's got enough healing coming through from RuPaul and Vega to actually get enough use out of that ultimate. But unfortunately, no avail. Team Falcons, they take him out, and they're not able to get enough done with that rush and the Annihilation as Team Falcons get to hold on to their own.
Yeah, 30 seconds remaining in this one. Team Liquid having spent crucial ultimates with that Annihilation and the Kitsune Rush. How do you get back in this one? Bob, 20% away from Tree here, and that could be a really useful ultimate to get onto the card and at least trigger this overtime. But Falcons, they recognize they can push early. Chio is coming up on that Sound Barrier. Proper goes down here, 5 versus 4 situation. You can commit if you want to.
You can, and I mean, someone is actually going to utilize the Annihilation to hopefully buy enough time, as there's a late Sound Barrier from Chio. Vega has also used one, though, and it's going to be a better beat from Team Falcons. With Tree throwing in this Bob, they're hoping that this is going to give them enough time for Team Liquid to actually get some reinforcements back to keep this attack going. But with how low Infected and Vega got at the final moments of that fight, it's easy pickings and cleanup here for Team Falcons, and Team Liquid, they will get stopped in that third point.
Yeah, it's a great push from Falcons, splitting up the team of Liquid with someone putting pressure onto the Liquid backline. Well, Zero, he had to touch the card on the Echo. He had to be there to trigger overtime. And by the time the overtime was triggered, Liquid just fell like pieces. So great job by Falcons there. Hold steadfast onto that third point. But Liquid, though, I like the communication from them. I think they're putting up a really good showing here. So first or second point hold, it's not out of the question.
There was that one comm that I want to call back to, which was better beat. You know, they just keep saying, better beat, better beat. They were really confident that they would have the better beat later on, and they were right. Vega held onto it, and with that kite back, they could go in and re-engage when Vega Sound Barrier.
Yeah, and I mean, in a moment like that, it's crucial that the team is on the same page, right? And back out immediately, because what we see happen so often is during beat pushes like that the enemy team, they just get the one pick. And 5 versus 4, you don't want to commit that Sound Barrier to turn things around. But it's a great disengage from Liquid. Vega communicating the Sound Barrier being used, and then Infected pushes forward with it to secure a couple of picks there. So Liquid looking mighty good here. Now they're also going to opt for the Echo and the Ashe defense as well, which it has some disadvantages. You know, Proper, he popped off on that first point to get a couple of picks to bring Falcons back into it. But you saw the amount of space they were giving up on that defense to begin with Hero setting up with Vega. And so Falcons, they have an opportunity to do that here as well, with Proper swapping over to the Genji. Chio is going to help him out on that Lucio, most likely. And they should take this big flank control and put someone onto the point.
They've basically just both taken a page out of each other's playbooks. And so with his Proper Genji, look at how well he's able to take this high ground. There's not really a whole lot that's going to contest him up there outside of this Tree Ashe. And if Tree can maintain that high ground, I mean, that's great. But the sightline's really going to be there. He's already dropped to the low ground, and Vega is going to fall to a big punch from someone. That's just 3 kills for someone right out the gates, and a team wipe as Team Falcons are going to get this first objective pretty easily.
Yeah, Liquid, they find themselves in a very close round there, because I think there was some decisiveness about if they were going to push through that hotel area to begin with. Obviously, when the enemy team, they flank around using that high ground, you lose all that space and you need to recapture it. So a decisive push through the hotel, flipping the point around, could have been a recipe for success for Liquid, but instead they were stopped in their path, someone getting lots of value from that Nemesis form and Proper following up on it. And that is going to be a very quick first point cap for Falcons as they start pushing through second.
And there's going to be a pretty close hold here from Team Liquid on the defense. sometimes we do see these teams either want to try to set up under that archway, and especially because of how quickly Team Liquid fell on that first point, and altogether, they get to come out and actually get that close defensive hold. But Team Falcons actually gotten a pretty big wraparound behind them, and they've sniffed out RuPaul, makes them swift step away from that Kiriko, but Chio gets caught out by Tree. So without that Lucio speed, this might have to be a null push from Team Falcons, but Proper, he comes up with 2 picks. And Merit also with that revenge kill onto Vega.
Wow.
This is actually a push that can keep going here from Team Falcons because someone just keeps wailing away at the front lines.
I don't know how he makes it happen. Like, honestly, I thought it was great battling from Liquid, being able to disengage, re-engage, to get a couple of picks there to keep themselves onto that defense. But then Proper just like gets a 2K out of nowhere. Someone's to follow up there as well. And Falcons, they keep steaming ahead here. No ultimates used. They got 5 ultimates, 1 fight away from capturing this second point.
Like, surely this is just a team fight win for Team Falcons and a second point capture.
Liquid has 4.
Yeah, I mean, Vega doesn't have the sound barrier yet, and I feel like that would be kind of the thing that would help to equalize this out. But Chio is free and clear to go for the sound barrier on top of the blade that Proper is using, and that's just going to be another team wipe. Holy smokes! Team Falcons, they just steamrolled through the first point and the second.
They pressed Q. They pressed the ultimate bottom.
But it worked.
It worked indeed.
That's 5 minutes in the bank, Johnny.
I mean, that is one of the ways of all time to win a fight in Overwatch, is pressing Q. And like you say, 5 minutes on the board here. I don't think Falcons are in a big rush to immediately win out this map. Obviously, they can if they want to. Liquid, desperate for Vega to get this sound barrier online. Annihilation is going to be popped here. Someone has to contest this point.
Ooh.
Free finds the pick.
Yeah, but that was kind of a nice little maneuver there by Proper. Understands the geometry of the map that you can actually go underneath that point and try to get a flank onto Team Liquid's backline. And while Infected used the Annihilation, I think that's something that you would have loved to have the sound barrier for, but Vega's forced to use it now. Sarah doesn't get it. Proper just goes after him in the back, and now he gets to play body blocker at the spawn doors. Makes this an easy 4v4 for the rest of Team Falcons, but Tree goes back to help him out. So now that Proper's out of the picture, we can see Zera come back into this fight with the Genji, but we have this immortality field that's already been blown to pieces by this Team Falcons roster. There's no more staying power here for Infected in the front lines, and so it's just going to be a domino effect. Team Falcons, they've done it. This is going to be a map finish for them on Kings Row, and they go ahead up in this series 2-1.
Wow, what a brutal attack from Team Falcons. Didn't put a foot wrong, then Proper just finding an early fight pick there onto Zero out of nowhere. Wow, this is a scary team to deal with.
I mean, the 1v1 was just insane. Proper just says, okay, I win these. When the Genji gone, it was just so much easier for Team Falcons to focus on the front to back. With just the Ramatra versus Ramatra, that was a great duel to watch, but someone ends up winning it at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's tough for Liquid because they obviously invested a bunch of ultimates in that gigantic, like, 10-fight ultimate.
I mean, you win that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Second point.
Falcons should win that because they popped 5 ultimates. Realistically, after that, especially with that sound barrier, like you mentioned, they just have way higher of a fight win percentage in a scenario like that. But Liquid, they invested so many ultimates that by the time, it was time for the 3rd point defense, they were kind of drained out of resources already. And I think there's a point to be made that you kind of feel like you have to invest resources in a scenario like that, because if you let it go to 5 minutes on the 3rd point defense, at that point, you've essentially already lost the map, right?
Yeah.
You might as well try to make a stand on 2nd point and then try to hold firm there, at least with some notion of map control in the first place. But Falcons, securing that fight win with 5 ultimates, it was easy pickings from the 3rd.
Yeah, Vega was just behind in the sound barrier generation. And I think that, if you're staring at the 5-minute time bank, but then you would even hope to have something like the Annihilation and the sound barrier to pair together to actually make that 5 minutes just a little bit easier to chew through. And it just wasn't there at the end of it. So great stuff from Team Falcons. Disappointing there for Team Liquid after they had such a hard-fought attack push. But you saw, even on the 2nd point, it was an overtime finish for them to capture the 2nd objective, and they had very little time to get through 3rd.
Yeah, I don't think you can make a case that their attack was, poor by any means. Obviously they're playing a really tough opponent in Falcons here. I think they just fell apart on that defense to begin with. One hesitation on first point, and then you get picked apart, and then Falcons steaming ahead to second point. You lose a team fight that I think they should have won there, getting a couple of early picks, but then Proper turns things around. It turns into a brawl. You have disadvantageous spawns, of course, and so it takes longer for you to get back. It was just a King's Row that really got away from them. And so that's a tough going. You can't read too much into it.
Same thing, though, that we saw on Nepal, where it was just that brief bit of hesitation that got capitalized on what we saw in Nepal as well. If you wait too long, Proper takes those every single time. You give him that space, he's gonna go in and he's gonna find your weak spot and exploit it. And that just happened again on King's Row with just that indecisiveness, as you said.
Yeah, it's a tough thing for Liquid here as they find themselves in a 2-1 hole. This is going to be their map pick. See what they have in store.
I mean, they won Shambali Monastery. That was also their map pick. So I think that there's still a lot of hope if you're a Team Liquid fan. But as we look back on the predictions ahead of this match, 75% said Team Falcons will win this. That was actually the same case on the desk because it was only Jake, one of the four of us, that said Team Liquid would win this one.
Can we get a Jake vibe check real quick? How you doing, buddy? How's it going? How much faith do you have right now?
He might still have it.
Even if he didn't, purely predict Liquid out of logic, I still admire, just the heart he has, the belief in North America. It's incredibly American of him, and I respect that of him. So I don't blame you for predicting Liquid at all. I saw the vision.
But as we look forward to map number 4, it is going to be New Queen Street. And with this, we are going to see another substitution. Someone comes out of the roster and Hanbin comes back in. Kind of seems to me like go to New Queen Street, maybe we just see the Diva again.
Yeah, we could see the Diva, but I actually think that, if I'm Liquid and I'm playing that Diva, maybe there's an in here, maybe I'm feeling confident playing something like a Wrecking Ball composition. We saw it come out of T1 and, Wrecking Ball has received a nerfed recently, 50 less armor, that's a big deal. But Infected is still a really good Wrecking Ball player, Zero. He desperately wants to play that Tracer as well. And so this could be a map design that favors Team Liquid's preferred playstyle here. We'll see what they have planned. But I think that sometimes, subbing in a player like Hanbin, even though he's one of the best tanks to ever grace the game, obviously amazing at the Diva and the Zarya still, maybe you feel like you can expose his lack of mobility on those heroes and up the tempo just a little bit.
Or maybe you ban something. Maybe you ban it. Maybe ban the Diva. Ban the Zarya. Ban something that you think Hanbin will come in and excel in. I mean, that was exactly what we saw in Nepal, and especially when Team Falcons were able to set the pace of a lot of those fights. I think you got to take a look at one of maybe Hanbin's tank choices and say, maybe don't let you do that.
Yeah, we're actually looking at a bit of a comparison here between the two tank players on Falcons, of course. And obviously, Hanbin, 35 Alliance, he's edging out his fellow teammate.
Oh, come on. Hanbin's played 2 maps so far, and someone's only played 1.
Yeah, I think this one deserves a couple of asterisks.
Maybe just a few more on top of it. But it is a great sign for Team Falcons that they've been able to have both of these tanks find success. But it's still a question mark for the rest of the World Finals is who will you play more of? Or are you okay having to switch in someone in Hanbin depending on the composition that you want to play?
Well, I think they have to, because realistically, if you want to be a championship team, I don't think you can default into necessarily one of these 2 looks. You'd benefit so much from just being able to deploy someone and Hanbin, throughout the series, right? So you can go to these more Ramadra, Winston kind of compositions with a player like someone, but you can also go towards the Diva, the Zarya, who are really powerful in a meta like this with Hanbin. So I think Falcons, if they're able to play both of those tank players throughout the series, that's just a big boon for them. Now, the Diva ban is going to come through from Team Liquid, which is severely going to limit Falcons' capabilities in a series like this. And I actually kind of like that they saved this ban for now. I think with Danny as their assistant coach as well, very calculated approach to how they deploy these bans, how valuable these bans, how they want the series to flow. And so even though you could have deployed this, after the first map loss, you could have deployed this, on the initial map even, because you had first map pick. But they know that we can actually save the Diva ban because it's really valuable. until we actually are on the brink, when we are 2 maps down. And so I think in a scenario like this, they're recognizing, okay, this is our time where either we're going to lose the series, so we might as well deploy the D.Va ban now.
But Team Falcon's responding with a Kiriko ban, and I actually think this will also put quite a bit of a stopper into maybe some of the strategies that Team Liquid will want to kind of execute here. If you look at how Team Liquid have played, the Kiriko makes so much sense. It's also been really great for them to be able to get kind of these like niche picks. If you just put the Kiriko on an off flank and then you're able to get those kunais, get those headshots, then hey, that's been a really powerful spot there for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I think they're feeling really comfortable playing a backline without the Kiriko as well. You know, whether it's going to be a Lucio Baptiste or perhaps, you know, the Juno Brig if you want to bring back something like that. As we take a look at Team Falcon's map stats yesterday on push as well. That time, it was Runa Sapi as they barely overcame Varel.
It was close.
Dare I say that I felt like Falcons should have lost that one, but they clutched it up in the very end in overtime and secured the win.
Varel was off to such a great start. They had over 80 meters of lead on Team Falcons as they took first control of that push bot. And it was a clawback scenario. Team Falcons had to work really hard to actually get that lead back and keep it. So I think it was definitely rough. As you called back to the overtime finish, there was that huge grab to just pull all members of Team Falcons together. But unfortunately, Varel just didn't have any members left alive. KSG got taken out. You didn't have the Zarya to even capitalize on that big grab, and no DPS players in sight.
Yeah, the top 10 worst feelings when playing Overwatch is when you're a Zarya and you grab and you die. And you're just like, okay, there's no one to follow up in the grab. That one stinks. So KSG felt like he had to deploy it. Falcons, they clutched things up and secure that Runa Sapi win. So going into a push like this, we'll have to see what they're going to bring. Obviously, very different map design, New Queen Street from Runa Sapi. And so this is going to alter how Falcons played the game quite significantly. And with Hanbin in the lineup and this D.Va band, I just can't help but speculate what hero they're going to play. I will say that we've seen someone like Hawk, you know, they will make the Zarya work on a map like this. So, yes, you can lose some mobility, but...
Mauga.
No, not on New Queen Street. We're not seeing Mauga on New Queen Street. Maybe we can see it on Runa Sapi, but we're not seeing Mauga on New Queen Street. I refuse that. That's not...
I'm just saying that if there was anybody that was going to pull it out of the tournament, it's definitely Hanbin. And I do think that when it comes down to the tank world, there is a lot of variety there that a lot of these teams can play. And Falcons did already pull out the Mauga earlier on in the series on Nepal. So I just don't want to put it out of the question yet. When who knows how Team Falcons will kind of look at this Liquid lineup and go, well, maybe the counter is there.
Look, anything is possible, Rose, but at the same time, nothing ever happens. So I don't know how you combine those two to reach the conclusion that Mauga is probably not going to be played here, but I'm betting against it.
I think there's a couple steps I missed there in the calculations, but hey.
It's just math.
Gotta show the homework.
Math can be wrong as well, so you know, maybe it will come out. Just waiting to see here if maybe Hanbin is having a bit of a technical issue here, trying to get his settings back in place, as we're still waiting to get into New Queen Street here. And the winner of this one is obviously going to play Twisted Minds in a series. That's going to be a banger regardless of how that one goes after Twisted Minds reverse swept T1 to get back on top.
But that was the Twisted Minds that we looked at and we all said, oh, that should be a Twisted Minds win. Like, no question about it. But when you see them, we were right. But after the battle that T1 put up against Twisted Minds, and it had to be a reverse sweep to begin with, I think you got to look at that. And if you're Team Liquid or Falcons, whoever plays up against that, you're like, this giant can bleed. And that is definitely something we can exploit in our series.
Yeah, well, I think what was most interesting in that series was the fact that they were playing Yubi the entire time after we have seen Psycho getting so much playtime in Stage 3. But they felt like Symmetra was the best hero of choice in that series, and it was enough to bring the series back after some early bans being deployed from T1 that earned them a 2-0 lead. But that is the opponent that is waiting for either of these teams, whoever comes out the winner in this one, as we head into New Queen Street, Liquid's map pick, facing defeat.
Loser of this match is going to play Team Peps in the lower bracket. And so that's also a matchup that you're going to have to think about. Wow. And I think Team Peps is not going to be super happy going against either of these teams.
That's brutal.
Yeah, so it might be a really tough one down there for Team Peps, whoever actually ends up down there with them. But for now, it is going to be a bit of, I think, saving grace here for Team Falcons, that they do have a map up in this series. They do want to give their tournament life a little bit more longevity, and the longer that you can stay in the upper bracket, the better your chances are of making it further.
Oh, 100%. And even so, if you make it far in the winner's bracket, of course, you earn yourself still the first map pick if you eventually drop to lowers. And first map pick is so strong in this tournament when you face a control map pool of Ilios, where you can deploy more dive-oriented compositions or get forced into the closed corridors of something like a Nepal, right? And so that is going to be a great, fantastic boon for either of these teams who are able to make a prolonged run in the upper bracket. As we take a look at the compositions here, and Infected is teasing the Winston.
And we might just keep it. There is the Symmetra teleporter to get Team Liquid out of spawn, and now Zera is going to consider what comes next. It will inevitably be the Tracer lock-in, but for Team Falcons, I mean, you got an Ashe and a Genji to look at. I think Zera's going to actually be pretty happy with this matchup.
Yeah, Liquid here taking a page out of GK's book, I feel like, banning the Diva, almost predicting that the enemy team is going to play the Zarya, earns you a really advantageous tank matchup here, to the point where Hanbin, you know, probably thinking about the potential swap after this first fight. We'll see what they do. They're trying to wrap around on this left-hand side now, trying to set up their Ashe in Merit. Maybe they can utilize this high ground to their advantage as Hanbin goes to contest the card.
There is going to be a bubble on the point, and that's going to at least keep the point presence from Team Liquid just a little bit safer. But look at RuPaul, has to go swivel around to make sure that the Winston is going to be topped up so that Infected can get another dive in. In this time frame, we've seen both the Wuyongs fall from Team Falcons and Team Liquid, as now it's going to be Falcons that take back control of the bot. But with Merit getting this pick onto Tree, it's going to be tough for this Team Liquid roster to keep these sight lines open from the flanks.
Yeah, that is really tough. Merit and Proper, they're staying proactive on these flanks. While the bot is pushing forward here, these other damage players are always hunting for something to earn themselves an advantage. And an early pick there on the Tree, they're just going to enable to get some extra push here. Now, RuPaul has the earlier nano boost here. A quick nano onto your Winston here and a jump in. That could spell trouble for Falcons.
We have seen a lot of these North American teams put the nano boost onto the DPS instead. Tree has actually been the receiver of that when Tree has been playing the Freya, so that's the asterisk that I will put there. As the nano boost gets deployed, it is going to be onto the Winston, and Infected just hunting for somebody in the back line.
Can't find
anyone. There isn't anybody there. Team Falcons know that that's the case, and they're actually going to answer with a nano boost of their own onto Merit. But Merit also not able to actually capitalize and find any picks in the process. So as we reset our ground, Team Falcons get closer to this first checkpoint with the push bot, and it's going to be the Tidal Blast onto Chio himself. A defensive Tidal Blast, as this is not going to be the best defensive hold here for Falcons, as Merit also gets very low. But it's a big push of healing into both of these DPS players as Team Falcons. They do actually get the checkpoint.
Yeah, Falcons always looking for something. Proper got slept actually, but narrowly gets away from that one. Bob gets deployed onto the point here. That's going to mean that the bot keeps pushing as RuPaul goes down. Infected as well. And Liquid not able to find an in this one. The defensive Tidal Blast on Shio actually shut down the dive from Liquid. And then with the additional card presence, with that Zarya, with that Bob, Falcons keep pushing this payload. Liquid need to stop this momentum now with this Bob, with this Primal Rage. But Merit with another huge flank, shutting down Vega again.
That's not good.
Dragon Blade.
We would have loved to have the Tidal Blast there to deploy onto Zera, but even without the Pulse Bomb, that means that the pickings that you're going to get with the Tidal Blast will be very slim. With the advantage continuing to go in Team Falcon's favor, I mean, Proper doesn't get very much done with the Blade, but now you got to worry about the fact that Team Liquid get a chance to clap back. That is a huge pick onto Merit and Fielder. Zera coming up really big to stop this push bot from getting a full cap. But Proper still finds RuPaul in this scenario. Team Falcons, though, they know, like, even though you get that one pick, they got to get out of there. They were hoping for a bit more, though, because Team Liquid do have 4 ultimates that they would have loved to get out of their hands.
Yeah, 4 ultimates in hand here for Liquid, but Averil Theory spells trouble here.
104 meter advantage.
That is absolutely brutal. And so even though Liquid, they have so many great ultimates here, one Graviton Surge from Hanbin could be absolutely devastating. We'll have to see how Liquid plays this one. They have a very greedy backline in the Ana and the Wuyang here, and so Proper should be able to set up here, and a Zarya bubble on top of them Could be enough for the Tracer to do some real damage to this Liquid backline. Bob deployed relatively early, but here's a devastating Graviton Surge.
Yeah, I mean, the
Big
Graviton
sleep,
Surge is going to be big to at least get those a couple of members of Team Liquid, but the sleep onto the Primal Rage is going to neutralize it entirely. Zera does help to pick up that pick onto Fielder, but it's just going to be another situation where Team Falcons actually steal the bot back. Team Liquid, though, I think they've done enough to actually keep this progression moving, especially now that Dara has taken out Hanbin. There's no tank here for Team Falcons to play around. It's up to Proper to kind of stop this bot from reaching the checkpoint, but it feels like an inevitability here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and they're kind of trading back and forth here, but actually the bot gets captured by Liquid, and they should be able to push forward here. Hanbin swaps over to the Winston. This is not something we've seen in a few months here, actually. And obviously, it's going to be really powerful with this Nano in hand, but it's Liquid going first, actually, with Infected. Merit, crucial headshot onto Zero, shutting down any momentum from Liquid here. And the Hanbin stun goes to work.
Yeah, I mean, like, Nano onto Merit and let him go to town. That was a huge fight win, and Merit's also going to earn the Bob in the process. So as Team Falcons, they get back towards this midpoint and reopen their close spawns. You've got 2 DPS ultimates on Falcons to work with.
Yeah, obviously so comfortable in this lead. They're happy to just trade out all of these ultimates. But Merit with that massive pick there, I just can't believe it. That would have been Liquid's time, really, to regain so much of that lead. Now, though, Bob comes out from Merit. Huge Tidal Blast coming through here. Can he capitalize?
Ooh.
Yes, he can. Merit goes down.
Yeah,
Liquid
I mean,
need to stabilize here.
It was a great knockdown there from the Tidal Blast, and Merit would have loved to have that Bob do a little bit more work, but Team Falcons, they're not going to be able to get much more accomplished with that. But at this point, Team Falcons, they just want to keep the lead. They don't need more than that.
Absolutely. They just want Liquid to use some of these ultimates. So the Tidal Blast comes out from Vega, and Liquid without ultimates in the bank now are looking for any kind of momentum. Hanbin drops low. Great Biotic Grenade here. Keeps him alive. But this should be a player-hero matchup that you should... Oh my god, what a headshot from Fielder.
Fielder, that's the headshot perk really coming in clutch there for this Ana. It's something you expect out of a world-class support like him. And that's going to allow Team Falcons to keep this bot moving forward. Infected has no choice except to step back. And so as you see Proper continue to move this bot closer and closer, there's actually a good anti that comes through onto Proper. But he shrugs that off because the Tidal Blast allows him to go forward, and Chio actually helps him out in the process. So this is a big fight.
Traded out here, or the Wu Yanks actually. Hanbin goes kind of crazy, shuts down Repol as well. And so again, we're just trading bodies here, which favors Falcons in a situation like this. Zero looking at a potential late stagger here as well. Not good news if that were the case. Going to grab this Mega Pack and should be getting out safely. So good job there. Ultimates on either side here now. The Primal Rage is the Nano boost.
They leave the push bot to defend for itself at this point. Yeah, but Team Falcons, I mean, they come back in. Both teams have the Nano Boost, but we've seen a difference in styles. Team Liquid have opted to place that Nano Boost onto the Winston, whereas Team Falcons would have loved to do that onto the DPS. But it's Team Liquid the first to strike. Merit and Hanbin both go down, and with that sleep onto Chio, that's an easy kill to follow up on. Now Team Liquid, big anti from Fielder, but it doesn't matter. Now at this point, Team Liquid with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left, they're hoping that they can actually try to make up for some of this disadvantage. They only got 40 meters left to go, but this is doable for Team Liquid.
Yeah, especially with that previous checkpoint coming through. Now they just have to win a decisive fight, and they're threatening to retake the lead here. Proper looking for a bit of a flank. No Susus to mitigate this pulse bomb, but RuPaul, early headshot onto Merit here actually. Bob is deployed as well. This is Liquid clawing themselves back into this map and potentially threatening to take the lead with just 2 minutes to go.
Just a Bob, and you get out the Primal Rage in the process as Hanbin actually uses that to try to escape. He's, but Vega, he actually gets Ajax for the Tidal Blast. He can't deploy it on anybody. So now it's up to RuPaul to get that Nano Boost onto Tree and hope that this DPS damage can actually make up for that player difference. With the anti onto Merit, this is a pick that maybe could get followed up on, but Infected is asleep at the job. He's asleep at the wheel. He has to go after Fielder, but Fielder finishes Infected off before he can actually get that pick. Wow, Team Falcons, after all of those ultimates were expended from Team Liquid, they fall.
How does this happen? That should have been the fight, and a misplay when it comes to the Tidal Blast. Just a house of cards. It falls apart for Liquid here. Now, only the pulse bomb when it comes to their ultimate economy and Falcons. They have the Nano Boost. They have a really powerful Bob. This is going to be so tough for Liquid to try to get back into this series now after they lost that map, or lost that fight.
Do Team Falcons actually deploy that onto Merit again? I mean, Zera with this pick onto Chio, maybe now this is a fight where Team Falcons say, okay, reset. But Hanbin is still in the mix. You place the Theta Boost onto Hanbin to give him a bit more staying power to actually go after the backline of Team Liquid. And especially when it comes down to dealing with Tree, there's a huge pocket that comes through, so Hanbin can't actually confirm that elimination. And now with the push bot, it's been snuck away from Team Falcons. They're back into Team Liquid territory, and they only have 25 meters to work for.
I mean, this is just madness back and forth. Tidal Blast activated onto Merit here. It's going to get value onto RuPaul with the big flank. It's just an insane back and forth, but 10 seconds to go here, and 4 members are dead on the side of Liquid. This is their losing moment. There's no one to touch the ball.
Oh, it's not looking good. 3 seconds remaining, and it should have been enough there for Zera to get through and actually trigger the overtime. But where is the rest of Team Liquid? Team Falcons with the lead. If they can keep this, we're going to win the series. And as Zera gets taken out by Proper, it's just going to be Infected to come back on the Wrecking Ball and keep this overtime push alive. But there's so much more that Team Liquid have to accomplish here. With the Nano Boost on the Team Infected, maybe he can actually keep this overtime push going, and Tree releases the Bob. But with that, Bob gone, Vega down, Proper with the Pulse Bomb pick. Team Liquid are able to bring this Bob back into their territory and keep this overtime push, but it's been going on for so long, Johnny. Anybody stepping off is going to lose this for Team Liquid.
But the spawns are just too good here for Falcons. You're trading bodies, but they're not going to be able to get back to the bot in time. And Falcons, they come out on top in this series as Tree goes for a bit of a last-minute contest on the Sombra, but it's not going to be enough.
What a fantastic attempt here by Team Liquid to keep this overtime going. But at the end of the day, Team Falcons stand tall and they soar through this upper bracket. What a win.
Incredible performance by Falcons there, just winning a back and forth in New Queen Street and clutching up in very crucial moments. Fielder finding picks with the Ana. Merit coming up clutch. Han Binston out of all things.
Han Binston. I'm here for Han Binston. Everybody's here for Han Binston.
Well, I'm glad we saw it. I don't know if we're going to see it too much more throughout this tournament. It's not really a pillar of theirs, but in a matchup like that, I talked about it. Like, the Zarya is such a disadvantageous matchup there. So the Winston swap, it makes sense. They're able to make it work.
But that's a bad sign, isn't it? If you're a Team Liquid fan and you got beaten by Hanbin's Winston on a counter dive of all things, I think you have to be a little bit concerned about what's going to happen in that lower bracket.
I think they have lots to work on here, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is tough for Liquid now, losing a series like this. But at the end of the day, it's Team Falcons. Liquid, they're not out of the tournament just yet. They have a chance now to VOD review going into tomorrow's matchup, where they're going to play Team Peps, of all teams in the lower bracket here.
That's right.
So I'm still not too worried about Liquid. They showed some things throughout this series, but obviously the way you lost Nepal, that defense on King's Row, not being able to clutch up that New Queen Street, it's just mistakes you're allowed to see get back on them.
Team Falcons weren't fully clinical either, though. I think they still had a couple of chinks in the armor, and so I think that's something that you also need to look at as a Team Falcons roster and say, okay, we have our work cut out for us when it comes to the rest of the upper bracket. We've got a very tough opponent that's going to be on the other side now, and so when we prepare for Twisted Minds, we cannot let them reverse sweep us. We need to give confidence to the Team Falcons supporters and viewers, and that's going to be with a statement win.
Absolutely, 100%. As Falcons, they continue in the upper bracket. We're actually going to go to a quick winners interview here. Danny, take it away.
Thank you so much, Johnny. Oh, there you go. Hi, Johnny. Thank you so much for the throw. I mean, I'm here joined by Fielder for a quick post-match interview. Fielder, great job as always. Fantastic job. And congratulations on getting the win. Now, I feel like, we were sort of talking before going into the interview, and, I think you have some things to say about going up against the NA #1, Team Liquid. How was that match? 자, 일단 오늘 승리 축하드리고 또 방금 전에 저희가 살짝 인터뷰 시작하기 전에 말을 좀 했죠. 북미 1위 팀 오늘 좀 경기를 뛰었는데 어떠셨나요?
솔직히 상대가 잘해서 좀 힘들었다기보단 그냥 약간 조합적으로 상대가 약간 포킹하는 식으로 가니까 그것 때문에 조금 힘들었던 것 같아요.
I think the match overall was a bit difficult, but not because it's anything on them. I think it was their composition because they went a very poke-heavy composition, and that's why we had to deal with it, and that was a bit difficult. All right, let's talk a little bit about the meta. I feel like these 2 days we've seen a lot of different compositions. So, Fielder, do you feel like we're gonna continue to see more of this, or do you feel like it's gonna sort of meta being changed and seeing just like one style of composition? 자, 두 번째로 어떻게 보면 좀 메타에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶어요. 지금 이틀 동안 좀 굉장히 다양한 조합들이 좀 많이 나왔는데 필더 선수 보시기에는 좀 어떻게 계속 이대로 갈 것 같으신지 아니면 좀 어떻게 고착화가 될 거라고 생각을 하시나요?
제가 봤을 때는 이제 그 팀마다 선호하는 조합이 다 다르기 때문에 이제 밴도 생겼고 해가지고 지금 이대로 그냥 다 자기네들이 잘하는 조합으로 갈 것 같아요.
I feel like we're going to see more of this just because, all these teams that are in Stockholm right now have their very unique colors and they know what they're good at. And also, that's one of the biggest things why I feel like also there was also the band picks as well. So those two things, looking at that, I feel like we are going to see a lot more diversity in composition and for the meta for Stockholm. All right, that's it for the interview. Thank you so much, Fielder. Good luck moving forward. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks so much, Danny. A lot of variation in terms of comps, but when it comes to North America versus Korea, not a lot of varied results.
What about the gap, man?
The only gap that is closed is the gap between the start of the day and the end of the day.
That is true, Matt.
There's not been many other gaps
passes on.
closed as time has passed on here, bros. Hey, but look, in seriousness, right? I thought Liquid looked very competitive in this series. Like maybe a few, fights or a few different ultimates kind of go differently. It's a much different affair, Rose.
That's true. And I think even on Kings Row, we did see examples of that, where if maybe they had played a little bit more decisively with some of the ultimates that they had, maybe played a little bit more aggressively, I think even Kings Row, they could have made that even closer. But that was on the defense. And I think for where we see Team Falcons right now, they're just that team.
Yeah, as we take a look at how this series kind of unfolded. So Team Liquid, they get that map number 2. Shambali, is that the same map that they lost to Varel as well? Okay, so I expect
poke composition.
Yeah, I expect Falcons probably play some more Shambali Monastery over the next few days, where you see that's another map that they end up losing. But although Kings Row and New Queen Street are both competitive, it is Falcons coming out on top, taking down North America's top seed here. And I gotta say, Johnny, Falcons still they didn't look as clean as I think we'd imagine.
Yeah, I mean they didn't look like the world champion team we know them to be, but still I think it was mightily impressive by how they adapted the Team Liquid style. Even if Han been swapped over to the Winston and that's not the most optimal hero for him, it was still, they were able to make it work. Like, they know how to execute on a composition like that. I think their Nepal was really impressive because it felt like Liquid just didn't stand a chance on that map at all. And then Kings Row, I mean, that offense, 5 ultimates, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it was a blowout there on that offense on Kings Row. Let's take a look at our DHL daily highlights. A little bit of a mix mash of some of our best plays of the day as Cargo is delivering the goods. So, man, we had a wild day of games, Rose. I mean, these games feel like an eternity ago.
What time did we start today? But it's kind of funny because I really thought that we would have more 3 1s or more 5 map series, and then we start the day with 2-3-0s back to back, and it isn't until we get to these back half series where I go, wow, like the super competitive. And I think even though Team Liquid did take the loss here, Johnny, they might actually make a pretty strong lower bracket run.
Yeah, 100%. And, facing a team like Peps, who took the loss to Space Station Gaming yesterday, I do have to say I think I favor Liquid in that one because Peps struggled a little bit in their matchup against a North American team, of course. And then, who knows? In the lower bracket.
I mean,
it's going to be a brawl down there.
Yeah, the lower bracket feels like it's going to get silly. Let's take a look at the bracket as we kind of get ready for tomorrow and the remaining games that we have. So you can kind of see the results of the last 2 days on your screen. We can go up to the upper bracket here as we have Crazy Raccoon versus Alcatia and TM versus Falcons Pros. 2 EMEA versus Korea matchups.
Oh, sheesh. I mean, Johnny, I don't know. Both of these look pretty exciting to me.
Yeah, and going into this tournament, we hyped up the EMEA teams. Seems to be quite warranted, looking at the bracket like this here. And you know, I'm predicting a little bit of Symmetra to come out tomorrow in the upper bracket.
Maybe a little.
I feel it. I feel it. EMEA has come to compete at this event. Let's take a look at the lower bracket, right? Because we have a lot of interesting matches down here. So Team Liquid, their loss puts them up against Peps. T1 versus GK. That is a really big match. Weibo versus Team CC, so a battle of China there. And then SSG gets Varel there. Johnny, is there one? Look, you can't say T1 GK because I said that, so we're taking you copying.
I know what I'm taking.
Out of it. What's the match there that you look at and you're excited for?
I'm going SSG Varel.
Like
after Varel's performance against Falcons, I feel like Varel now, they are kind of the matchup you don't want because they just play their very unique style. Like they play the Batiste Lari.
They're a wild card.
And so you're like, oh, we gotta like play around this composition. We gotta deny all this value they're getting from the backline. And a team like Falcons even struggle to deal with it.
Yeah, let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule because also those loser bracket games are first to two, right? So a little bit of a tighter series. It's Weibo versus Team CC, SSG versus Varel, T1 GK, and then Team Liquid versus Peps. And then we have the two matches after that. So the winners of each of those series will face off. And because we're in the arena tomorrow, Rose, we get that opening ceremony.
Yeah, the opening ceremony is going to be so hype, just really give that proper grandeur to being at the World Finals. But it is kind of sad when I look at this schedule because we're saying goodbye to half of our teams tomorrow.
I mean, that doesn't make me that sad. Somebody's got to lose, Rose.
I know,
mean, we gotta get some people out of here.
It's that competition. Get good.
40 round robin, here we come.
But what I mean by that is more that it is so crazy to me that we are A, this far already through the tournament, and B, like, there's just a lot of stakes on the line tomorrow. You are going to have to, if you want to continue your lower bracket
I mean, that is true. You got two eliminations matches even if you win the first one.
Like, you have to win 2 matches in a row. That is going to be really hard for some of these teams.
And I mean, we cut the field in half tomorrow, right? So we're sending 6 teams.
That's not just 6 teams.
That is just what Rose said, Matt. And now, like 2 minutes later, you're like, wait a minute.
I'm like, well, that's half the team. Like, maybe you're onto something here.
Math, that's crazy.
Maybe you're onto something here.
That's crazy, Matt. We just talked about it.
Yeah, I can even do math. I mean, I could do it all here. But guys, also reminder, we have the OWCS original song that's out now. It's called Hold Your Ground, live on all streaming platforms. Yeah, I listened to it.
Was that written by Ramatra?
Was it written by Ramatra?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Well, I don't think Ramatra's...
the title maybe came out from Ramatra.
It's a fictional character, but you can still get writing credits. I don't know.
Look, I mean, Ramatra, this is maybe a spoiler for you, Johnny. He's not real. He doesn't really exist, so...
He could help out.
I guess sure. If they wanted to make it through the lore, like Ramatra could help out.
Just go listen to the song, guys. That's the big takeaway here. Is go listen to it.
Go listen to it.
It's great. It's very exciting. So yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I mean we're gonna be jamming to it all weekend long. But guys, that is it for day number 2. Us here in the studio. Tomorrow we move into the DreamHack Arena. We're gonna get rid of 6 teams in the grueling lower bracket.
Don't sound so excited about that.
It's pretty exciting, Rose. We're winding down the field. We're getting close to that championship moment.
Let's go.
And you want to tune in tomorrow at 11:30 CET for all the action. We'll see you there.
Remember the time when our hearts were synced and our thoughts connected, expanding our size. We can clear the cache, burn it all to ashes. Our energy back and charging forward, losing track of what has failed us. We can be heroes, let our fear go, no time to play. You're not alone, no stops in the road, the fallen pave our way. We can clear the mess with 1,000 marching steps. Nothing stays broken, nothing ever stays broken. While the world is burning broken, and charging forward, losing track of what has failed.